Chapter 187. Han Li started laughing before saying with gritted teeth, "You are correct, and I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity. If you did not attract heavenly punishment on yourself, I would never have the chance to gain this power. You do not need to boast so much. There is no way that you could really control divine punishment thunder. At best, it is a weakened version of it," replied Wang Wei calmly. "Maybe, but it is still enough to kill you." After saying that, Han Li waved his staff, then a black lightning bolt rushed towards Wang Wei, who used the Flame Calamity attack in response. Wang Wei's black flame and Han Li's black lightning clashed. However, there was no explosion one would expect. The black lightning instantly destroyed the heavenly destruction flame and hit Wang Wei straight into his stomach. Wang Wei's defense was no use for this lightning. His innate field, skins, muscles and bones were completely destroyed, leaving a big hole in the middle of his chest. Luckily for him, he moved all his organs around in his body so that they were not affected. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the hole on his chest with a calm look on his face. He then started to use the ancient desolate body refining scripture in order to refine the black thunder in his muscles. However, he failed. The divine punishment lightning further destroyed his muscles instead of being absorbed by them. So Wang Wei stopped his attack and stomped on the ground, removing the thunder from his body. Following this, Wang Wei activated his life and death wheel innate talent, absorbing massive amounts of spiritual energy around him. Then, in just a few seconds, the hole on his chest was completely healed, not leaving even the slightest mark. Han Li frowned after seeing this, so he waved his staff again to throw another lac thunderbolts at his opponent. As for Wang Wei, he used a new method called Thunder Flame Calamity. This is a technique that combines the elemental powers in both his muscles and his bones, and Wang Wei learned it from the ancient desolate body refining scripture during his retreat. After using this attack, countless thunder and flame enveloped the entire arena, trying to stop the black thunder. However, this powerful attack only managed to weaken it. As such, Wang Wei threw another punch. This time he used the Thunder Wind Calamity. Countless wind blades with thunder flashing on them attacked the remaining black thunder. Boom! With a powerful explosion, the black thunder was completely annihilated. A powerful shock wave traveled from the epicenter of the explosion all around the arena. Luckily for the watching disciples, a powerful formation appeared that blocked the shock wave from reaching them. Han Li had an ugly look on his face when he realized that his opponent only needed 2 attacks in order to stop his one move. It might seem that he had the advantage, but he knew that with Wang Wei's terrible stamina, these powerful attacks were nothing but child play to him. So, Han Li mobilized more divine punishment thunder from his staff. Then a dragon-shaped lightning manifested itself before heading straight for Wang Wei. Although this attack was powerful, Han Li still paid a price for using it. If someone were to look closely at his hand, they would find that they were burned by his own thunder. As for Wang Wei, he did not care about Han Li's increase in strength. To him, this battle was nothing but a way to quickly acquire the position of Sacred Son, and to test out his new strength in battle. So, after using more than 4 calamity punches, the divine punishment thunder dragon was also destroyed. Meanwhile, Han Li suddenly realized that he might not win this battle, so he took drastic measures. He bit the tip of his tongue, drawing a few drops of his source blood and spitting them on his proven Dao artifact. Then, the black lightning that he could use suddenly increased. With a wave of his staff, 3 more thunder dragons appeared, exuding a supreme will that wishes to punish any person that stood in their ways. As for Wang Wei, after seeing this attack, he knew that he needed to take things seriously. So, he clenched his hand and prepared one of his most powerful attacks. All parts of his body started to vibrate. His innate field, skins, muscles and bones, his origin essence and his soul. World-breaking fist, roared Wang Wei as he punched forwards. Bang! The entire Dao opening sect trembled slightly, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and many tiny space cracks could be seen appearing around Wang Wei's fist. All 3 of the Black Thunder Dragons were instantly destroyed, and Han Li was sent flying until he hit the protecting arrays that separated the arena with the audience. As for Wang Wei, he did not wait for his opponent to get up and rushed towards him with all his speed. However, Han Li was not fully incapacitated. Black lightning suddenly appeared from his body and rushed straight to the approaching Wang Wei. Unfortunately, after these thunder destroyed the approaching Wang Wei, they eventually turned into countless rainbow lights before dispersing. This was a technique from the rainbow escape art. Han Li's face turned ugly after seeing this. However, before he could even react, Wang Wei was already behind. Without hesitation, he grabbed Han Li's 2 hands, including the one still holding the staff, and ripped them apart. Blood started to spill all over Han Li's empty sockets as he screamed in agony in the grounds. As for Wang Wei, he completely ignored his opponent's scream as he concentrated on the staff on his hand. He could tell that the reason that Han Li was able to control the divine punishment thunder was due to this weapon, hence the reason he ripped this guy's weapon off his hand. Well, forget the fact that he meant that quite literally. After that, Wang Wei used his origin essence and divine sense to seal this weapon and prevent his owner from calling it back. As for Han Li, after screaming in pain for a few seconds, he stopped as a ruthless light flashed across his eyes. Then, a pale person that looked exactly like him came out of Han Li's body. This was his primordial spirit. Then, the primordial spirit rushed straight into Wang Wei's body, heading for his sea of consciousness. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he entered, he saw a massive purple cloud with gray outlines floating above him. Then, a supreme pressure enveloped the primordial spirit, making it impossible to move. For some reason, Han Li felt like this purple cloud was smiling at him. Soon he knew the reason. A powerful divine sense started to search the memory of the primordial spirit. He tried to resist, but it was useless. The divine sense seemed to be searching for something specific from his memory. And after a few seconds it found what it was looking for and took it. Afterwards, Han Li's primordial spirit was pushed out of Wang Wei's sea of consciousness, returning to his owner's body. As for Han Li, he was not happy that he was not killed. On the contrary, he was furious. He started to laugh hysterically on the floor. His laughter contained a certain madness, a deep and profound sadness. "So that's it is," yelled Han Li after forcing himself to stand up, despite his missing 2 arms. However, the hysteria on his face was not gone. "It all makes sense now. I finally understood. You have been scheming against me and my master for more than 100 years, yelled Han Li while looking at Wang Wei with pure hatred in his eyes. "More than a century ago, when you experienced divine punishment thunder, the sect master called all the elders to come to help. With my master's contradiction with the other factions, he would never have come to help. However, suddenly, one of his advisors gave him the idea of capturing divine punishment thunder in order for me to refine and increase my strength. So, with excitement, he followed the advice." The madness in Han Li's eyes increased as he continued to narrate past events. His eyes had already turned completely red, signifying that he was on the verge of bedevilment. Little did he know that this was actually your calculation. You wanted to use divine punishment thunder to temper your body. However, this kind of thunder is extremely destructive. Without the proper method, it is impossible to use. So, you used me who possessed the heavenly thunder physique to create the method needed to refine the black thunder. Only a person with my physique have the ability to create a method to refine divine punishment thunder. You probably guessed that my master would use the pain and misery I suffered to motivate me. After all, what better way to motivate someone than through pure hatred and desire for revenge? Haha, little did I know that I was only a little fish hooked to your bait. To be precise, everyone can be your little hooked fish. Whether it was Crown Prince Jisong, me, or even my master. Haha, young master Wang Wei. No, sacred son Wang Wei, you are worthy of being one of the most talented members of the sect in countless generations. Chapter 188. Thank you for the compliment, replied Wang Wei calmly while secretly reviewing the method that Han Li used to refine the divine punishment thunder. Haha, said Han Li. In guessing that even if I did not intrude in your sea of consciousness, you probably even have other plans on how to get that technique from me. It is probably through the members of my inner circle. I am guessing that many of them have already been infiltrated by your people. It would be easy for you to manipulate a few of them to trick me into giving them the technique. However, this time Wang Wei did not answer him. Meanwhile, all the other disciples were shocked by Han Li's revelation. They were terrified by the fact that Wang Wei could actually scheme against someone for more than 100 years in order to get some sort of technique. According to Han Li, even a great elder in the Saint realm was also easily calculated by the young sect master. Of course, the person currently most furious was of course Great Elder Longbow. He did not expect that he was schemed by a younger generation without even knowing him anything about it. What's even worse was the fact that there was nothing he could do about it. After hearing his disciples' words, a flash of killing intent appeared in Longbow's eyes. However, immediately afterwards he felt a powerful pressure locked on him. He knew that this was a warning against him. And this warning came directly from the true monarch's supreme elders. So, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. As for Han Li, after venting his emotions, he smiled crazily. Well, sacred son, you can calculate everything. Did you calculate this? Boom. A powerful explosion enveloped the entire arena, creating a mushroom cloud a few thousand kilometers high. Countless space cracks appeared. Although the protecting arrays still protected the surrounding area, the arena still shook tremendously. Cracks could be seen appearing everywhere amidst the terrible heat. This explosion was due to Han Li blowing up his primordial soul in a suicided attempt to kill Wang Wei in his madness. What's more, this suicided attack actually reached the level of the Void Shatter realm. A fact which was proven by the fact that the stable space of this world was actually broken. After the explosion site was cleared out of all the fire or heat, Wang Wei was still standing in the middle of the arena, and he was intact with no injuries whatsoever. And this was not due to his powerful fleshly body, but due to the powerful talisman that he activated right before the explosion. A powerful barrier surrounded him as he looked at the few rags remaining of Han Li. Then he muttered, "Yes, I can also calculate such an outcome." During the trial in the lower realm, Wang Wei had long learned his lesson on enemies that were driven to the verge. Whether it was his fight against Dong Hao or Ji Song, his opponent would always use desperate moves when death approached them. Not to mention that Wang Wei could feel through soul fluctuation that Han Li was not in his best state of mind. So, how could he not take precautions? After the arena calmed down, then everyone suddenly realized what had happened. The number one contemporary sacred son tried to kill the young sect master in a suicide attacks. Many people were puzzled by Han Li's actions while few people could actually guess the reason. No one can easily accept that someone that they thought was their opponent actually treated them as nothing but a chess piece that can move or discard any time. Han Li's suicide attack was actually a last of rebellion in order to show his enemy that he could not calculate everyone, that he has his own will and will not be used as a hooked fish or a discarded chess piece. Unfortunately, in the end he still failed. Many people signed after thinking about this. Some people admired Han Li's last determined will before his death. Some disdained him and thought that he took the easy way out. He should have waited until he was strong enough to avenge himself. No matter the different opinion that people have of him, his actions will still have some lasting impact. Or maybe not. After the battle was over, Great Long Bow snorted coldly before returning to his own mountain. Unfortunately for him, none of the people who previously followed him left with him. These people are realists. They knew that with Han Li's death, the sectarian faction led by Long Bow no longer had any ways to fight with the other factions. And soon enough they will be heavily suppressed. So, they wanted to quickly change sides while there was still the opportunity. Meanwhile, Sect Master Wang Tian watched Long Bow flying away as he thought to himself, "Long Bow, I have known you for many years. Although we do not see eye to eye on many things, I still consider you a member of the sect. So, do not force me to do something that I do not want to do." After that, Wang Tian looked at the disciples in the arena before announcing, "Now it is the perfect time for any of the other contemporary sacred sons to challenge Wang Wei to become the sacred son, otherwise the position will go to him." The arena instantly became silent after this announcement. All the other disciples looked at the place where the other contemporary sacred sons were sitting. However, none of these guys moved or said anything. All of them were still in the peak of the divine body realm and were not even a match for Han Li. So, how dare they challenge that demonic genius that almost ripped Han Li apart? Unless they were not afraid of death. After seeing the reaction of these people, Wang Tian then announced, "In that case, the Sacred Sun ceremony will take place in 7 days. Afterwards, everyone evacuated and headed home to their own abode." Wang Wei returned to the Wang clan mountains in order to further ponder his gain during this battle. As for Wang Tian, he headed back to Tianwei Peak with all the other elders. This was the perfect opportunity to unite all the factions of the sect under one banner for a better future development. Furthermore, he needed to watch Long Bow closely and ensure that he does not do anything stupid. As for Wang Wei, after returning to his seclusion, he started thinking about his strength as he discovered a problem. He could not fully use the power of his physique. Since his Fate Puppeteer physique is a new one, there is no cultivation technique best suited for him. Although the Origin Path scripture allows anybody to cultivate it, it cannot bring to full display Wang Wei's physique. One example of that is after breaking through the supernatural realm, Wang Wei can see a bunch of lines on top of people's heads with his divine sense. Instinctively, he knew that these lines were referred to as fate line and contained information about a person's fate. Whether it was when they were born, what they have accomplished in their lives, and even things that are going to happen to them in the future. Despite knowing the ability of the fate lines, Wang Wei does not have the ability to observe a person's fate. All he can do is see the fate lines. As such, he knew that he needed a specific technique to be able to do such a thing. However, creating a technique that is perfectly suited for him is not that easy as he needs the perfect opportunity, otherwise the technique he creates might end up being a third-rated one. However, Wang Wei knew that such an opportunity was rapidly approaching. And that was the opening of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. The academy contained a powerful artifact known as 3,000 Tao tablets, which contained the enlightenment of many great emperors throughout the ages. So, when the academy officially opens up to the public, many heaven chosens throughout the entire world will head there in an attempt to get access to these tablets, and Wang Wei was one of these people. As long as he becomes enlightened of the 3,000 Tao tablets, he will be able to create a powerful cultivation technique perfectly suited for his physique, and thus further increase his strength. Chapter 189. After making plans for his foreseeable future, Wang Wei began to review the technique that he got from Han Li's memories. According to its creator, the technique was rudely and simply called Divine Punishment Thunder Refining. After taking a brief moment to review this secret technique, Wang Wei had a frown on his face. The reason for that was due to the fact this method requires a proven Tao artifact in order to cultivate. And Wang Wei will not have one of these things until he breaks through the divine body realm. Thinking about this, Wang Wei felt like it might have been better to wait to use heavenly tribulation to reach the realm of great perfection for his muscle. After spending a few seconds secretly complaining, Wang Wei regained his bearing. He knew that it was better to use divine punishment thunder than any other form of heavenly tribulations. However, he has to modify this secret technique to make sure that a proven Tao artifact is no longer necessary when cultivating. After taking a few days in cultivating retreat, Wang Wei went out in order to prepare for his ceremony. As part of the ceremony, Wang Wei was granted a very fancy dress. It was a purple ancient garment with gold lines carved on them. He had a very fancy crown-like headband in his top knot that matched his outfit. This outfit made his already very prominent noble temperament even more noticeable. It seemed that the color purple was made for him. Of course, Wang Wei was satisfied with his new clothes not because the color was pleasing to the eye, but because of the protection that these clothes provided him. Although his clothes looked like any normal garment, Wang Wei knew that they were in fact full of arrays or formation. These arrays consist of ones that made the clothes perfectly fit him, able to adjust the temperature to his desire, and even able to change color. More importantly, this new garment was full of protective arrays that can protect his life in the case of danger. Of course, he needs to be able to activate them in time. One thing that Wang Wei liked the most about his new clothes was the fact that it had the ability to regrow by itself after being damaged. Wang Wei does not know how many times his clothes have been destroyed in the midst of battle, so he truly appreciated this setting. After dressing himself properly, a ceremony took place in front of all the disciples and elders of the sect. As a matter of fact, these kinds of ceremonies where a powerful sect chooses an heir is usually a grand and lavish event. The Tao opening sect would then invite many powerful sects and factions all over the world to witness such an occasion. This was a way to show their wealth, strength, and status. And also a way to show their heaven chosen to the world and warn other people not to mess with him or her. However, in this glorious age, all the factions are being very cautious. As such, not factions including the Tao opening sect actually send invitations to other people. Even the Eternal Dream sect, a very close ally of the Tao opening sect, was not invited to attend the ceremony. Of course, Wang Wei's image and status will be reported to all the sects of the world. After all, the Tao opening sect still needs to warn other people not to mess with their future sect master. However, this warning might be useless in this glorious age. Many people can feel that a tremendous amount of change will occur after this generation heaven will battle. There is a chance that the new emperor era might end and a new era might be started by this generation's great emperor. As such, they will do anything possible for their future heaven chosen, even if they have to attract the ire of the most powerful sect of the world. During the ceremony, Wang Wei received a token that represented his status as the sacred son. Then, his father explained to him all the rights and powers he had as a sacred son. For example, he can take a large amount of spiritual milk in the Calcify Milk Cave. He can enter many of the sect's secret realm without any need for contribution points. He has access to a mountain of his own. And this mountain is only second to the Tianwei Peak, Sect Master's Mountain, in terms of level of spiritual energy. In general, many of the rights that the sacred son should have were already available to Wang Wei. However, this was not publicly announced to the sect before. Now things just became official. Of course, there are some powers that he did not have before that he could use now. For example, given the right reasons, he can mobilize any of the Saint Realm cultivators of the sect to take action for him. As for cultivators below the Saint Realm, Wang Wei did not need a reason or excuse to mobilize them. As long as he ordered, all the void-shattered realm cultivators and below can be mobilized by him as his strength. After the ceremony, Wang Wei went to visit his mountain. During this process, a little accident occurred. His mother started crying that he was actually abandoning her, that he did not want her anymore. If Wang Wei did not promise her to visit often and have family dinner with her, he feared that she would cry for days at the foot of his new mountain. Of course, later he learned from his father that the crying was just an act by his mother to guilt-trip him into all these promises. Well, he has to admit that his mother was a better actress than anyone from his past life, because even with his very keen observant ability, he did not discover that she was acting. After arriving at his mountain, the first thing Wang Wei did was to rename the mountain from Absolute Sword Mountain to Dominating Fate Mountain. Wang Wei took a deep breath as he absorbed the vast amount of spiritual energy in the surrounding area. This single breath of him was worth more than a few hundred origin sources. All around he could see demonic beasts like cranes flying and chirping the air. The grass grew luscious and beautiful. There was a white ancient manor made of wood in the middle of the mountain. Countless beautiful servants stood in rows in the front of the manor. The entire place was like an abode of a mortal taking a leisure vacation in the mortal world. As soon as Wang Wei arrived in front of the manor, Wang Ju, who was in the front of all the other servants, suddenly bowed, "Welcome the sacred sun." Then all the other servants followed her actions. The words, "Welcome the sacred sun," echoed throughout this mountain, and it was in perfect harmony with the cranes flying in the sky. Wang Wei smiled after seeing this. "You may all rise." Then he entered the manor followed by Wang Ju, who started to explain the entire layout of the manor to him. This included all the normal rooms, the medical garden, the alchemy and refining room, and the formations that surrounded not only the manor but the entire mountain. The entire process took a few hours. If the two of them did not have the ability to fly, this process could have taken days given how vast this manor actually was. Wang Wei guessed that a space-folding formation was placed inside the manor due to the fact that the inside appeared too big compared to the outside. The next day after the ceremony, both Yan Liling and Li Jun came to see him bringing gifts. Then the three of them had a brief chat. "So, how did the task I gave you go?" asked Wang Wei directly. "Was fine. Besides the number 2 contemporary sacred son, who was a little challenging, I easily beat or suppressed all the other ones," replied Li Jun with a big smile on his face. "That's good. Big brother, you should have been there when I beat the 5th-rank contemporary sacred son. I made sure to hit this guy in his face until even his mother could not recognize him." "Hey, who made him more handsome than me?" Wang Wei's mouth started to twitch after hearing this. He remembered a long time ago that this particular contemporary sacred son was voted the most handsome person of the sect. After so many years he had forgotten about such a thing, but it seemed that the same thing could not be said for Li Jun. After chatting with these two for a while, Wang Wei went back to cultivate. There was still some time before the opening of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. He has a feeling that things are about to become more intense from now on, as all the Heaven Chosens are starting to make their debuts on the world stage. Chapter 190. And just like that, another 5 years passed by and Wang Wei opened his eyes from his meditation. He first checked his infinite divine sea and he saw 7 origin patterns lying on his ancient lamp. Then he stood up while cracking the bones in his body. However, instead of normal popping sounds, his bones sounded like grenades exploding. After that, Wang Wei sighed helplessly. The real reason that he went into seclusion was to modify the divine punishment thunder refining secret technique. However, the results were not that satisfactory. Divine punishment thunder is very destructive by nature, making it very difficult to make it beneficial to anybody. Even Han Li's method is at best a shoddy method that allows someone to refine a tiny amount of it. Well, this can blame Han Li, as this specific thunder was designed to destroy beings like a great emperor. And even Wang Wei does not expect to be able to directly refine this kind of thunder. What he has to do is to allow his body to slowly absorb a little of its power, then slowly increase the amount as his fleshly body becomes more adaptable to it. Unfortunately for him, even the first step of absorbing a tiny amount has proven to be of great difficulty for him. Of course, Wang Wei could use the remaining merit that he has to increase his comprehension, but he still needs to create a cultivation technique best suited for his physique. Furthermore, it's not that Wang Wei cannot improve Han Li's secret method, but that the process is slower than he anticipated even with his terrifying comprehension. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei was being a little too picky. Not many people in this world can improve such a technique, let alone do it in such a short time. Some people might not even be able to cultivate Han Li's original version, let alone improve it. Even Han Li himself was lucky to be able to create such a heaven-defying technique, and it was mainly due to his special physique. On top of that, he did not really succeed in doing so. His technique did not really allow him to refine divine punishment thunder, but to be able to use a little part of it through a powerful artifact. At the higher stage of this technique, Hanli was able to store some of the thunder inside his body, but he did not actually refine it. After exiting his seclusion, Wang Wei went to meet his parents and spend a few days with them. Then he left the sect, heading to the academy on his own. Wang Wei spent the majority of his time in the sect or going to places through instant teleportation, so he rarely has the opportunity to travel and personally see the world. So, he decided to take this time to do exactly that. So, he left alone without his group, which he had already notified to head to the Emperor Enlightening Academy before him. Of course, Wang Wei knew that he was not truly alone, as his Tao protector, Yan Chen, was secretly following him. But he did not care. Wang Wei knew that compared to the really powerful cultivators, he was still considered a weakling, so he needed the protection. As long as Yan Chen did not interfere with his sightseeing, he would not mind. After leaving the mountain range of the sect, the first thing that Wang Wei did was leaving the Heavenspan domain, which was occupied by the Tao opening sect. Afterwards, he did not go through a few teleportation arrays in order to get to his destination. Instead, he hired a flying demonic beast from one of the businesses of the herd-raising valley. Given the fact that teleportation is very expensive and not all cultivators can nor are willing to pay for it, the business of hiring demonic beasts has been very prosperous, and the herd-raising valley controls the majority of this kind of business. During his journey, Wang Wei started to observe the environment around him. The entire world is divided into cultivators and mortals. The cultivating cities are usually vast and prosperous, and they gave off a similar vibe to the eras of Great Tang in Wang Wei's past life. It was the vibe of being refined, ethereal and immortal-like. Whether it was the way people spoke, dressed, or even culture was similar to the Great Tang dynasty. As for the mortal cities, the vibe was more similar to the Great Qin dynasty. There were severe laws, and ordinary people could be whipped or killed based on the severity of the laws that they broke. The clothes that they wore were more plain and simple. And things like poetry and art were not really appreciated by ordinary mortals except for a few noble or wealthy individuals. While slowly enjoying his travel, Wang Wei heard about an auction that was about to take place in a city called Clear Lake, so he stopped by to check it out. As soon as Wang Wei arrived in front of the auction, he saw a beautiful woman waiting outside. At first he thought that something special was going on in this auction, but it turned out that this woman was actually waiting for him, so he asked her how did he know that he was coming here. Her answer did surprise him a little. The woman, who called herself Li Jingfei, said with a smile, "Sacred son Wang Wei, you might not be aware, but many people around the world are monitoring your travel. Although many people know your final destination, this cannot stop them from keeping an eye on you. And this includes our Association of Chamber of Commerce." Wang Wei nodded as he realized this. Since Wang Wei decided to treat this trip like a vacation, he did not really pay attention to many things around him, so he failed to notice this kind of thing. However, he did not care. With true monarch Yan Chen protecting him, nothing would truly happen to him. Furthermore, as long as someone had a slight killing desire or intention towards him, he would have noticed it. Furthermore, it's not like he was actively trying to hide himself. Wang Wei knew that heaven chosen like him is similar to popular stars from his past life. Everywhere he goes, he will always have one or two eyes secretly following him. Whether it is to know his destination, secretly observe his strength, or trying to determine his temperament through his day-to-day behavior, people will always try to observe him when he goes out. So he did not care. However, what he did care about was this Association of Chamber of Commerce. According to information he read in the past, this association was formed by a group of powerful chambers of commerce scattered throughout the entire world. More importantly, this association is a core member of the Immortal Tao Alliance, which is basically a group made up of countless immortal lineages. To this day, Wang Wei only knows a little about immortal lineages. According to what he recently learned from his father, Immortal Venerate and Tao Ancestor is a cultivation stage above the Supreme Realm. These two realms of cultivation are considered an alternative way to the path of Emperor. And in this stage, cultivators are considered immortal, meaning they do not have to worry about their lifespans. However, in order to become an Immortal Venerable or Tao Ancestor, the help of a great emperor is still required, as cultivators cannot reach this realm on their own. This is one of the reasons that many sects are always fighting to cultivate another great emperor, because this will lead to their sects having a few more immortals cultivators. For those people who do not have the opportunity to prove the Tao, the immortal path or the Tao Ancestor path is their only chance at becoming immortal beings. After hearing this information, Wang Wei was quite shocked, so he asked his father so many questions. What exactly are Immortal Venerables and Tao Ancestors? How does one reach such a cultivating realm? Can any of these people fight a great emperor? What impact can these cultivators have in the world? Why has the news been kept secret from the world? Why has he never seen or heard about any immortal venerables from the sect beside the one that provided Li Jun with his bloodline when he was cultivating his new physique? Unfortunately for him, his father did not answer most of his questions. The only thing that he did answer was the fact that is an agreement called the Immortal Avenue Pact, signed by all the cultivators of the world, that no immortal venerables or Tao ancestors will intervene in the world until a great emperor is born in each generation. The reason for that was due to how powerful and destructive a battle between these immortal beings can be, so it was necessary to limit them. Chapter 191. As for the Immortal Tao Alliance, it is composed of many immoral lineages that banded together in order to protect themselves from the Emperor's lineage of the world. The members include sects like the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and the Association of Chamber of Commerce that was in charge of the auction that Wang Wei is about to take part in. After thinking about these things, Wang Wei motioned for Li Jingfei to bring him inside the action. Then, with a happy smile on her face, she brought him to the VIP area and handed him a list of all the things that were about to be auctioned. Most of the items were of no interest to Wang Wei, however he still stayed throughout the entire process. It turns out that Li Jingfei was also the auctioneer, an act which apparently passed a lot of people. As soon as she appeared on the stage, countless cheers echoed throughout the entire room. Many people started to compliment her and shower her with praises. However, Li Jingfei seemed to be used to this type of behavior. She secretly looked at the number 1 VIP area and she was disappointed when she noticed that Wang Wei was not part of the people who were complimenting her. Then she started introducing all the items one by one and people bid for them fervently. However, Wang Wei did not react as none of these things were of any value to him. The only time that he paid attention was near the end of the auction. And it was not because he was interested in the objects being auctioned, he was just surprised by the item and people's desire for it. Next, we will auction a bottle with 10 drops of holy spring water. I do not need to explain how valuable this actually is. Only 1 drop is needed to save a dying cultivator. And with this bottle, it is like having 10 extra lives. The starting bidding price is 0, and each bid has to be increased by 1,000 origin sources. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, origin stones are no longer useful. Li Jingfei had a smile on her face after announcing the price. Although the room became quiet for a few seconds, she was not worried about people not buying it. And she was right. A few seconds into the silence, someone from another VIP booth yelled, 10,000 origin sources. 20,000 origin sources. 50,000 origin sources, yelled one person, then that person released a powerful saint aura, preventing other people from bidding after him. However, soon another person snorted coldly and released its own saint aura, 70,000 origin stones. Then those 2 Saint Reem cultivators started to wage a price war with one another while the other people remained silent. As for Wang Wei, he was reflecting on his life after seeing this scene. It was at this moment that it dawned on him the kind of advantage he has due to his high background. Back more than a century ago, after exiting the Spirit Road trial, his mother asked him to bathe in holy spring water in order to remove all the hidden injuries in his body. But now, these Saint Realm powerhouses were fighting like their families were slaughtered by the other person over a few drops. And he could bathe in such precious material as an ordinary mortal. Wang Wei sighed as he realized that wealth and resources inequality exist in any world. Some people might spend their entire life accomplishing something, while another person was born with it. Although Wang Wei never believed that a person's beginning or origin dictated their future accomplishment, he was still very glad that he had such a high starting point. This fact has saved him a lot of time and trouble. The prices of the holy spring water reached a few hundred thousands before it was bought by the first Saint Realm true person that spoke. However, Wang Wei could tell that this guy will not be able to leave this auction peacefully. Of course, this was not the main attraction of this auction. That glory was reserved for supreme tier weapons. Many other Saint Realm true persons participated in the bidding for it. The price reached a few million origin sources, however Wang Wei did not care nor did he bid for it. For once, his space ring has a few supreme tier origin treasures and they are not of the lowest quality like the one auctioned. More importantly, he could not even use such a powerful treasure without the power of law, so it was pointless to buy something that he could not even use. The only thing that Wang Wei bought was a map that supposedly led to an inheritance from the past. As soon as Wang Wei bid for this treasure, no one competed against him. The cultivators of this world were not stupid. Based on Wang Wei's temperament and the way the association treated him, these cultivators guessed that he was one of the heaven chosen of one of the powerful sections. And these cultivators knew that every heaven chosen is usually accompanied by a powerful Tao protector, so they did not dare to mess with him. Of course, a few of them still could not resist the temptation. Unfortunately for them, they were all annihilated by true monarch Yan Qin in order not to disturb Wang Wei's little vacation. A few weeks passed by and Wang Wei was still slowly traveling towards the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Wang Wei was currently traveling by boat with many other people. His gray hair and eyes attracted the eyes of many ladies, but he ignored them as he was used to being the center of attention everywhere he went. A few days ago he followed the map he bought and entered a secret realm and got the inheritance of a sect that was long destroyed. The sect was a supreme land, so he got a few treasures and techniques of such caliber. Although nothing of true value was found inside, Wang Wei was still happy to acquire a bunch of treasure without much effort. No one disliked getting richer. Another notable event was the fact that a Saint Realm true person was killed, however this had nothing to do with him. While Wang Wei was standing alone watching the breathtaking view of the ocean, someone approached him and started a conversation. It was quite the beautiful woman, however, she seemed plain and simple at the same time. Her body exhumed a kind and gentle temperament that made anyone want to be friends with her. She was wearing a blue hanfu with long black hair. A broken jade pendant was hanging around her dress, and she smiled after walking next to Wang Wei. "Hello," she said with a smile. "Hello, can I help you with something?" "No, I just wanted to take a look at you." "Oh, are you like one of these women that secretly admires me and looked at me like I was the rarest and most beautiful jade that they have ever seen in their life? Well, I admire the fact that you are more bold than them." She was a little surprised by my words before giggling a little. "No, it was because you remind me of someone that I knew from long ago." Her cheery laughter faded after saying that, replaced by deep nostalgia and sadness. Wang Wei took notice of the change in her mood, but he did not ask as they had just met. "Is that so?" "Well, I do not believe that, as I am a very unique individual." "Well, that is according to my mother." Her smile returned again. "You are indeed unique. But you still have two similarities with that person." "Oh, I'm suddenly intrigued. Please elaborate." "The first thing is your sense of humor. He was always able to make me laugh no matter the situation. He had a way to bring joy to me no matter the dire situation," she replied, then paused for a few seconds. She seemed lost in her own memories. "The second similarity is the fact that you two have the same eyes." "Eyes?" "Yes, you two have the same dedication in your eyes. The dedication to do anything for the people they loved. The dedication to destroy millions of lives in order to save a few. The dedication to overturn heaven and earth for your loved ones. The dedication to turn into the most vile of devils for the sake of love." Wang Wei was silent after hearing this, as he knew that she was right. He knew that if something were to happen to his friends or family, he would not hesitate to do any of the things she said to save them. The problem is, how can she determine his entire personality just by looking at his eyes? Noticing that something was wrong, he activated his true vision ability, however he did not see anything. She did not have a chi luck dragon on top of her head, and Wang Wei did not even see any fate lines on her. Chapter 192. Discord in the comments section. After noticing that something was wrong, Wang Wei wanted to say something to her, but she suddenly asked, "Can I touch your face?" Instinctively he wanted to decline her, but changed his mind after looking deep in her eyes. So, she reached out her small and jade-like hands to slowly caress his face. Although she was looking straight at him, Wang Wei could tell that he was not the person she was seeing. In her eyes he could see that his figure was replaced by someone else. She caressed his face for a few seconds before muttering under her breath, "You should not go through all of this length." Wang Wei was both surprised and curious towards her, so he wanted to ask her about the person she seemed to be reminiscing about. However, she had suddenly disappeared in front of him. He did not see how she did that. Even his true vision and divine sense did not notice anything. It was as if she was never here in the first place. Confused, Wang Wei suddenly yelled out loud, "Supreme Elder!" "Yes, young master." "Did you see the woman that was talking to me just now?" "Yes, I did." "Do you know what she was? How did she disappear?" "She seemed to be a ghost spirit." "Seemed?" asked Wang Wei, not sure where the uncertainty came from. "Well, usually ghost spirits are mortals or cultivators who died with grave grievances, which served as a tether to the living world. However, I did not feel any grievance from this person, so not really sure." Yan Qin paused for a few seconds. "As for how she disappeared, even I could not detect how she did it." Wang Wei had a frown on his face as he began to ponder the whole situation. Then he found a few things weird after reviewing the entire encounter. First thing, he did not notice how she approached him until she spoke to him. For someone with such a keen sense of his surroundings, this was odd. Secondly, how did she manage to read his personality in such details after they had just met? Only a few people that are very close to him truly know what kind of person he was. To the outside world, he always portrayed a facade of strength, wisdom, and ruthlessness. A person who will do anything to achieve his goals, even if he needs to sacrifice the people close to him. This was shown by the way he treated Han Li, a member of his own sect. However, that woman was able to see through him so easily. As a matter of fact, this was not the most disconcerting thing that happened during their brief encounter. The thing that worried Wang Wei the most was the last act. When she asked him to touch his face, given how cautious his nature was, he would never allow a person that he found strange and incomprehensible to easily approach him, let alone touch his face. In that situation he was very vulnerable. Yet he still allowed it to happen. This can mean two things. One, her soul is so powerful that she can easily influence his mind without him even noticing, or she used a secret technique that can bypass his soul or mind defense. No matter what the situation is, the result is still terrible news for Wang Wei. Although he believed that if that woman had any negative thoughts against him, his intuition would warn him, this did not change the fact that he was still spiritually influenced. This event has proven to Wang Wei that his so-called high-quality soul was not as perfect as he imagined. This world is vast and has a long history. Who knows what kind of heaven-defying techniques or abilities that cultivators have developed over the years. Wang Wei then took a deep breath to regain his bearing. This event has taught him an important lesson. Although his soul is special, without the knowledge on what makes it special and how to use this speciality, he should never blindly believe in its power. After thinking about this, he continued his travels toward the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. Meanwhile, back at the Tao Opening Sect, Great Elder Long Bo received the news of Wang Wei's departure. A crazy and ruthless lit flashed across his eyes as he looked at the formation. I refuse to swallow this breath, he muttered to himself as he injected his origin essence in the formation to activate it. He has been secretly preparing this array for the past 5 years. The purpose is to allow him to secretly leave the sect unnoticed by anyone. After activating the formation, a clone with the same look, cultivation, and aura as Long Bo appeared in the room. The clone even has the ability to fight and interact with anyone, so it is virtually impossible to tell the real Long Bo from the clone. After that, the real Long Bo teleported out of the sect, and even out of the Heavenspan domain. After teleporting away, Long Bo looked in the direction that Wang Wei was heading as he muttered with gritted teeth. The Death Order Palace may refuse to take on this job, however the same cannot be said for these devil cultivators in the Western continent. As long as the price is right, they will gladly send more than one true monarchs to preoccupy Yan Qin and kill that little bastard. After that, he placed a hood over his head and headed on direction. However, Long Bo did not know that as soon as he disappeared from the sect, a shadow appeared in his seclusion room. Even his clone did not notice the shadow, who proceeded to inform sect master Wang Tian of his departure. At Tianwei Peak, as soon as Wang Tian received the news, he sighed out loud and looked out the window for a few minutes. As it comes to this, he thought to himself. The sound of footsteps soon woke Wang Tian from his daze, then he immediately stood up when he saw the person who came. Father, what brought you here to see me? Wang Chang took a brief look at his son. I know despite the factional disagreement between you and Long Bo, long ago you two were considered friends. So, I will take care of this matter in your place. Thank you, father. Wang Chang nodded before disappearing instantly from the room. It did not take him long before he tracked Long Bo's location. While traveling through space, Long Bo suddenly felt the void around him become unstable, then he was ejected out by the space channel that he created. Immediately knowing that something had gone wrong, Long Bo instantly opened his domain. Then, the laws of heaven and earth in the surrounding few kilometers were usurped and changed by him. Wang Tian, I know you are here, so come out. Don't be a coward and show yourself. Unfortunately for you, he is not here, replied a powerful and overbearing voice. As soon as Long Bo saw who showed up, he knew that he would not survive today. So he laughed maniacally. Did I do something wrong? Is it wrong for me to want the sectarian faction of the sect to rise and prosper? Do not place yourself as an unjust martyr, replied Wang Chang with a cold voice. The truth of the matter is you did not do all this for the sake of the sectarian faction, but for your own selfish greed. You wanted to take power for yourself, you wanted the glory of being a great emperor's master. However, after you failed, you did not accept defeat gracefully. Instead, you had the audacity to plot against my grandson. The reason that you will die today is not because of your ambitions, but because these ambitions far exceed your capabilities. After saying these words, Wang Chang ignored the ugly look on Long Bo's face, then a giant figure appeared behind him. This figure was Wang Chang's Dharma body, and unlike Yan Chen's, this one looked exactly like him. With a wave of his hand, the Dharma body squeezed and crushed Long Bo's domain without much effort. Well, this was normal, as Dharma bodies are physical manifestations of domain, as such, in essence, are a higher form of evolution of Saint's domain. Following which, Long Bo was crushed to death, and he did not even have the chance to scream. His body, soul, and laws were completely destroyed instantly. He did not have a single chance to resist, let alone fight back. Then Wang Chang left immediately afterward. As soon as Long Bo died, a phenomenon of countless stars falling appeared in the sky of the myriad emperor world. Then, a profound sadness enveloped all the cultivators in the world, making them take a few minutes of mourning. As for the knowledgeable ones, they knew that this was the sign of a saint fallen. They sighed, knowing that this was a turbulent world, and even such a powerful cultivator cannot escape the shackles of life and death. Chapter 193. After Long Bo's death, his soul lamp back in the sect was destroyed, thus alerting many of the other elders. Many people sighed at this unfortunate event, but few actually cared, even the members of his own faction. People like Fan Lei, the great elder that oversees the library, knew that this was a predicted outcome. Although he wished that his old friend would not do anything stupid to force the sect to do anything against him, unfortunately for him, his wish did not come true. So, after taking a few moments to grieve the death of his old friend, he moved on with his life. In the cultivating world, death is a constant and eternal theme. Death is nothing but one of the many natural cycles of the universe, of the Tao. As for Wang Wei, he did not learn of Long Bo's death until later on. After spending a few months traveling throughout a few domains in the central continent, he finally arrived in the Heaven Bliss domain, which was the location of the Emperor's Enlightening Academy. Just like the Tao opening sect, the Academy has control over countless domains, which served as the locations for its different branches. But the Heaven Bliss domain is the core area of the Academy where all the elite reside. Whether it is the teachers, deacons, or students, they are the best of the best. All the students and staff of the other domains dreamed of one day being eligible to be transferred to this place. The entire Heaven Bliss domain was actually a giant city. According to Wang Wei's estimation, the entire city is probably the size of the solar system from his previous life. As such, there are designated areas for people to fly and teleportation arrays to send people to different places. This was the first time that Wang Wei had seen such a large continuous city, so he decided to take a tour before officially reporting to the Academy. Of course, he did not know that his arrival caused a great stir. It was like a stone thrown in a calm lake, creating far and wide ripples. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, all the Heaven Chosen suddenly felt his existence. It was as if the final boss of a video game suddenly appeared, making all the players nervous. They all knew that with his arrival, the real competition was about to begin. The first worldwide struggle in this generation's Heaven Will battle was about to take place. From now on, all the Heaven Chosens will officially declare their existence to the world. More importantly, the people that can truly hold the title of Heaven Chosen were about to be decided. While most of the geniuses of different factions were preparing for the future confrontation, Wang Wei was leisurely continuing his tour of the city. He did not care that people were waiting for him. After eating at one of the most popular restaurants of the city, Wang Wei was walking in the streets with a satisfied smile on his face when he noticed a beggar in a corner with a go board in front of him. There were two reasons that he noticed this beggar. One is the fact that such prosperous city would never allow a beggar to live unhindered and without worry. Second was this beggar's cultivation level. Although most people passed by the beggar with a look of disdain and disgust on their faces, Wang Wei could tell that this beggar was actually a Saint Realm true person. So with curiosity, he approached the beggar to figure out his deal. However, as soon as his eyes landed on the go board, he frowned as he realized this was not just an ordinary game. Intrigued, Wang Wei sat on the floor while deeply observing the board. As for the beggar, he completely ignored his visitor as he also concentrated on the board game. After spending a few hours analyzing this go board, Wang Wei sighed before saying, "Old man, you are crazy." The beggar finally raised his eyes to look at Wang Wei. "You understand this board?" he asked with a hoarse voice. "Yes, this board is a representation of the Tao of Heaven, the ability to acquire all the knowledge and secrets that exist between heaven and earth, then use this knowledge to secretly control all worlds and beings like a chessboard, the Tao that allows one person to become omniscient." The beggar has a surprised look on his face. He did not expect the brat to only spend a few hours to analyze the entire board in just a few hours. Only a few of his peers can do such a thing, and they would need days if not months. You are an interesting brat. No, you are the interesting one. I am seriously wondering how you managed to cultivate the saint realm with such a Tao. The beggar sighed after hearing this, then sadness, anger, despair, and unwillingness flashed across his eyes. Brat, what do you mean by I'm crazy? Is there something wrong with my Tao? Do you think you can truly become all-knowing, become omniscient? Why not? The yin-yang emperor could calculate everything under heaven and earth and treat the world as a chessboard. The keyword is calculate, meaning he could anticipate all the variables possible under heaven and earth, then create a method to deal with it. But what you are doing is to know everything in the universe, know all possible outcomes with 100% certainty, know all the Taos in existence. The beggar sighed again, then looked at the Go board instead of looking at Wang Wei. However, the latter did not stop talking. Let me ask you, have you ever heard of any great emperor that has become omniscient? Even among the best of them? No. That's right. Heavenly Tao is ruthless and treats all things as equals. As such, there is no difference between an ant and a great emperor. They still have limits, restraints, or shackles. The beggar looked at Wang Wei with a look of shock on his face, then he started laughing. Haha, you called me crazy, then went on to compare an ant with the one of the greatest beings that have walked between heaven and earth. However, Wang Wei was calmed and did not react much. This is the difference between you and me. You see a great emperor as an unimaginable and indescribable being, but I see it as just another cultivating realm. Furthermore, in the endless void with infinite possibilities, who knows if there is a place out there where a great emperor is nothing but a bigger ant in front of the truly powerful beings. The beggar stopped laughing and looked at Wang Wei with deep and profound eyes. As a person who cultivates the Tao of heaven, he knows many deep and hidden secrets of the world. However, this less than 200 years old snot-nosed brat can actually infer these secrets by himself, so he must not be a simple role. After reining in both his laughter and his wandering mind, the beggar looked at the Go board for a few long seconds before saying, So, sacred son Wang Wei, what do you think I should do? Abandon my path? Not necessarily. In this world, there is only one person or thing that can successfully cultivate the Tao of heaven. Heavenly Tao, replied the beggar with a deep look in his eyes. Yes, there are countless worlds each with a heavenly Tao of their own. And if they are all connected, then they can share knowledge from trillions of years, trillions of people, and trillion of worlds. Only with this method can heavenly Tao come remotely close to being omniscient, but even that is probably not enough as there are too many restrictions and possibilities. The beggar had another shocked look on his face. He never thought about this possibility. How does that help me? Simple, by merging with heavenly Tao and getting access to all its secrets, knowledge and mechanisms will you have a chance for you to continue on your Tao. However, that is a dangerous method as it is easy for you to be completely swallowed by heavenly Tao instead or become its puppet. The beggar's eyes shone after hearing Wang Wei's words. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the possibilities of this method. Then a powerful aura came out of the beggar's body, then golden clouds appeared in the sky around him. Countless chain-like objects started to circle around him. These things were actually laws of the world. This beggar had entered a state of enlightenment. After a few seconds, the visions around him faded and the beggar started laughing out loud while muttering to himself, So that's how it is. I finally found my path forward. After calming himself down, the beggar looked at Wang Wei with a happy smile. Brat, in order to repay the karma of directing the way, I accept one of your requests. How about become one of my followers? Asked Wang Wei directly. Haha, little brat, unfortunately for you, no matter how talented and special you are not yet worthy for me to follow you. Maybe later when you surpass me in strength. After saying that, the beggar took out a token and handed it to Wang Wei. When you are confused and need some special information or guidance, then use this token to find me and I will tell you all I know. Wang Wei looked at the token strangely. Why would I need your guidance? You cultivate the Tao of fate, right? After frowning for a while, he answered, That's correct. Then you will definitely need it. Then the beggar disappeared, leaving a puzzled Wang Wei standing there by himself looking at a token. Chapter 194. After Wang Wei finished thinking about the strange words of the beggar, he realized that many people had surrounded him. From their uniforms he could tell that they were the academy staff. Well, it made sense that they would appear here after sensing the aura of a saint. One person, who seemed to be the leader of the group, approached Wang Wei before saying, Sacred son, we have been waiting for you. This person did seem to care about the beggar. No, to be precise, he seemed to be already aware of his existence. Wang Wei looked at the person who spoke to him. He could easily sense that this person was also a saint and that he was not pleased to wait for him. And it was not just him, all the people who came together with this teacher had similar attitudes. However, these people easily displayed their emotions on their faces. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not care. The academy could have started the main event without him. The reason that they did not do so was because they needed his presence to draw attention and prestige to the world. Despite this, Wang Wei did not show any kind of arrogance in front of this teacher. As a former king, he knew how political games worked, so he just smiled calmly. "I apologize for my tardiness. It's just that this city was so breathtaking that I could not help but be mesmerized by it." As soon as Wang Wei said that, many of the other people removed the annoyance on their faces and thought that he was more pleasing to the eye. After all, the only reason that this famous sacred son was late was due to the beauty of their academy city. So, they showed a look of pride and satisfaction on their faces. As for the true person teacher, he secretly sighed as he could tell what Wang Wei did. With just a few empty compliments, he turned the unfavorable views that these people had about him around. He sighed at this kind of emotional manipulation. Our true disciple Lin Fan has a lot to learn if he wants to catch up to these heaven chosens, secretly thought the teacher. Well, it is our honor that this city satisfied your needs. However, if you do mind, I am here to escort you to the main area. Wang Wei nodded before following this escort group. They flew to a specific designation. Wang Wei knew that the academy city was divided into different areas. The place he met the beggar was just the outer area, which is accessible to anyone who wishes to visit. This area is mainly used for trading and served as the housing area for the students' families. According to the academy's rule, the students are only allowed to bring a few family members with them. Of course, there are a few exceptions. The place that Wang Wei was headed was a teleportation array. The city was so vast that he needed it to navigate quickly. After a few teleportations, Wang Wei and the group arrived on a plain. In front of him, he could see another vast city with many buildings and people moving around. However, he felt that something was wrong with this city. It seemed to be unreal, an illusion. So he closely observed for a few seconds before asking, "Is this a void mirage?" Very keen observation, sacred son. The real academy is located in a secret space isolated by the outside world. However, a void mirage was used to cover the fact from the general public, and it was also set as a form of defense. After saying that, the teacher handed Wang Wei a token, explaining to him that he needed this token in order to enter the secret space. Of course, another token was given to Yan Chen that was secretly protecting Wang Wei, otherwise he would have to forcibly break through and alert all the higher-ups of the academy. After activating the token, Wang Wei felt like he just passed through a thick water cover or filter. Then, the heaven and earth seemed to have changed. It was like he was transported from one world to another. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei found himself floating in the sky, looking at everything below him. He saw vast stretches of lands, forests and mountains scattered everywhere, and a beautiful city in the middle of everything. Right at the center of this city was a tall, grand, mighty and majestic golden building with the words, Emperor Enlightenment Academy written on it. Wang Wei easily noticed that this particular writing has a special Tao rhyme inserted on it, signifying that whoever wrote it was very powerful and had a deep understanding of the Tao. Wang Wei wanted to spend some time touring the city, however his escort did not give him the chance. They brought him straight to his residence, which was shared with the other member of the Tao opening sect that arrived earlier. So, with a speechless look on his face, Wang Wei entered his residence to reunite with his group. Then they had one of their usual meetings. "Where is Tai Gang?" asked Wang Wei as soon as he noticed his absence. "He became enlightened after your talk with him 5 years ago and has been in seclusion in order to create a method to train his undying army," replied Yan Liling. "Is that so? Well, what else have I missed?" Li Jun instantly became excited after hearing this, then he began to narrate his experience. "Big brother, you should have been here a few months ago for the opening ceremony. All the Heaven Chosens decided to use the grandest mode of entrance they could think of. For example, Lin Fan arrived in a chariot followed by hundreds of beautiful women. Ji Song had an army of powerful demonic beasts carrying his carriage. He even had a golden rock leading the army of demonic beasts. I can't believe that he actually tamed a demon race with imperial bloodline. And this was not all of it. Suya was carried on a throne made of humans. You should have seen it. When she walks off her throne, people will bend down on their hands and knees in order to create a path for her to step on." Wang Wei was again speechless for the second time today. However, Li Jim did not finish talking. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, "And this was not even the worst of entrances. Many members of the demon race were carried by humans with chains in their necks, and they would take pleasure in whipping these humans to the point of almost killing them. This made me so angry. However, since the academy did not say anything, I did not intervene. Of course, the worst entrance has to go to the devil cultivators. These people had things like rotten corpses, zombies, and wraiths pulling their carriages. It was quite disgusting. Wang Wei sighed and started to ponder whether he should have come earlier and also created a grand entrance. However, he quickly removed these thoughts from his mind as it was already too late and there was no point in thinking about this now. So, did you have your own big entrance? Of course, big brother. With the use of my innate talent, my entrance did not lose to anyone. I did not lose the face of our Dao opening sect. Wang Wei nodded, however he could see that Yan Liling was rolling her eyes in the corner. Obviously she did not like Li Jun's so-called grand entrance, but she did not want to extinguish his excitement, so she did not say anything. As for Wang Wei, he ignored the affairs of this couple. Wang Ju, what do you have to report to me? Young master, I have gathered basic information on all the people who came to the academy. However, before that, you have an invitation to attend tomorrow. What's so special about this invitation? It is for Miss Shi Shi. Shi Shi, the only daughter of the leader of the Association of Chamber of Commerce, also the person recognized as the most beautiful woman of the world in this generation. Most beautiful woman in the world? Isn't she a little narcissistic to give herself such a title? Young master, she did not give herself the title, but there is a published list with her as the #1 beauty of the myriad emperor world. Wang Wei nodded as he understood her meaning, that he pondered for a while before asking, in guessing I am not the only one who received this invitation? That's correct, young master. All the heaven chosen of different factions also received the same invitation. Wang Wei nodded as he could guess this Shi Shi's plan or her father's. It is to invite all these geniuses and future powerhouses using the title of the most beautiful woman of the world, then see if any of them have any interest in acquiring her. Although Wang Wei disdains these methods of using women as an object, he understands that this is a world where the culture is not as advanced as his past world. Furthermore, powerful men like to conquer beautiful women. This is a simple truth in this world. Additionally, the concept of gender inequality is not as prominent in this world as one would imagine. As long as a woman is powerful enough, she can do anything she wants, even opening her own harem. And no one can judge her or say anything about it. In the end, everything depends on strength in this cultivating world. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not care about the purpose of this Shi Shi. What he cared about was the fact that he had the opportunity to meet with all the other heaven chosens as soon as possible. Chapter 195. So who decided this ranking anyway? Asked Wang Wei. This kind of thing is not something just anyone could do, let alone let other people accept the result. It is the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. For many years, they have created many lists like the most powerful saint, the best chamber of commerce, and the strongest heaven chosen of a generation. Due to the fact that they have mostly been correct for countless generations, people not only accept their lists, but use them to acquire information about the world. Replied Wang Ju. Strongest heaven chosen? Is the list already available for this generation? Yes, you are ranked #1 on it, while D Tian from the D family is second. However what? You can say it. By now you should me well enough that I do not have such a massive ego that I would let a list made by strangers dictate my mood or actions. Wang Ju nodded before continuing. According to the list, the only reason that D Tian is ranked second is because there is not enough information about him compared to you. They theorized that if you and him were to fight, D Tian would have a 60% chance of winning, while you only have 40%. Wang Wei nodded after hearing this before asking her to hand him the official list to read. #1. Wang Wei, Sacred Son of the Dao Opening Sect. Cultivate the Origin Path Scripture, Overlord Fist, and the Ancient Desolate Body Refining Scripture. His fleshly body, origin essence have reached the peak and beyond of any cultivators. And his soul is currently behind comprehension. His will and Dao heart are also beyond measure as it is known that he is a young emperor. Personality and trait, very intelligent and manipulative. Does not always use his strength to achieve his goal as he can create elaborate plans and schemes that take hundreds of years. Feat. Defeating Crown Prince Ji Song and Han Lin who had the strength of the peak of the primordial spirit realm. As a matter of fact, the list about him was a lot longer, especially under Frat, as it also noted certain things he did in the Spirit Road trial and the fact that he evoked divine punishment thunder. After reading about him, Wang Wei continued, #2. D Tian. Young master of the D clan, cultivates his own created cultivation techniques known as the 9 Samsara Fist. However, as of currently, no individual has survived more than his second Samsara Fist. Personality and trait, also very intelligent and cunning. His schemes and plots are not under sacred son Wang Wei. However, unlike the latter, Di Tian is more brutal, cold-hearted and ruthless. So far, he displayed no moral bottom line as he can do anything to achieve his goals. Many people could even argue that he is a devil cultivator. Feat. Under his command, the Di family has completely annihilated countless devil sects or cultivators in the Western continent. For his Qi luck trial, instead of setting a fortune dynasty, he single-handedly brought the world close to destruction before saving it. We have theorized that he did such a thing in order to absorb the souls of the fallen, however no proof of this has been found. Wang Wei frowned after reading this as he could tell this person was not a simple role. Then he continued to read. The list placed both Ji Song and Jian Wushuang of the sword-casting villa at number 3. Wang Wei remembered seeing Jian Wushuang after the Spirit Road trial. He was almost killed by a devil cultivator of the heart-beating cult due to his low background, but he was saved and accepted as a disciple of the sword-casting villa due to his innate sword bone. According to Feat, he defeated the third heavenly physique, Suya, during their Qi luck trial. That made her position right after him. What surprised Wang Wei the most was the fact that the absolute chaos physique Lin Fan was ranked 5th. He sighed as this list perfectly displayed the fact that having a higher ranked physique does not equate to strength. In the end, it's all about the owner and how the physique is used or trained. After that, Wang Wei read the entire list with great detail. This was the perfect way for him to gain information about his future competitors. Of course, he did not take the list as 100% accurate. He knew that some people like him and Di Tian have hidden a lot of their strength in cards. Not to mention that this list was created 5 years ago. In that short period of time, many heaven chosens in the list have rapidly grown in strength, experience and wisdom. So this list can only be used as reference. After reviewing the list, Wang Wei suddenly began to ponder how the Heaven Mystery Pavilion acquired all of this information, especially about him. Some of them can be attributed to his battle with Ji Song as the whole world witnessed it. The other information should be gathered due to his battle with Han Li, however only members of the sects were present at that time. So, this shows that the Heaven Mystery Pavilion has many spies inside the Tao Opening sect. Wang Wei is not surprised about this as the sect also has many hidden spies in all the powerful emperor lineage all over the world. With the system of shadow spread throughout the world, each faction has gone through extreme lengths to spy on each other. However, this was not what bothered Wang Wei. What bothered him was the fact that some of the information revealed in this list should only be accessible to the most trusted people of his clique. So, how did the Heaven Mystery Pavilion acquire such information? Wang Wei believes in his judgment and does not believe that someone close to him betrayed him, so they must have acquired this information another way. According to the information he knew about the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, they are an immortal lineage that is very good at divination, so this explained how they acquired that information. However, Wang Wei soon shook his head. This possibility is very unlikely. The pavilion's most powerful tool of divination, the 8-trigram turtle shell, is still in his hand. Furthermore, it has been proven that Wang Wei's Transcendent Tao Foundation nullified most divination against him, not to mention his heavenly physique. The Fate Puppeteer body also involves the power of fate. So, if someone tried to divine something about him, not only would it be blocked, he would also be aware of it. Wait, suddenly thought Wang Wei. The people of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion do not need to divine about me in order to acquire the information they need. They just need to do it to the people closest to me. That way, they can bypass my anti-divination ability and get the information from the people I share these knowledge or secrets with. Li Jun, Yen Liling, and Wang Ju were surprised by the intense and scrutinizing look that Wang Wei gave them. For a brief moment, they thought that they might have done something wrong and upset him. But then they were briefly relieved after Wang Wei explained his conjecture. Then the faces of these people became ugly once they realized that they might have unknowingly released secret information to their enemy. The worst of them was actually Wang Ju, as this was essentially a dereliction of duty in her parts. As a shadow, she should have anticipated such a thing. This time, however, Wang Wei did not console her. "What are you going to do now?" he asked her calmly. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, she replied, "I will contact the sect and ask about techniques or methods of anti-divination as soon as possible." "That's good," replied Wang Wei calmly. Then, the group started to discuss what to expect from tomorrow's meeting before they all disbanded and returned to their own residence. While Wang Wei went to rest himself after a long journey, Wang Ju had a serious look on her face after returning to her residence. Then she took out a talisman to contact someone. "What is it?" asked a weird voice. The reason that the voice was weird was because it was impossible to tell whether it was a woman or man. "Shadow teacher, I need your guidance," replied Wang Ju with a serious look on her face. Yes, the person that Wang Ju contacted is the current shadow that serves sect master Wang Tian. As her predecessor, she can ask him for guidance when she needs to. Knowing that her teacher was a person of few words, Wang Jun went straight to the topic. "Teacher, I need to know whether the sect has a method of anti-divination?" "So, you finally have reached this stage." "Teacher, you already knew?" "Yes." Part of the training of the shadow is to learn through mistakes, so the problem of divination was never mentioned. It also served as a test. "Teacher, then how did I do? What do you think?" Wang Ju then lowered her head. However, the shadow did not continue mentioning the test and proceeded to teach her about the method of anti-divination. The next day, Wang Wei woke up fully refreshed as he prepared for the day's meeting with all the other heaven chosens. Chapter 196. Before heading to the meeting, Wang Wei began to ponder about all the information he knows about the Emperor Enlightening Academy in order to further tune out his plans. Despite being the second most powerful faction currently in the Myriad Emperor world, the Academy is actually very new compared to all the other factions as it was created during the Middle Emperor era. To be precise, the Academy started that era. After the Devil era, the Myriad Emperor world had gone through another catastrophe that almost ruined it. As a result, countless emperor lineages and other factions were destroyed in the process. During a brief period between these two eras, many great emperors were born and they tried to revitalize the world, but they failed. That was until Emperor Kong, also known by the name Kong Meng. Emperor Kong was a very powerful cultivator born during that period. According to information left over from that time period, Kong Meng was a very enlightened person who preached the idea or notion that all cultivators should have access to education, to knowledge, no matter their background, status, or talents. As you can expect, no other faction supported this idea. For countless eras, the idea of only hoarding knowledge has been practiced. And in this world where knowledge equates to power, no faction wants to release their techniques or methods to outsiders, especially without receiving any benefit. Not to mention that the cultivation world was at an all-time weakness and low morale after the Devil era. At that time, precious cultivation techniques were even more valuable given that a large majority of them were destroyed. However, Kong Meng did not see it that way. He believed that only by circulating more techniques that other people will be inspired to create or renovate the already existing one, thus pushing the cultivation world back to recovery and further development. And it turned out that he was right. After the Heaven Will battle, Kong Meng proved the Tao and took the name Emperor Kong. Then he created the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. To be precise, he created or invented the concept of academy. Before Emperor Kong's time, there was no such thing as an academy. All factions in the world could be divided into two branches, families and sections. When it comes to families or clans, all cultivation techniques or methods were passed between people with the same bloodline or the same surname. This method was used because cultivators believed that this was the safest way to guard these techniques. After all, it is very difficult to betray your own family, your own blood. As for sects, they allowed talented people from outside into their groups. However, these people were usually taken from a young age so that they can be brainwashed into being loyal to their sections. These kids were usually taught to place the sect before everything else, even their family or own death. However, even that method had many problems due to unfair distribution of power and resources. A perfect example of that is the Tao Opening sect. Although the sect is ruled by 4 factions, it was not always like that. In the early stage of its creation, the majority of power and resources were in the hands of the Wang, Li, and Yan family. As for the sectarian faction, they usually hold the lowest of positions in the sections. The resources that they received were the least amount, they did not have access to all the powerful techniques, and they were forced to do the most dangerous tasks like being trained as death slaves or suicide soldiers. It was not until the Shadow Ruler Emperor appeared in the sect that they realized the importance of the sectarian faction and the benefit that they could bring to the sect as a whole. So, more power and resources were granted to them, elevating them to the status of one of the main factions of the Tao Opening sect. However, the Emperor Enlightenment Academy created another system of inheritance. A system that allows all cultivators access to techniques and resources as long as they enter the academy. Of course, the academy did not give them all this for free, but granted them the opportunity to acquire precious cultivation resources. An example of that is a loose cultivator that does not belong to any faction nor wanted to join one. If he wants some rare material that is strictly controlled by the powerful emperor lineages of the world, he can join the academy and serve there for a few years. Then, using contribution points, he could get such rare material. Theoretically speaking, according to the rules of the academy, even their emperor's scriptures could be bought with the right amount of contribution point. However, Wang Wei knew that this was one of the biggest lies ever. The amount of contribution points needed for a cultivator to buy such a thing was so outrageous that they could spend their entire lives slaving for the academy without even coming remotely close. Not to mention all the secret conditions are required to be eligible to get access to these powerful cultivating scriptures. The academy used this method to lure in countless cultivators all over the world to join them with false promises and hope for a possible better future. The only people that have access to these scriptures or very rare and precious resources are the disciples that are personally trained by the academy, as they know that these people are loyal to them. Back to Emperor Kong, after creating this new system, the academy started to thrive throughout the entire world. Many cultivators knew that their chances of having enough resources in their path of cultivation finally arrived, so they rushed to attend. Then, something amazing happened that shocked the entire world. The next 4 great emperors after Emperor Kong all came from the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. The academy dominated the world for 5 generations by successfully cultivating 5 consecutive great emperors. All the cultivators of the world freaked out as they realized that this new system was effective. More importantly, they feared that the academy would become like the Buddhist sect in the incense era and dominate the entire era. So, they copied the system and used it on their own. Many other academies were also built across the myriad emperor world. The sects then copied some aspect of it. They were not as strict when recruiting outside disciples. They created branch sects that recruited disciples all over the world and from different backgrounds. Then, the best of these disciples in the branch sects will be sent to the main sect in order to get access to better techniques and resources. With this new system, the myriad emperor world began to rapidly recuperate as a newfound vigor was instilled in it. Then a new and prosperous era started. As a matter of fact, that period of time used to be called the Academy Enlightenment Era, but was renamed Middle Emperor Era. The Emperor Enlightenment Academy tried hard to fight this name change, but the sects of the world were determined to change the name in the history book in order to reduce the influence of the academy on the world, and reduce their chi luck. Of course, there is one benefit that the academy still retains to this day: the Heaven Chosen Selection Trial or the Heaven Chosen Worthy Trial. As the name implies, this is a trial held by the academy to designate who is worthy to hold the title or position of Heaven Chosen. Ever since the Middle Emperor era, countless genius cultivators have come to the academy to attend this trial. The top 30 will receive the title of Heaven Chosen. This process has been going on for millions of years, and many other factions have tried to take this honor from the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. However, they have failed and are still forced to send their geniuses to attend the trial. One of the reasons for that was the fact the academy is recognized by the majority of cultivators, thus having more credibility than the other factions. The second reason being that the Heaven Chosens will have access to the 3,000 Tao tablets. These Tao tablets have been blessed by countless great emperors during the past 2 eras. Due to the fact that the academy is open to anyone, many great emperors from different factions have been helped by the academy during their rises, not to mention that they received the position of Heaven Chosen there. So, in order to repay their karma, these great emperors would leave their understanding of the Tao in these tablets, making them the best treasure for enlightenment on the laws of the world. Many people drooled to gain access to these Tao tablets as a result of this, including Wang Wei himself. Of course, this was not the main reason that the Emperor Enlightenment Academy can hold the power of holding this trial for so long. It was mainly because of something called Heavenly Tao Protection, which secured their unshakable positions against so many factions. Chapter 197. The Heavenly Tao Protection, as the name implied, is a form of absolute protection granted to the top 30 heavenly chosen that are selected during this trial. As a result, from the supernatural realm all the way to the primordial spirit realm, all these heaven chosens are excused from death. No matter the circumstances, as long as they are in the myriad emperor world, they cannot die during that period of time. Even if a supreme realm true monarch were to attack any of these heavenly chosens, they would not succeed. The reason for that is that they are under the protection of Heavenly Tao itself. Unless someone has the power to overwhelm the might of Heavenly Tao, then these geniuses will be fine, because they are the true chosens of heaven and earth. As a result of this, after the Heaven Chosen Worthy Trial, the world would turn into chaos for a few hundred years. With this newfound protection, these Heaven Chosens often act crazy and wild. They will attack other powerful sects fully knowing that they could not be killed. Especially those devil cultivators, they would go crazy after the trial. They will kill, burn, rape, and loot all around the world. Of course, after the protection period is over, the majority of these people will run to hide, knowing that many people will want revenge against them. The only way to stop these people is also to have a true heaven chosens. This kind of behavior resulted in many factions throughout the world competing for the few spots in the trial, thus also further boosting the popularity and reputation of the Emperor Enlightenment Academy. After pondering all of these things for a while, Wang Wei then spent the morning visiting the main city of the academy and got acquainted with everything around. Later that afternoon he met with his group before heading to the meeting place. "Have you figured things out?" asked Wang Wei towards Wang Ju. "Yes, young master. I have received cultivation techniques from the sect regarding anti-divination. Due to the short time period it is not possible to learn, but the sect have also sent me origin treasures with the same ability. There are some for me, young master Li Jun and Miss Yen Liling. Even Tai Gang and the 5-number generals will also receive one." Wang Wei nodded after hearing this. He had long noticed that his future shadow, although excellent at her job, can suffer from low self-esteem at times, especially when it comes to her failures. Wang Wei often had to reassure her during these moments, hence why he talked to her during the trial and offered her the Tao washing pill. However, he also realized that he could not always babysit when she faced difficulties or failures in her life. That's why he did not say anything to her when she oversaw the problem of divination. Nevertheless, it seemed that she handled the situation quite well this time. Having the ability to not let your mistakes dictate who you are and be able to learn from them is not a simple thing. Even Wang Wei sometimes makes mistakes and suffers from doubts as he knew that he was not perfect. But he always strived to learn any kind of lessons from his failures, thus ensuring that they were in fact not failures, but learning opportunities. After ensuring that Wang Ju was fine, he suddenly asked Li Jun, "What happened to the 5-number general? Shouldn't they have received their own names by now?" "They are fine and are under special training. As for their names, they chose to retain the system of calling each other by numbers. According to them, this is the perfect way to motivate each other to surpass the other, plus they think it is more cool that way." Wang Wei nodded as he could guess that this was the result of these people wanting to be unique. They probably hoped that one day the name 5-number general will actually echo throughout the entire world, thus creating their own lasting legend or myth throughout the world. While the two of them were chatting, they had already arrived at the location of the meeting. It was a very luxurious and decorated with countless precious jade and jewels. Wang Wei looked at the sign that read, "True Dragon Inn," and under it was the logo of the Association of Chamber of Commerce. He wondered what kind of price that this association paid for the academy to allow them to set an inn this close to their main location. With a quick scan of his divine sense, Wang Wei's mouth started to twitch. He realized that he was the first person to arrive, despite the fact that the true starting time of this meeting was less than a few minutes away. According to normal time, once these horny heaven chosens learned that a beautiful woman invited them to meet, they would arrive a few hours in advance to show that they are gentlemen, and in hope to meet the beauty as soon as possible. However, there was no one here except for Shishir that Wang Wei noticed in one of the rooms. Unfortunately, he could not see her face as there were powerful formations that prevented his divine sense. Wang Wei could guess the reason for these people's tardiness. It was because he was late to arrive at the academy and many people had to wait for him. They seemed to want him to experience the feeling of waiting for other people. Wang Wei knew that his guess was correct as he felt all the different visions that were observing him, then reporting to someone else through talismans. Wang Wei then smiled as he thought to himself, "You guys want to play? Then let's play." After thinking about this, Wang Wei walked to the front of the entrance door, that he wrote on the top with his origin essence, "Are you worthy to enter?" Then he mobilized the power of his 13th layer body refining realm, his infinite divine sea, all his 720 divine veins, his 13-colored good fortune flame and combined them into one, his true will ability. He placed the powerful will on the entrance, which would test anyone who tried to enter through this door. Afterward, he and his group entered the inn. Wang Wei and his group were received by a bunch of beautiful maids that led them to the place of the meeting. He then arrived in a large red room full of lavish decorations. There were many cushions with small tables in front of them, however, all the seats formed a circular pattern. Wang Wei was slightly surprised as he could tell that the person who designed the seating arrangement did this in order to prevent a discussion or fight for the number 1 seat or the one in the center. This person did not want all these heaven chosens with massive ego to fight each other over seating positions. However, there was still some sort of hierarchy as the seats were in rows. The first seat is probably for the people who are in the lists published by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. The second row is probably for the heaven chosens who had potential, but are either relatively low-key or had low background, like being from a holy land or supreme land, or even worse, being a loose cultivator. After seeing this, Wang Wei smiled as he and his group took a random seat in the first row. While waiting, the maids served them tea, fruits and wine along with a few snacks. While eating, Wang Wei and his group used their divine sense to monitor the entrance of the inn. Soon a person came to the door. Xianyi was very excited. A few days ago, he received an invitation from the most beautiful woman of the world to attend a meeting. He was excited not only because of who sent the invitation but also what it represents. He knew that only some of the best heaven chosens that entered the eye of the association would receive this invite. More importantly, his elders warned him that if the association's princess has a liking for him, it is his chance to rise to the top. So, Xianyi was prepared to arrive early on the day of the meeting in order to give a good first impression. Unfortunately for him, on the night before, he received a secret letter stating that no one was to attend the meeting until Sacred Son Wang Wei arrived. Although Xianyi was angry, he had no choice to agree with this after seeing all the names that were signed in this letter. However, he was still preparing to be the second person to arrive. So, he had one of his servants wait around the inn to send him a message notifying him as soon as Wang Wei arrived. So, that is exactly what Xianyi did. He rushed to the inn as soon as he received the message, as he was actually waiting not far from the inn. However, as soon as he arrived in front of the inn's door, Xianyi read the message on top and he became furious. All he could think about was who was so arrogant that questioned his talent and strength, and also prevented him from seeing his future wife. Chapter 198. After seeing the words on the hand, Xianyi rushed straight into the door, however he was stopped. As soon he reached the door, Xianyi felt a powerful will enveloped him, preventing him from moving forward. He mobilized all his strength, thus taking a few steps forwards by resisting this will. However, his smile did not last long as the will penetrated his divine sea and started attacking his cultivation level. First, cracks started appearing on his divine altar, an act which terrified Xianyi. As the heir of a supreme land, he did not have access to emperor scriptures that allowed him to create a Tao foundation. Luckily for him, he had a fortunate encounter that granted the opportunity to have 360 divine veins. However, his divine altar was still full of cracks. Now more were added to the original tattered altar. Xianyi was horrified by the prospect of his altar being destroyed, thus becoming a cripple. However, what scared the most was the fact that he was proven unworthy to enter the inn. He had so many dreams, goals and expectations before he came here. He dreamed that he would show his talent and strength to these heaven chosens from the emperor lineage, then get the attention of Shishir. Afterwards, with the help and resources of the Association of Chamber of Commerce, he would cultivate all the way to the supreme realm, fight in the heaven will battle and suppress all of his peers. Then he would prove the Tao, elevate his sect for a supreme land into an emperor lineage, just like Emperor Nanyang for 2 generations ago. Unfortunately for him, an entrance door had just crushed his dreams. Xianyi watched as the door that was only a few steps away from him seemed so far away, as if a microcosm of an entire world was between him and this door. Those few steps represented the fact that he was not worthy to stand on the world stage with the name of Heaven Chosen, that he did not reach the caliber of the ones that have truly reached the top. After thinking about this, Xianyi refused to give up. He gritted his teeth and tried to take another step while bearing a tremendous amount of pain and suffering. However, compared to the despair of realizing that he cannot live up to the standards or level that he once believed he was or had reached, compared to the realization that he is not as important or gifted as believed, this pain was nothing. Unfortunately for Xianyi, his iron will and determination did not change the outcome. While trying to take another step, Wang Wei's powerful true will that manifested in the form of a gray shadow started to move upward from the divine altar to the ancient lamp. The horror that Xianyi felt suddenly intensified. He realized that once this gray shadow reached his ancient lamp and destroyed it, that he would over for real. He might still have a chance to amend his destroyed divine altar, but he would be truly finished if his ancient lamp was also destroyed. So, Xianyi started to ponder his next step of action. He pondered the possibility of giving up and retreating. Memories of the past then flashed from his mind. He saw the faces of all his junior and senior brothers and sisters of the sect. He saw the smile and joyful vigor they had on their faces when they knew that he had the opportunity to compete for this generation's heaven will. All the compliments and encouragement he received, all the time that some disciples would share their fortunate encounter with him in order to ensure that he had enough resources to compete with these heirs of emperor lineages. Many of these resources were not even remotely valuable, but Xianyi always accepted all of them with a smile on his face. What he cared about was not the value, but what these resources represent, the hope of all the disciples and elders of the sect. As a result, Xianyi has spent a lot of sleepless nights pondering how to shoulder all these responsibilities, all these expectations of the people around him. He always dreamed about how he would repay all his fellow brother and sisters of the sect after he become a great emperor, how he would lead the sect through glory and wealth until they reached the top of the food chain in terms of power in the myriad emperor world. After all these memories came to his mind, Xianyi removed any thought or idea he had about giving up. He decided to persist under the pressure of this great will. However, Xianyi began to falter again and he watched the gray shadow slowly inching closer to this ancient lamp. The closer the gray shadow rose, the more pressure Xianyi felt as sweat started falling from his face and down in his back. In just a few seconds his clothes were drenched like he was walking in the rain. Time started to pass slowly for Xianyi as he contemplated his next action that will forever change his future. One part of him did not want to destroy all the hope and expectations of his fellow sect members, while another part did not want to lose his cultivation level that he spent so many years training. So, when the gray shadow was only a few centimeters away from the ancient lamp, Xianyi took a few steps back, stopping its inevitable destruction. So, he sighed in relief after seeing that his ancient lamp was intact. However, a great deal of shame followed him afterwards. It was then that Xianyi realized how selfish of a person he was, and also how far he was from those heaven chosen. However, he quickly shook these thoughts from his mind. He realized that maybe it was not him that was the problem but this test. Maybe that it was impossible for others to pass as well. So, with this mindset, he went to the side and waited for the next person to try to enter. Xianyi was sure that his conjecture was correct as he stood there with a smirk on his face. However, his clenched hands behind his back might indicate something else. Meanwhile, inside the True Dragon Inn, Wang Wei and his group silently watched Xianyi's mental and physical struggle with this test while drinking wine or tea and eating snacks. "It's a shame that he gave up," said Li Jun with a sigh after taking a sip of wine. "Not everyone has the will to lose everything in order to prove to themselves and the world that they are extraordinary," replied Yan Liling, who was drinking tea. "You too missed the whole point of this test," said Wang Wei. "I designed this little trial to test the foundation and will of the people entering. If this Xianyi had a solid enough foundation he should have been able to enter. However, even if he did not, as long as he has the will to, he could still pass." "Oh?" asked Yan Liling, a little confused. "Simple, by allowing his divine altar and ancient lamp to break apart, then reconstruct it. He could repeat the process again and again until he reached the standard that I set for this trial. Although his cultivation level would have dropped to the divine altar realm, what is that compared to a supremely powerful future? Just the fact that he gave up so quickly proved that this person does not have the will and Tao heart to become a top powerhouse." "Breaking before rising," added Yan Liling. Li Jun sighed before taking another big gulp of his drink. "Not everyone can be like you, big brother, and treat themselves as cruelly as they treat their enemies, if not even worse." As he uttered these words, Li Jun started to reminisce about the time he witnessed his big brother going through heavenly tribulation. He saw how his big brother used heavenly fire to temper his body. He burned his skin, muscles, blood and nerves. At that time all that were left untouched were the internal organs. As a person who knows how it felt like to boil alive, Li Jun could only imagine how painful such a process would be. Yet his big brother did not scream, complain or wince throughout the entire process. Well, not that he did have any organs to scream to begin with. It was during that moment that he realized one of the things that separated his big brother from the other heaven chosens. He was a very cruel person, especially to himself. Oftentimes, Li Jun has asked himself whether he could go to such lengths in order to become powerful. And to this day he did not have an answer yet. "That's because these people do not have the drive or desire to succeed at all cost," replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. Meanwhile, a few minutes after Xianyi gave up, a few other people showed up and saw the provocation at the door entrance. Chapter 199. After Xianyi's turn, many other people came afterwards. They all tried to enter but failed to do so. As such, the majority of people actually gave up, an act which delighted Xianyi a great deal. However, one person did not give up, instead had his divine altar and ancient lamp destroyed, essentially crippling. Wang Wei admired this person's will. Unfortunately, he was not a wise person. He did not take this opportunity to actually reforge his foundation. Unmatched bravado without wisdom is not enough to reach the top of the cultivation world. Unfortunately, few people realize this. After sighing, Wang Wei focused on someone else that was rapidly approaching. After that person arrived, he only frowned for a slight moment after seeing the writing on the door, then he strode inside. The trial did not faze this person until he reached one step from entering inside. The gray shadow, which was a physical manifestation of Wang Wei's true will, started to put more pressure on this person's divine altar. The person first frowns before snorting coldly out loud. Then a black aura full of star-like light appeared around. The blackness was not an evil or nefarious like one, but more of the bleakness and profound darkness found in space. However, it seemed more noble and sacred. After the aura appeared on that person, he walked inside without any pause. Meanwhile, Wang Wei identified this aura as Chaos Chi, thus also revealing the identity of the person who came. The number 1 absolute chaos physique, Lin Fan. After being led inside the room where the main event would take place, Lin Fan also noticed Wang Wei and his group, but he did not say anything and just took a seat of his own. Soon after Lin Fan, another person came that was able to pass the little trial. This time it was a beautiful girl with long blue hair. She had captivating eyes that would make any man or woman lose themselves. As soon as she arrived, all the people waiting outside were captivated by her beauty. She did not smile, did not use any technique, just her natural beauty was enough to charm all the other geniuses waiting outside. Some of them even made vows to protect their lives. As for the enchantress, she seemed to perceive the emotions of these people and just smile at them. This sudden smile further captivated those people, and charmed those who still had a little will to resist. After that, she also easily passed Wang Wei's test. However, just like the previous person, she also stopped one step away from the door with a frown on her face. Then, 7 books of different colors appeared in front of her in order to resist the final attack. Then she entered the True Dragon Inn. The person who arrived this time was the owner of the number 37 emotions and 6 desires physique, Suya. After entering the room, Suya gave a smile to everyone in the room before taking a seat of her own, then she also started to observe all the people coming. The next person to pass this test was Ji Song. When he reached in front of the door, the Dharma image of Ji Xiang appeared behind him to block Wang Wei's true will, then he strode inside with steady steps. As soon as he entered the same room as the others, he looked directly as Wang Wei, then a powerful killing intent suddenly emanated from his body, suffocating all the maids around. Even few people outside the inn felt the heavy pressure of that killing intent. Of course, that did not apply to the truly powerful people in the room. Lin Fan had a serious look on his face as he quietly observed everything around him. Suya had a playful smile on her face. As for Wang Wei, he smiled happily before saying, "Ji-song, my friend, I have not seen you in so long. How are things doing?" "Are you mocking me?" asked the crown prince with gritted teeth. "So what if I am? As a loser, you should have the attitude of one. One defeat meant nothing, not to mention that I will be the victor this time around. If I remember correctly, that is the 3rd time you have said this to me. And just like the previous 2 times, you will still end up within an inch of your demise," replied Wang Wei calmly. However, to his surprise, Ji Song was not angered or reacted in any way. He just gave a deep look at Wang Wei before taking a seat on the opposite side of him. Then the room once again became quiet. All that could be heard was the sound of slurping and chewing. However, not long afterward, another person also entered. This time it was Jian Wushuang with a sword hanging on his sword. In order to enter the inn, he released a powerful sword aura to counterattack against the pressure. Unlike other people, Jian Wushuang had to take a longer period of time to enter as he had to help one of his junior brother and sister. As such, he is the only person beside Wang Wei who came with 2 other people. After entering the main room, Jian Wushuang first gave a deep look at Wang Wei. His gray hair and eyes make him easily noticeable. During this little trial, he tried to use his supreme sword will to destroy Wang Wei's true will, but it did not have any effect. As for Wang Wei, he was also looking at this young sword cultivator. The reason for that was because he felt some similarities from Jian Wushuang's sword will with his father's. Every cultivator has their own unique sword will, so only if he learned his father's sword will would there be similarities. But Wang Wei was even more confused on how he managed to do so. However, he placed this question on the back of his head and decided to ask his father later. After briefly looking at Wang Wei, Jian Wushuang moved his eyes to the other people before taking a seat. However, his 2 fellow disciples seemed very unfriendly to Wang Wei for some unknown reason. Then, the room returned to its normal quiet and peaceful nature. Meanwhile, outside, many people tried to enter the inn and a few managed to do so. However, by the time these people succeeded, they were in terrible shape. Their clothes were unorganized and drenched with sweat, their hair messy, their complexion paled, and their breathing very difficult. These people seemed to be aware of their low status and chose to sit in the second rows. Another person that also easily passed the trial and entered the room was another one of Wang Wei and Ji Song's acquaintances, Sun Jiaolong from the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty. When the Gray Shadow tried to attack him, the human sword destiny inside his divine sea just shone a golden light to block it. Then Sun Jiaolong entered the inn and took a front row seat. However, Wang Wei began to pay attention to him. And that was because as soon as he entered the room, he instantly knew that this Sun Jiaolong was actually a son of destiny. As a person who has the ability to also become a son of destiny, Wang Wei can easily recognize one when he sees it. Furthermore, he could also see that he might encounter some trouble with Sun Jiaolong if he one day decided to become the son of destiny of the Myriad Emperor world. However, this may not be a bad thing as I can use this to my advantage, secretly thought Wang Wei. Another information that he received was the fact that the human sword destiny was in fact in the hands of Sun Jiaolong. Although the past few decades there have been speculation that he had one, but no proof was discovered. Not to mention the fact that the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty has been constantly denying this fact. However, today Wang Wei sensed the vast qi luck residing inside Sun Jiaolong's body, thus confirming that he had the sword. Suddenly, Wang Wei turned his head in the direction of the entrance. He saw a young man with white hair and a cold face approaching the front door. This young man had a handsome face, however, his cold and indifferent temperament made people want to avoid him. This young man had very special eyes. His eyes displayed the vicissitudes of life. It was like he had lived so long and seen so many things that he became numb to everything and everyone around him. However, if you look deep in those eyes, you will find both a profound sadness and will that could sunder anything between heaven and earth. After this person reached the last step of the door, he stopped for a few seconds with a pondering look on his face. Then he turned around and left without much hesitation. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Wang Wei had a deep look on his face as he asked with a grave tone on his face, "Who is that?" Chapter 200. Young master, that's Di Tian from the Di family, replied Wang Ju. The reason that Wang Wei took notice of Di Tian was because of what happened at the entrance door. This person was able to ignore his test. Unlike the other Heaven Chosens who had to use their powers to resist his true will, this Di Tian straight up ignored it. This has never happened before, so Wang Wei was concerned about this. Not to mention the fact that he has not figured out how he did it. He did feel a very vague fluctuation from Di Tian's body, however, with his senses, he could not detect it fast enough, nor detect what it was. However, his intuition told him that he was familiar with this power despite not really knowing what it was. After this meeting, use all your powers to discover any information about this Di Tian. And if you have to, use the power of my father's shadow, ordered Wang Wei. An act which greatly surprised Wang Ju as she had never seen the young master so serious about something. She realized that this was a very important task, so she nodded seriously. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei was not the only person who acted this way. After Di Tian left from the True Dragon Inn and returned to his own manor, he first asked his head maid to use all the power of the Di clan to gather information on Wang Wei. After that, he took out a very ancient talisman. The breath of this talent displayed the passage of time, the evolution of samsara. After injecting his origin essence in the talisman, something amazing occurred. Throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world, countless people, both mortals and cultivators, suddenly awakening memories that were engraved deep into their bloodlines for countless generations. After these memories were awakened, they received the same instruction: find all the information possible about sacred son Wang Wei. Then, these people who referred to themselves as the sleepers looked in the direction of Di Tian, bowed before saying, "As you wish, master." Then proceeded to execute his order. The terrible thing about these sleepers was the fact that they were everywhere, in all the sects and factions of the world, even in the emperor lineages. That also meant that some of them were also in the Tao opening sect. The sudden awakening of these memories essentially swapped their personality and beliefs. What's more, this kind of thing is undetectable as these people still have the same soul. So, even if these emperor lineages were to check whether another primordial spirit had taken over their bodies, they would not find anything. Meanwhile, back in the True Dragon Inn, after a few people struggled to get inside, no other powerful Heaven Chosen seemed to be coming, so the host, Shishir, finally showed up. The wooden floor at the center of the room started to move around, then she appeared from underground. Many people marveled at this kind of spectacle. Of course, that was beside Wang Wei. He has seen these kinds of things in his previous life. However, he did appreciate it as it reminded him of the stars from his past life. After Shishir appeared, all eyes were on her. However, many people were disappointed. Not because her beauty did not live up to standards, but because she was covering most of her face with a veil only revealing her eyes. Nevertheless, that was more than enough to captivate all the young geniuses present. They look at her with greed and desire, yet at the same trying to restrain themselves to appear more gentlemanlike. However, all of them wished nothing more than to rip that veil from her face. As for Wang Wei, he scoffed after seeing this, then he waved his hand. Following which, a gentle breeze appeared and removed the veil from her face, revealing all her beauty to the world. All the other people look at Wang Wei with a fierce look, as if saying, "How dare you blaspheme our goddess?" At the same time, they were secretly happy because he did something that they did not dare to do. However, soon enough they were distracted by her beauty. Wang Wei has to admit that this Shishir was indeed beautiful. It was as if all the concepts of beauty were added together to create her. All the flowers, all the magnificent views, all perfectly symmetrical things could not even come close to describe her beauty. Every cultivator in the world knows nothing under heaven and earth is actually truly perfect. However, Shishir's beauty can be described as her perfect. Her face did not have any form of powder on it. No, to be precise, any form of makeup would actually insult her beauty. After Shishir's face was revealed, there were only 3 people that were not totally enamored by her beauty. The first being Jian Wushuang. Although he was distracted by her for a few seconds, then his sword intent flashed in his eyes and he was awakened from his stupor. The second was of course Suya, and it was not because she was a woman. As a matter of fact, Shishir's beauty transcends gender. A perfect example of that was the fact that both Yan Liling and Wang Ju could not stop staring at her. As a person who can easily control people's emotions and desires, of course Suya will not be captivated by another person's beauty. However, given the deep frown on her face, she was obviously not happy. Of course the last person was Wang Wei. With his powerful will, of course he would not be charmed by a person's beauty. However, that did not stop him from admiring. While Wang Wei was looking at Shishir, she was also looking at him. She was a little surprised at his action of removing her veil. When most men meet her, they always try to behave as politely as possible in order to draw her attention. However, this sacred son of the Tao opening sect does not seem to care about being a gentleman in front of her. This was the first time that she experienced something like this and it caught her by surprise. Meanwhile, while Wang Wei was admiring Shishir's beauty, his heart suddenly began to beat rapidly as he felt that something very important was about to happen to him. He then looked in the direction of the door, having a feeling that someone was about to enter. In a situation like that, Wang Wei should have used his divine sense to see who it was, but he did not. He waited for a few seconds with anticipation. Then, another breathtaking woman walked in. She had skin as white as jade, had black long hair, phoenix eyes and 3 small dots drawn on her forehead in red. She was not wearing the traditional hanfu, but a modified version of a black cheongsam with golden red design all over. The cheongsam was a long one reaching all the way to the floor. However, it was cut on the side so that every time she took a step, her long and beautiful legs were displayed to see. She had ankle bracelets in both her feet, but she was not wearing any shoes. However, every time she took a step forward, tiny runes appeared under her feet to prevent the ground from being blessed to be touched by her. The arriving woman was beautiful, but that was not the most prominent quality of hers. The most prominent quality was her temperament. She had a temperament that said that I am the only worthy person in the entire world. Among all beings, both past and present, among countless time and space, throughout eternity, throughout the birth and death and chaos, only I am worthy. One might ask her, worthy of what? She would answer, everything. Worthy of wealth and power, worthy to praise, worthy to be noble, worthy to be among the strong and powerful, worthy to find happiness in the sea of sorrow that is the world. As soon as she walked in, she instantly took the limelight from Shishir by sheer will of her temperament. Although she may not be as beautiful as Shishir, she could not remotely compete with this girl's aura. Unfortunately, the visions of the people in the room did not last long on her. And it was because they kept asking themselves whether they were worthy to look at her, to be in her presence. The majority of them answered negatively, so they removed their gazes. As for the higher echelons of heaven chosens, they did not have an answer and did not want to find out, so they also removed their eyes, only giving a few side glances. The only exception of course being Wang Wei. He was instantly fascinated by her. It's her, he secretly thought to himself. He had seen her before during the lust part of the pagoda trial. She was the woman who appeared in the illusion world and betrayed him after falling in love with her. Now the question remains, how did she appear in that trial? Chapter 201. Something strange or magical happened to Wang Wei during his lust trial in the pagoda. There were two completely different women that appeared in his trial, which was supposedly impossible. Afterward, he asked the people who created the pagoda and they told him that this was not supposed to happen. An inquiry was made to find the cause of this anomaly, but nothing was ever discovered. The best explanation was either that the pagoda malfunctioned or someone tampered with it. However, neither of these explanations actually made sense. As a quasi-emperor origin artifact, it is impossible for the pagoda to malfunction on his own. As for being tempered with, how powerful would somebody have to be able to do such a thing without alerting all the powerful people in the sect? After breaking through the supernatural realm, Wang Wei was privy to a few secrets of the sect. As such, he knew how truly powerful it actually was. He knew that the true heritage of the Tao opening sect is actually all those Tao ancestors and immortal venerables sleeping in secret realms. Those people would only intervene once the sect reached the level of being destroyed or when another great emperor appeared in the sect again. So, to be able to interfere with this pagoda under the gaze of these people, such a person would have to be extremely powerful. More importantly, why do such a thing? So, ever since the pagoda trial, Wang Wei has always remembered the face of that woman he met. Although her temperament was completely different from back then, her beauty was still the same. Who is that? He asked Wang Ju through divine sense. Young master, that is Wu Hong. She is third in the list of the most beautiful women, and also a very powerful and mysterious heaven chosen. What other information do you have on her? She was born in an ordinary mortal family, however, she acquired the inheritance of Empress Wu. Empress Wu? Yes. As a matter of fact, many people believe that she is either the direct descendants of Empress Wu or her reincarnation. After all, not only does she have the same name as her, but she looks exactly like her. Wang Wei nodded as he began to ponder. Empress Wu lived during the Devil Era and she is considered one of the most powerful great emperors to have ever walked the myriad emperor. If there was a list of the top 10 most powerful emperors of this world, she would easily enter the top 3 if not the first place. A perfect example of that was the Forbidden Lands. Before the Devil Era there used to be 10 Forbidden Lands. Yet, she single-handedly destroyed 4 of them. Now only 6 of them are left. And many people believed if it was not due to her untimely disappearances, she would have destroyed more of them. What else do you know about her? Asked Wang Wei again. Well, she is quite mysterious. Due to her low background, extreme beauty and talent, many powerful factions wanted to use force to make her join them. However, none of the people they sent after her returned. What do you mean that they never returned? I mean that literally, young master. Whether it was Void Shattered Realm, Saint or Supreme True Monarchs, all of them disappeared after going after her. It is assumed that these people are dead. As a result of this, many people realized that she was not a simple character. Does she have a Tao protector? That's the problem, young master. No person has ever been detected secretly protecting her. Wherever she travels, she always seems alone. While Wang Wei was having this fast conversation with Wang Ju, his eyes never left her. Then Wu Hong seemed to feel his gaze, so she looked at Wang Wei then smiled at him. As soon as his eyes met hers, Wang Wei suddenly found that his vision changed. To be exact, his fate puppeteer physique activated and he saw a red string connecting him with her. Then he was surprised. This was because of how strong and powerful this fate line actually was. Wang Wei had many fate lines connected to him, however, the strongest has always been his parents. He guessed that because they gave birth to him, he had a strong fate with his family. But today he finally discovered a fate line more powerful than his own family, so he became even more intrigued about her. As for Wu Hong, she only gave Wang Wei a brief look before taking a seat of her own. However, not long after she sat down, Wang Wei approached her and took the seat next to her. Hello, I am Wang Wei. I know who you are, she replied calmly with a slight smile on her face. Sacred son, you are famous all over the world. I'm sure I am, however, I usually introduce myself when I meet new people. Is that so? I have the feeling you are not the kind of person that cares for social norms. That may be true, but I found it very useful to often maintain a surface level of civilized behavior. After all, I would not want people to criticize my parents for not raising me right. Somehow, I doubt that this is the real reason. Oh, replied Wang Wei with an intrigued look on his face. So, what do you think is the real reason? You probably use that handsome face of yours and the reassuring smile to make other people lower their guard against you. Then it becomes easier to get close to them, make friends, or discover their secrets that might be useful to you. Although I am baffled at the fact that you see me in such a negative light, I'm willing to overlook this fact on the account that you just admitted that I was handsome. Is the fact that you are handsome something to be disputed about? Asked Wu Hong, still with a calm and confident smile. No, but it is not often that I see a woman so bold to actually admit it out loud, and to my face at that. Well, young Master Wang Wei, I am not like any ordinary woman. That is the only thing that I currently know and am very sure about you. While these two people were whispering to each other, Shi Shi, who was not very happy that her limelight was briefly stolen by Wu Hong, started the meeting. The first part of this meeting was her playing the zither. She was very talented with it, to the point that she can be called a grandmaster. Moreover, her zither had the power to wash away all the worries of the mind, making the listener enter an extreme calm state. What's more, this calm state is very beneficial to understand the laws between heaven and earth. During her piece, even Wu Hong and Wang Wei stopped talking in order to appreciate the music. They both closed their eyes and entered an ethereal and peaceful state of mind. And it was not them but all the people inside the room. After Shi Shi finished playing, then it was the turn of the other heaven chosens to display their talents. The next person who did something was actually Suya. She also took out a zither and played a piece. However, hers was vastly different from Shi Shi's. She took everyone on a magical journey of emotional ups and downs. In just a few minutes, all the heaven chosen of the room experienced all the emotions that ever existed, and the experience was horrifyingly vivid. Whether it was pain, happiness, sadness, or love. And there were so many more and so many nuances to the emotions. These people experience physical pain and the pain of losing the love of your life. They also experience the pain of losing a family member instead of a love companion. Suya was able to vividly express the subtle difference between these two kinds of pain. Then came the self-doubts and insecurities that everyone has in their heart. She managed to bring all of them into the minds of these heaven chosens. Although this was only possible because some of them did not guard against her, this was a terrifying ability to do such a thing. "What a scary woman," whispered Wang Wei. "You are right about that," replied Wu Hong. "There is a reason that the 6 emotions 7 desires body is ranked 3rd in the heavenly physique list. It does not matter whether you are a saint, supreme, or great emperor, no one can escape their emotions or desires, especially the desires to become stronger and pursue the Tao." That's true. Even if a person practices the indifferent Tao, he still cannot escape the shackles of desires. It seemed that I have to pay more attention to this Suya. However, people like her who play with emotions are often easily brought down by emotions themselves, secretly thought Wang Wei. Meanwhile, Wu Hong suddenly looked at him before saying, "You were just thinking about how you could defeat her, didn't you?" "I have no idea what you are talking about," replied Wang Wei with no change in his expression. "Whatever you say." Chapter 202. After Suya finished performing her masterpiece, she gave a quick and deep glance at Shi Shi, before averting her gaze. Then, the other heaven chosen showered her with lavish praises. Even Wang Wei was no exception as he acknowledges her talent with the zither. Afterwards, it was the turn of the other heaven chosens to perform their talents and skills. The first person to go was actually the number 1 physique, Lin Fan. He recited a poem celebrating Shi Shi's otherworldly and immortal-like beauty. He eulogized her existence by saying that her beauty was a gift from heaven itself to all life in the world, as her mere presence elicited happiness and joy from anyone who sees her. Wang Wei had to acknowledge that this Lin Fan had a golden tongue as he managed to make Shi Shi blushed red like the brightest of rouge. He finally understood how this Lin Fan managed to create a harem so big. His words could probably charm a succubus from his past life. After Lin Fan's turn, it was Ji Song who went next. Like Lin Fan, he also recited a poem personally created for this occasion. His poem was not as sweet and complimentary as Lin Fan. But in it, he implied that if Shi Shi was his, he would be loyal to her for all eternity. That he would treat her as the greatest and most beloved princess that ever existed in the myriad emperor world. Overall, he was very serious and passionate. "I can't believe that this brute is so romantic," muttered Wang Wei to himself. However, Wu Hong overheard him and she replied, "Well, it is not an unexpected thing. Ji Song as the crown prince of an imperial dynasty had to study poetry, calligraphy, Go, and military tactics at a young age just like any other aristocratic clan. Although he does not look like or act like it, he is actually a very refined individual. I know all of this, it's just that I am having trouble getting rid of the first impression I form of him. Not to mention all the other times we interacted together, I always labeled him as an idiot in my mind. This is probably due to the fact he has his brother next to him. At a very young age, he probably formed the mentality that he does not need to think properly as he had his big brother to do so for him," replied Wu Hong with deep and calm eyes. Wang Wei nodded before continuing to observe the performance of the other people. The next person to go on stage was actually Jian Wushuang. However, unlike the other two, he did not recite any poem, but used calligraphy instead. So, with a wave of his hand, a large rice paper floated in the air in the middle of the room where everyone could easily see it. Then Jian Wuxuang also flew in the air with a brush on his hand. As soon the brush appeared in his hand, Jian Wuxuang's temperament changed. He became a supreme swordsman with infinite momentum. He waved the brush like a sword and wrote the character for passion. Then, a powerful intent emanated from his character. This intent displayed Jian Wuxuang's passion for love, or maybe even for Shishir. A passion that was almost as equal as his love for his sword. As a pure swordsman, this was indeed a bold declaration, as most swordsmen place their love for the sword above most things. The majority of them are actually single either because they dedicate their entire lives to the sword, or practice the indifferent Tao in order to reach the peak of swordsmanship. However, Jian Wuxuang was different. He learned from his senior predecessor that he does not have to give up everything to reach the extreme ways of the sword, a lesson that their village predecessors had to learn the hard way. As such, he too was enthralled by Shishir's beauty. He hoped that he would be chosen and accompanied her throughout his entire life, along with his own trusted sword. After him, it was Sun Jialong's turn to perform. And like Jian Wuxuang, he also used calligraphy to display his ability. The character he wrote was dedication. Sun Jialong also revealed a sword-like intent when writing his character. However, his was not that of a pure swordsman but of the sword of the ruler. His sword intent indicated that he was a supreme monarch that used his sword to destroy his enemy's kingdom, to bring peace and stability to his people. The sword reveals the might and reverence of a kind. As for the character he wrote, it showed how he would make Shishir his empress and dedicate his life protecting and loving her. Not to mention that he would not be the only one dedicating himself to her, but all the people of his dynasty. As such, she would not only receive his love, but the love of an entire nation. Meanwhile, although Shishir looked calm on the surface with her beautiful face, she was secretly happy inside. Although she did not like to admit it, she enjoyed all the attention she received. It made feel important, special, or unique. Although she is considered the most beautiful woman in the world, Shishir knew that this title was given to someone in each generation. As such, she did not feel the same joy and happiness by this title compared to having some of the most talented people in the world fawning over her. She knew that everyone in this room had the ability to become the top powerhouse of the myriad emperor world. And one of them might even become a great emperor. Of course, that is under the assumption that none of them actually dies midway through her rise. Shishir then looked at Wu Hong as this was her turn to perform. However, she just shook her head, excusing herself of this task. Although many people were disappointed not to see her perform, she just ignored them. "I have a feeling that your performance would have been truly extraordinary," suddenly said Wang Wei. So Wu Hong looked at him, gave him a mesmerizing smile before answering, "You have no idea how right you are. Now you just increase my desire to see it." "Well, young Master Wang Wei, if you play your cards right, you might have a chance to see a personal one-to-one show," replied Wu Hong, whispering slowly in Wang Wei's ears by the end of the sentence. To which Wang Wei involuntarily gulped his own saliva. "I will look forward to such an occasion." After that, he removed his gaze from her with great difficulty, ignoring the slight smirk at the corner of her mouth. Then he saw many people looking at him with a speechless look on their faces. It is true that these people were quite speechless. While everyone was waiting for them to start performing, they were actually flirting with one another. And in public at that. Nevertheless, Wang Wei had thick skin, so he ignored these people's gaze. "So it's my turn," he said nonchalantly, then proceeding to think for a moment what to do for his performance. Then he thought about a poem by the famous poet Li Bai from his past life. He coughed out loud before reciting it. "All water is forgettable when you've seen the vast blue sea, no clouds so wondrous as those at Mt Wushan idly. I pass by some flowers without looking back, partly to study Tao, partly to think of you." As Wang Wei recited his poem, all the people in the room were infected by the beautiful and sad mood of the poem. The pain and suffering of thinking about someone that you missed so dear enveloped them. A person you know is somewhere out there but cannot reach. Of course, the person who most appreciated this poem was actually Suya. As a person who controls emotions, she is the one who can most easily enter the right mood to truly appreciate the beauty and complexity of this poem. As such, she was quite surprised with Wang Wei's poetry talent and wondered who this young master of the Tao opening sect was thinking about so deeply that he would write such a poem. The room then became quiet for a few seconds as the people were momentarily lost in the mood of the poem. After calming down, Shishir asked, "Young Master Wang Wei, this is a beautiful poem. Did you think about it on the spot?" Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this question, so he answered, "Of course not. This poem was written by a person named Li Bai who was born in a long-destroyed mortal dynasty called Great Tang. I happened to come by it during one of my adventures and I like it very much. I thought this talented poet should not remain unknown, thus the reason that I recited this poem during this meeting." Chapter 203. All the people in the room looked at Wang Wei with a speechless look. Their faces seemed to be asking why you admit that this poem was not yours? The creator was long dead, just take the credit. Didn't you see that the goddess was moved by you, so this is the perfect opportunity to impress her? However, Wang Wei ignored these looks as most of these people do not dare to say anything about his actions. Of course that did not go for everyone. "Oomph," snorted Ji Song. "If you cannot create an artistic piece of your own, then you should remain silent." Wang Wei then looked at him with a smile. "Unlike you people, I am not a little puppy that wags his tail in front of his owner to attract their attention. Between heaven and earth, I have nothing to prove to anyone or anything." The faces of all the people in the room became ugly after hearing this. However, no one said anything else as they were a little ashamed. Their behavior of trying to impress she sure did look like a puppy trying to garner the attention of its owner. However, who can blame them? Her beauty was simply otherworldly. "Young Master Wang Wei, I am a little confused. This was a perfect opportunity to impress Miss Shishir, so why ruin it?" suddenly asked Wu Hong. "I thought I made my intention very clear. I am not interested in her," replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. "I know this, but why are you not interested? No one can deny that Miss Shishir is a peerless beauty that comes once every generation." Wang Wei turned his head to the side and looked deep in Wu Hong's eyes for a few seconds before turning away. "That's because she is nothing but a vase." "A vase? A woman like her would offer nothing to a partnership. She is nothing but a beautiful decoration that added embellishment to me, but nothing of real substance. Let me ask you, what did you feel when you heard her playing the zither?" After pondering for a few seconds, Wu Hong then answered, "She is truly talented and her zither art has reached the realm where it can help soothe people's mind. Anything else?" It seemed that there was no edge or power behind it. Wang Wei nodded before continuing, "As a zither grandmaster she should be able to use her arts to attack and kill people with it, but yet I felt none of such power on her zither intent. Meaning that she actively ignored this part of the zither Dao because she knew that she would not need it. As a beautiful woman, all she needs is a powerful man to protect her. This kind of mindset has been ingrained in her ever since she was young. Am I wrong, Miss Shishir?" However, Shishir did not answer him, and she even lowered her head to avoid his deep and piercing gaze. Is there anything wrong with a woman using her beauty to find someone to protect herself? In this largely patriarchal society, it is the best way for many helpless women, suddenly said Suya, who sat a few tables away from Wang Wei. After looking over in her direction, Wang Wei replied, "I will not argue with you how cultivation allows women to eliminate the gap with men, but why do you care, young lady Suya? Are you one of these women?" "Of course not," replied Suya with a smile, an act which actually turned her hair from blue to red. "I'm just curious, that's all. As a matter of fact, you are indeed correct. And personally, I have nothing against Miss Shishir, she just does not fit my requirements for a companion, that's all." "Then, young Master Wang Wei, what are your requirements?" asked Suya back with an intriguing look on her face. After pondering for a few brief seconds to organize his words, Wang Wei then explained, "My goal in life was never to become a great emperor, but to walk towards the end of great Tao and even go beyond it. Becoming a great emperor is just one of the many steps that I have to take to achieve such a goal. And in that process, I know that the journey ahead will be long and fraught with unimaginable difficulties. And that I will need someone to walk along with me side by side, someone that can motivate me when things seem hopeless or that there seems to be no path ahead, a person that can carry me on their back when I am beaten and can no longer move ahead. And I will also do the same thing for said companion. To be blunt, Miss Shishir does not come close to meeting my requirements. If she was my companion, I can foresee how things would go between us. For once, I will have to use countless resources and efforts for her to be able to even keep up with my pace and rapid progress. Then there is the amount of time I will have to use protecting her when my enemies realize that it is easier to get through me through her. She would perfectly play the role of the damsel in distress, and I will waste my time saving her every time. It is simply not worth it just for a beautiful face." The room suddenly became quiet. While some of the geniuses were thinking about how cold-hearted and decisive Wang Wei was, the true heaven chosens like Lin Fan, Ji Song, Jian Wushuang, Sun Jialong and Suya were focusing on something else. His goals. While most of them were trying their hardest to one day prove the Tao and one day become a great emperor, their number one competitor already had his vision beyond them. What they pursued for their entire lives was nothing but one of the many steps in Wang Wei's goals. His vision reached far beyond them, it has already gazed beyond the Tao itself. All of them secretly sighed as they realized that the difference between them and Wang Wei might not just be strength, but also will, state of mind and Tao heart and ambitions. However, despite figuring this out, none of this made them give up. Destroyed their confidence. On the contrary, they saw this situation as a learning opportunity. Since they lacked in certain areas compared to their competitors, then they will find ways to make up the gap. While everyone was still contemplating his words, Wang Wei was secretly whispering with Wu Hong. "Young Master Wang Wei, your requirements are too harsh. I am afraid that it will be difficult for you to find such a person." "On the contrary, Miss Wu Hong, I have a feeling that the person I am looking for is at a gaze's length," replied Wang Wei while looking deep in her eyes. However, she did not blush nor evade his gaze. She just placed her hand in front of mouth, then giggled with an ethereal voice before answering, "Then you are a very fortunate man." "That I am." After all the people processed what just took place, Lin Fan suddenly stood up slowly and elegantly, then cupped his hand together. "Respectfully, sacred son Wang Wei, I believe that you are wrong. Miss Shi sure deserves to be protected, deserves to receive the admiration and praise of myriad beings in myriad worlds. She deserves to leave her name in the annals of history, for her beauty is one of a kind. As for all those things you just said about her, to me, it sounds like excuses a scum man would use to justify not being able to protect his own woman." Wang Wei removed his gaze from Wu Hong with great difficulty. He then looked up and down at Lin Fan. "Young Master Lin Fan, have you noticed that all the praiseworthy adjectives that you use to describe Miss Shi Shi can also be used to describe a magnificent and unique piece of art, or a beautiful vase in an arts collector?" Lin Fan almost choked after hearing this. He wanted to refute, but he did not know what to say. So, his face just became red out of anger. "You know that this is not what I meant?" "How do I know what you mean?" replied Wang Wei while deliberately making a puzzled face. Lin Fan then just snorted at him before turning to look at Shi Shi. He cupped his hand together and slightly bowed. "Miss Shi Shi, do not listen to any of his words as they are just his opinion. You are beautiful and should be proud of that. And you alone can decide how you choose to live your life." Then he returned to his seat. As for Shi Shi, she was finally able to relieve her embarrassment. Then she fulfilled her position as hostess and continued the meeting. Many people were given the chance to perform after Wang Wei. Unfortunately, the mood of the meeting was not as harmonious as previously. While Wang Wei was chatting happily with Wu Hong, he sensed someone approaching him and sitting at the table on his right, making him sandwiches between two people. So, he turned around to see who it was. Chapter 204. After turning his head around, Wang Wei saw Suya approaching him. However, her hair had turned black this time. So, he wondered what were the conditions that decided what color it turned into? Could it be based on her emotions? However, Wang Wei shook his head as this would easily reveal what state of mind she was in. Even if that was the case, he would never use her hair as an indication of what emotions she was feeling. For a person who can easily control other people's emotions and desires, there is no reason not to believe that she could not control her own. "Young Lady Suya, what can I do for you? Do I have to want something from you in order to start a conversation? Or do young Master Wang Wei find it tiring or bothersome to converse with both the second and third most beautiful woman of the world?" "Hi, didn't you know?" asked Suya with a cunning smile on her face. "Or did you think that I am not worthy to take the number 2 spot?" Wang Wei smiled after hearing this before replying, "To be frank, I have just arrived yesterday and as such, I am not privy to much information. Not to mention that I have been enamored by Miss Wu Hong during this meeting and that I have paid little attention to many things around me. So, please do not take offense. And you are more than welcome to join our conversation." Suya then gave him a deep look. She did not think that he would use this situation to actually flirt with another woman. Well, at least she learned something new about Wang Wei, that he is the kind of person that knows what he wants and goes directly and boldly after it. Suya then gave a quick look at Wu Hong in order to see her response. However, she was calm throughout the entire situation. Whether it was Wang Wei's little compliment or declaration of her presence that interrupted their conversations, she did not seem to be bothered by any of it. Moreover, Suya discovered that she could not read any of Wu Hong's emotions. This was a rare thing as she could read the emotions of all the people in the room including Wang Wei. She seemed to be in an eternal state of calmness. However, Suya could tell that this was just a disguise to prevent herself from reading her emotions. Among all the geniuses in the room, all of them have tried to hide their emotions deep in their minds, their souls. However, Suya can see what they are feeling even for people of the caliber of Lin Fan and Ji Song. The majority of them are feeling either lust or desire to acquire Shi Shi. Suya can also feel a terrible hatred emanating out of Ji Song for Wang Wei. And similar hatred can be felt from the junior and senior brothers that accompanied Jian Wushuang to the meeting. To be precise, what they are feeling is more on the line of hostility. Since this meeting, there are two things that surprised Suya. One was that she was incapable of reading Wu Hong's emotions, and the other was that Wang Wei actually never tried to hide his. To be exact, he was so in tune with his. As a person with the 7 emotions 6 desires physique, Suya knows how powerful emotions and desires can be. A perfect example of that was the heart demon calamity that all cultivators have to go through when they break through the primordial spirit realm. In order to use the good fortune flame to refine the soul into a primordial spirit, the power of emotion will be needed. Cultivators have to face their inner self and desires. At that time, all cultivators will have two options. The first one is to practice the indifferent Tao and give up all your emotions, while the second one is to accept them, understand them, and learn to control them. If a cultivator used the first method, then the heart demon calamity will be an easy thing for them. However, as a result, they will turn into emotionless and numb beings that only pursue power. They will not recognize families, friends, and loved ones. All these types of people care about is to increase their cultivation levels. These cultivators are referred to as deprived cultivators, or better yet, devil cultivators. They are not liked by the general population due to their ruthlessness and cruel ways of doing anything for power. As such, they are forced to live in the Western continent. As a matter of fact, devil cultivators did not exist in the myriad emperor world until the devil era, where the entire world was invaded and enslaved for an entire era by another heavenward world known as the 9 devil god world. As for the cultivators to choose to experience the heart demon tribulation normally in the primordial spirit realm, they are considered the orthodox way of cultivating. And in order to pass the tribulation, they have to be in tune or in sync with your emotions. They have to understand how and why they feel at a certain point, until they understand their higher self. And the primordial spirit is a physical manifestation of the higher self, higher consciousness. The reason that Suya became interested in talking to Wang Wei was because of how in tune he was with his emotions despite nor having gone through the heart demon tribulation. And of course he had a question she was dying to know. After taking a few seconds to get comfortable in her new seat, Suya then proceeded to ask, "Young Master Wang Wei, I am confused about something. Why do I find little to no trace of arrogance in you?" "Oh, what do you mean?" replied Wang Wei back with a confused look on his face. He did not understand where this question came from. "Well, I can sense the pride and arrogance of all these heaven-chosens from emperor lineages, especially towards the other people from supreme lands or holy lands. They look down on them and think they are not worthy to even be in the same room as them. Although some of them try to hide this pride and arrogance deeply, it cannot evade my senses. Even geniuses like Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang who came from the lower realm have this pride and arrogance in them. But you are different. I can sense that you do not look down on them. You even have appreciation for a few of them, especially the ones that perform admirably in the little test you left in the entrance. So, I am curious why that is." The room instantly became quiet. Even the poor guy that was still performing stopped his actions. All the people in this room are in the supernatural realm, so it is quite easy for them to hear Suya's words with their keen senses. As such, many people have different reactions. All the people from lower backgrounds secretly clenched their hands and teeth. Although they already knew how these heaven-chosens from emperor lineages felt about them, it still hurt when spoken out loud right to their faces. People like Ji Song and Sun Jialong did care about Suya's words. They knew of their arrogance and have no plans to change it. Of course that is true for Ji Song. As for Sun Jialong, as a ruler he will never show his contempt for other people as they are possible followers. Meanwhile, both Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang, they both were secretly ashamed. Lin Fan was not ashamed of the fact that his arrogance and pride were revealed, but due his status from the lower realm. Ever since he came to the myriad emperor world with his family, he has been struggling to accept his background. He was ashamed of it. Despite the fact that he became the true disciple of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, meaning that he is the future headmaster of the academy, his background has been bothering him. Things got worse when he realized his background was not just a psychological problem, but resulted in him lagging behind many of the heaven-chosens from emperor lineages. There was much knowledge he was not privy to before which resulted in his vision being lowered than theirs, not to mention that the competitive environment in the lower realm was child's play compared to the one in the myriad emperor world. His Tao protector even admitted to him that the academy regretted letting grow up in the lower realm as they did not foresee that the competition in this glorious age would be so intense. This is one of the reasons that despite having the number 1 physique, Lin Fan has the lowest ranking of all the current Heaven Chosens in the room. As for Jian Wushuang, the reason that he was ashamed was because Su Ya's words reminded him that he has forgotten his origin, and that showed that his mindset is not as powerful as he imagined. As for Wang Wei, after pondering for a few seconds, he answered, "Well." Chapter 205. Well, young lady Suya, you are not completely right. As a powerful cultivator, of course I have some level of pride and arrogance, replied Wang Wei calmly with a smile on his face. As for the reason that I do not have any contempt for the geniuses of lower background is because I learned the hard way that there is no being that is truly born noble. Everyone has a chance to reach the top no matter your origin or background. That's bullshit, suddenly said Ji Song with a cold snort. You are telling me a great emperor is not a noble being? What about their offsprings, both direct and indirect? What about people born with powerful bloodlines? Are they not born noble? Is that so, Crown Prince? Then, tell me, beside a great emperor, where do all the noble beings you mentioned get such a qualification? Replied Wang Wei calmly. From a great emperor, of course. That's right. Now, another question, what were great emperors before they managed to prove the Tao? Ji Song looked at him without saying anything. Since you refuse to answer, then I will. They were ordinary people. The first emperor to have ever existed in the myriad emperor world was the heaven-opening emperor back in the primordial era. Although the majority of information in that time period is lost, we do know that countless innate life forms like dragons and phoenixes along with primordial gods lived in that era. Now, do you think that us, weak humans, were noble compared to them? No, in all likelihood we were probably treated as either slaves or food. However, the heaven-opening emperor slowly rose to the top and became a great emperor. He slowly became a noble being. My ancestor, Emperor Qiyuan, was the first great emperor of the ancient emperor era. However, before that, he was just like all the other cultivators at that time that were lost and searching for the road ahead. There was nothing noble about his birth. No, he developed noble characteristics after he decided to spread the origin path system to all the lost cultivators of that time. He became noble after he proved the Tao and became one of the most powerful beings in existence. Not to mention that in history all of us here have learned of many great emperors that once were slaves, some were shunned by society because of being born with defects, or because people did not agree with their views and lifestyles when they were weak. Were those great emperors born noble? One of my favorite emperors was Great Emperor Yellow Teeth. He was born a slave in a small thousand world in the lower realm. One background could not be any lower than this. However, he still managed to slowly crawl the cultivating pyramid until he managed to prove the Tao and proclaimed himself a great emperor. His story has proven that nobility is not an innate quality, but one that is slowly cultivated or acquired. The room then became quiet after Wang Wei's grand and inspiring monologue. Some people agreed with his words, while some found his words demeanor given the fact that he was born with the highest of status among all the people inside this room. So, you are saying that there is no difference between us and them? Replied Ji Song while pointing out the geniuses that were from supreme lands and holy lands. Of course not, that would be preposterous. However, the main difference between us and them is not our birth, but our will and spirits. Heaven chosens like us, ever since we were young, we knew what it will take in order to become powerful. We knew all the pain, suffering, and sacrifices necessary in order to become a true powerhouse. We knew the burden we have to carry and how many people and lives are dependent on us, in our success. We knew that giving up no matter the circumstances was not an option for us. On top of that, we knew that once we reach close to the end of the line, there is a high chance that we might not survive. However, we still have to go forward. As for them, paused Wang Wei while looking at the geniuses from lower backgrounds. They can use the excuse that we are better than them because of our births, our backgrounds, or because we have better cultivation techniques and resources than them. In their minds, they have more than 100 reasons as to why they are not good enough to compete on our level. But they never blamed themselves. They never looked inwards, pondering what they could do to close the gap between us, just like many other great emperors have done. To them, it is easier to blame others for their failures than to have a moment of self-reflection. The majority of them do not have the will and spirit to do whatever it takes to truly reach the top. The room became quiet again after Wang Wei finished speaking as many people started to ponder his words. The Heaven Chosens completely agreed with him. Despite all the allure and glamour that surrounded them, only they knew the amount of stress and tensions they have to live with every day. Whether it is the pressure to prove their parents or sex proud by leading them to greater heights, or the pressure knowing that they might not survive the heavenly battle in the future. Or even worse, eliminate before even reaching there. Overall, their lives are not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Many of them started to reminisce about the things that they had to do in order to get where they were. A few examples were the fact Sun Jiaolong had to kill his own blood brother for power, Ji Song went on a training hell after his second loss to Wang Wei. Many of them had to sacrifice a great deal of things in order to be as strong as they are now. As for the other geniuses from lower backgrounds, they lowered their heads in shame as Wang Wei was right. The mentality of the majority of them is that the only reason that they are not so talented and powerful now was due to their low births. For countless years they have used this excuse to make themselves feel better. However, now their facade was torn down right in front of everybody. One person suddenly stood up before saying, "You can use as many beautiful words as you want, but it will not change the fact that your people from emperor lineages have better techniques than us, have more resources than us and more opportunity than us. Tell me, how are we supposed to compete like this?" Wang Wei took a sip from his wine cup before slowly saying, "You are right, my friend, you guys do have it hard. But I never said that the world was fair. However, let me ask you a question, what was the origin of the last great emperor of this era?" The face of the person who asked the question became stiff, then he lowered his head without answering. "That's right, Emperor Nine Suns was from a supreme land just like many of you here. During most of his rise, no one actually paid attention to him. By the time people realized that he was a threat, he was constantly on the run, but he never gave up as he was a man of great will and spirit. When the heaven will appeared, he showed up and did what he was supposed to do, what he believed all his life that he could do. He beat all the other participants including both my grandparents, proved the Tao and proclaimed himself a great emperor. Now tell me, if he ever had thoughts like yours and decided to quit during all the ups and downs, all the failures, do you think he would have become such a noble being?" The room once again became eerily quiet. As for the person who questioned Wang Wei, he sat down on his seat. Unfortunately for hostess Shishir, this time the quiet was quite permeating. No one actually wanted to perform or do any other action. They all seemed to be reflecting on something. However, Shishir was determined to continue with this meeting. She had foreseen that there may be intense contradictions when the ego and ideologies of all these geniuses clashed. So, she had other plans prepared just in case. Just when Shishir was about to execute her plans to relieve the awkward silence in the room, a sudden rough and rude voice spread or echoed throughout, interrupting her actions. "How rude of all you not to invite us to this party. Miss Shishir, do you think that we are not worthy? I think compared to all the sissy in this room, I am more man than all of them combined. Don't you guys think so?" "Haha boss, you are correct. Maybe you should show Miss Shishir how manly you truly are?" "Boss, that's a good idea. Hahaha." Chapter 206. After the voice, a group of more than 10 people walked inside the room. This group was led by a handsome man. However, this person had the eyes of an animal. To be precise, he had the eyes of a rock. As for the people that were following him, although they all seemed human, upon closer inspection, you will discover a few animal characteristics in these people. Oftentimes these characteristics showed their identity to which group of demon race that they belonged to. So, everyone in the room instantly identifies these people as the demonic race, and wondered why these people came here uninvited? Do they want to cause trouble? After all the demon races crashed the meeting, the leader Yu Chao looked at all the people in the room with a smirk on his face. Then he looked at Shishir with star eyes. "Miss Shishir, sorry for my intrusion of your meeting, but I could not give up the opportunity for my eyes to grace your beauty." Shishir smiled and nodded. However, anyone could tell that the smile in her face is actually very stiff, and that she is very reluctant to do so. Suddenly snorted Ji Song. "If you demon race were truly sorry, then you would not have bothered us in the first place." After saying that, he released a powerful killing aura that surrounded all the demon race around Yu Chao. And he was not the only one. All the members of emperor lineages released their own aura to suppress this group of demon race. Many of the people standing behind Yu Chao had cold sweat running down their backs, while some of them could not bear the pressure and were forced to kneel down on the ground. As for Yu Chao himself, he was still strong enough to support under the aura of all these heaven chosens. Then, on the corner of his eyes, he saw someone that was not releasing his aura. So Yu Chao thought that he might have encountered a soft persimmon. With a little difficulty he said, "There is no need for everyone to fight with each other. After all, we are all here for the same reason. See the beautiful Miss Shishir." After hearing this, the other heaven chosens then stopped releasing their auras, allowing this group of demon race to breathe properly. Although Yu Chao was secretly relieved, he was also ashamed of himself. As a member of the demon race with imperial bloodline, he came to this meeting in order to show these human heaven chosens what true power is like, but he was humiliated like this. So, Yu Chao wanted to do something to redeem himself, and not just in front of the beauty but also in front of his men. So, he walked towards the person that did not release his aura, the person that was happily chatting with two extremely beautiful women. After Yu Chao approached, he said, "Hey my friend, I would really appreciate your seat. How about giving to us and we will not hurt you in return?" And if Yu Chao and these demonic race had seen the strange look that the other people were giving them, they would never do something so stupid. However, they would soon find out. As soon as the person he was spoken to turned around, Yu Chao had both a shocked and terrified look on his face. "Gray hair and gray eyes, you are as a sacred son Wang Wei," muttered Yu Chao with a great deal of horror in his face. Before coming to the academy, Yu Chao was warned by his clan's elders that he could test out the other heaven chosens, but leave out both Di Tian and Wang Wei out of their affairs. Because it is simply impossible to determine how these two people will react to any situation. As for Wang Wei, after being interrupted, he looked at these demon races up and down. "You know, it never ceases to surprise me, the arrogance that your demon race has. It is clear to everyone in this world that the only reason that your race still exists until today is because we, humans, allowed you to. If it was not our benevolence, you people wouldn't even be allowed to live in the worst continent of the north, you would all be exterminated. However, every generation, a trifling few of you always try to test us humans in the other continent, knowing full well that the result will be the same every time." After saying that, a powerful will suddenly came out of Wang Wei's body and enveloped all the demon races. Following which, 6 of them suddenly fell on the ground, with blood coming out of their mouths. Upon closer investigation through divine sense, the people in the room discovered that the bloodline core, which is the source of cultivation of these demon races, were completely shattered. As for the remaining 4 including Yu Chao, they could not move from their spot. It was as if they were fixed on the ground. Is this an application of his young emperor's pseudo-domain? It seemed that he was way more powerful than previously anticipated. "I have to take precautions about such abilities when I have to fight him," secretly thought Suya while watching everything with a brilliant smile on her face. As for Wang Wei, after preventing these people from moving, he took out a talisman from his space ring. "Supreme Elder, I need your help with something." "Whatever you need, young master," replied True Monarch Yen Qin. "I'm suddenly in the mood for a high-level demon race meet." "Oh, what level and what race in particular?" "Well, make it a saint and a golden rock will be fine," replied Wang Wei as he looked straight into Yu Chaos' face, who had turned purple after hearing this short conversation. "Young master, give me a few minutes." "No problem." "You wouldn't dare," suddenly screamed Yu Chao. "Watch me," replied Wang Wei calmly. A few minutes later, True Monarch Yen Qin appeared out of nowhere inside the room. "Young master, the corpse of a Saint Realm demon race is too big to fit inside this room. Then please extend the dimension space of this room, if you do not mind, Supreme Elder." "No problem." With a wave of his hand, this single room of the True Dragon Inn became larger than a football stadium. Yen Qin waved his hand a second time, then a very large golden rock body manifested itself inside the room. "Supreme Elder, I will need a weapon to be able to skin it." "Make that 3, said Wang Wei after looking at the 2 ladies behind him. As the body of Saint is protected by the power of law, it would be extremely difficult for Wang Wei to be able to cut it properly. As such, Yen Qin nodded and took out 3 knives. He blessed each of them with the power of his own Tao. Then, with a wave of hand, a fire made of the power of law also manifested itself inside the room. Wang Wei took all 3 knives from Yen Qin's hand, then he called both Wu Hong and Suya to come help with dealing with the preparations. Wu Hong was more than happy to help. However, Suya complained that someone as beautiful as her should not be forced to do menial labor. Soon afterward, all the members of Wang Wei's group Li Jun, Yen Liling, and Wang Ju came forward and asked Yen Qin for a knife of their own and help with the process. Meanwhile, all the other heaven chosens had a shocked look on their faces. This is the first time that they have seen someone so audacious that he used a powerful saint cultivator to elaborate a point, to treat a Saint Realm true person as livestock. While some people were still marveling in their surprises, some people realized that this was a perfect opportunity, an opportunity to teach the demon race a lesson and put them back in their place. Especially given the fact that not many people liked the fact that they used humans in chains as part of their entrance during the academy entrance ceremony. The first person to act was actually Ji Song. He did not want his archenemy to steal the limelight right in front of him. So, he contacted his Tao protector and had him also catch him in a powerful Saint Realm demon race for him to barbecue and eat. Following which, all the other Heaven Chosens did the same thing. They all contacted their Tao protectors in order to acquire different levels of demon race to cook. As such, this artistic meeting turned into a feast, a demon race feast. Of course, not all people could enjoy such a feast. For example, all the geniuses from Supreme Lands and Holy Lands, they did not dare to do such a thing in fear that the demon race would retaliate against their sects or factions. Of course, Yu Chao and the demon race that were still standing had a very ugly look on their faces. Watching their own kind being slowly turned into food is the ultimate form of torture for them. Not to mention the fact that they are helpless and could not do anything about it. Chapter 207. With the help of Wu Hong, Suya, Li Jun and his group, Wang Wei managed to skin the Saint Realm Golden Rock's body. Then he used all the different spices that he has in his space ring to season the meat. Although Wang Wei had to try different mixes before he discovered something that satisfied him, it was still worth it in the end. After finding the perfect blend of spices, Wang Wei had to use the law flame that true monarch Yan Qin created in order to actually cook a saint-level meat. After finding the perfect temperature to cook the golden rock, a very powerful and enchanting smell enveloped the entire room. All the Heaven Chosens that were also cooking their own demon race raised their heads to look in Wang Wei's direction. All of them had a little bit of drool in their faces due to how appetizing his own meat smelled like. They can infer just by the smell that it would be quite delicious. Although these Heaven Chosens knew that their meat would also be delicious on account of just reaching the saint level, however, compared to Wang Wei's well-prepared delicacy, they still are left behind. After the meal was prepared, Wang Wei then took out plates from his space ring and served everyone who helped him skin the meat their own plate or bowl. Then, to the horror of the few remaining demon races, everybody in the room started to enjoy their food. As for them, they had to witness their own kind slowly turning into food, and yet there were nothing that they could do about it. All four of them wished that they were the few demon races that were forced to pass out by Wang Wei. Unfortunately for them, they were not. They were full of hatred for these humans but powerless to do anything about it. As for the barbecue that all the Heaven Chosens were enjoying, well, the saint-level meat proved to be even more pristine than any of them imagined. The meat seemed to possess the ability to augment the sensitivity of everyone's taste bud. Although there are only 5 basic flavors, however, after taking a bite of this meal, all the people around felt like they had tasted more than 100 different kinds of flavors. And each of them seemed to be unique. While Wang Wei was enjoying his meal, he was also staring at Wu Hong for some reason. "Young Master Wang Wei, it is very rude to stare so directly," suddenly said Wu Hong while placing a piece of meat on her luscious red lips. However, she was calm the whole time while saying these words. "You don't seem surprised?" asked Wang Wei. "Surprised about what?" she asked back. "Surprised that I know how to cook." "I do not understand what you mean." Wang Wei looked around the room before saying, "All the people in this room were surprised by the fact that I can actually cook so well, but not you. Beside the people that are truly close to me, no one else is aware of my culinary abilities." "Young Master Wang Wei, I think you are overthinking things. I just naturally like to remain calm in every situation." Miss Suya remained calm after seeing my culinary skills, but I could still see the slight surprise in her eyes. "As for you, the reaction that I noticed was as if you were already aware of my abilities, so, Miss Wu Hong, how did you know that I could cook?" "Like I said, you are overthinking things, young Master Wang Wei," replied Wu Hong with a calm look on her face, not even the slightest fazed by Wang Wei's question. "Interesting," said Wang Wei with a slight smile on his face. "I have only known you for a few hours and I can already tell that you are an enigma wrapped in a puzzle. And yet, I find myself unable to resist trying to uncover all your secrets." "Well, isn't there a saying that once a woman becomes interested in a man's secret, then it is the beginning of her falling in love with him? Young Master Wang Wei, you should be aware that you are traveling down a dangerous road," responded Wu Hong with a beautiful laugh full of vigor and mystery. "Miss Wu Hong, you could always stop me from doing such a dangerous thing? You know, save my poor soul and heart from being lost forever." "Why would I do that?" replied Wu Hong while whispering these words straight into Wang Wei's ear. "Then, whatever happens to me in the future, you will be responsible. You have to take responsibility for me," whispered Wang Wei back to her. Meanwhile, all the people around had different looks on their faces as they watched those two people flirt with one another. Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju were actually quite surprised as they had never seen Wang Wei behave in such a way. The sacred son that they were used to seeing always had a calm, indifferent, relaxed or stoic face, even in the face of a beautiful woman. A perfect example of that is the way that he treated Miss Shishir, which is considered the most beautiful woman of the world in this generation. However, now he was always smiling, he was charming and witty. In general, he seemed enamored with this Wu Hong. Not to mention he seemed to enjoy himself talking to her. Although all of them were happy for him, however, they were also a little worried that he would become too enamored and lose his focus and drive. As for Su Wei, despite not showing it, she was not happy about the situation as well. For once, she did not like how Wang Wei completely ignored her, and right to her face at that. Logically speaking, as the number 2 most beautiful woman in the world, shouldn't she be more attractive than Wu Hong? On top of that, she was not a vase like Shishir. Of course, Suya had no actual feelings for Wang Wei. As a person who controls both emotions and desires, it is very difficult for her own emotions to be stirred up. On the contrary, she can be very rational and even emotionless if need be. She just did not like the feeling of being ignored. Of course, this was not the main reason that she did not like these two together. The main reason is the fact that an alliance between these two would not bode well for all the other Heaven Chosens. Wang Wei was already powerful enough. But now, if you add the also powerful and mysterious Wu Hong, the power that the Tao opening sect would hold would increase dramatically. It would be like adding a pair of wings to an already very fierce tiger. Of course, Suya hoped that there would be a disagreement between these two over the Heaven Will, thus leading to them becoming enemies instead of companions. However, things do not seem to be heading in that direction. As a matter of fact, Suya was not the only one thinking about such a thing. Many of the other Heaven Chosens do not like the idea of Wang Wei and Wu Hong getting together. Any form of combination between these two people will forever change the game. Many people who did not like the idea of forming alliances will also consider doing so. Of course, that is if any of these Heaven Chosens can get over their own ego and properly elect a leader in any form of alliance that they would create in the future. As for Wang Wei, although he could guess what these people were thinking, he did not really care. He was not attracted to Wu Hong solely based on the benefits that she could bring her. As a matter of fact, he did not even know the reason that he was attracted to her. He simply was. He found that she somehow completed him, like she truly knows what kind of person he was. Right now in the relationship, they are just simply talking or flirting with each other. Wang Wei can foresee that there will be quite a few obstacles between them, especially when it comes to all the mystery that surrounds Wu Hong. Normally speaking, Wang Wei is a semi-controlled freak and would never let himself fall for someone who has so many secrets. However, when it comes to her, he seemed to no care. Ever since he met her, his intuition has been warning him that he should do everything possible to get this girl, otherwise he would regret it for the rest of his life. This was the first time since reincarnation that his intuition became so intense, and Wang Wei can only count a few times in his past life that this has happened. So, he planned to listen to it as always. As for all the secrets that Wu Hong is keeping, Wang Wei believed that as they spent more and more time together, he would eventually discover them by himself, or she would reveal them to him. And if she does not do that, this means that he was wrong about her and that the relationship is one-sided. At that time, Wang Wei will not hesitate to end things with her. What he is looking for is a partnership, not one person swooning over the other. After the Saint Meat Feast, the Heaven Chosen meeting came to an end. However, the repercussions of this meeting were far from over. Discord below an author's thought. Chapter 208. Many people reacted differently to this meeting after it ended. The first of which was the Association of Chamber of Commerce. Inside a private room full of formations, Shishir was speaking with a middle-aged man. The man had a big belly, but he was dressed in very luxurious clothes. Unlike the other Heaven Chosens who were low-key luxurious, the clothes of this man were extremely showy. At just one glance, one could tell that his clothes were made of the highest level of gold and silk. He had many rings on his fingers that shined brightly, and many jade pieces all over his body. Adding on top of that his fat body, you could tell this person had never worked hard in his entire life and enjoyed his life to the fullest. Of course, no one would dare complain about how tacky this guy was. And this was not because of his high status, but also the fact that he was actually a saint true person. "Father," said Shishir to the fat middle-aged guy, "what do you think I should do now?" "Daughter, we should look at things from a more rational point of view." "What do you mean?" Shishir's father took a sip from a wine jar before he elaborated. "Well, personally, I think the best choice should be the number 1 absolute chaos physique, Lin Fan." "Why?" "According to our information, he is currently the weakest among all the top Heaven Chosens." "Daughter, you are looking at things too superficially. Let's take a look at each one individually. Crown Prince Ji Song has already suffered 2 catastrophic defeats from Sacred Son Wang Wei. Although he seemed to have recovered and even further strengthened his power, he has yet to prove himself again to the world. Then there is the innate sword Bowen Jian Wushuang. He is very talented and has even won a battle against Suya during their Qi Luck trial. However, I don't really trust these people who practice the sword Dao. Their wills are usually extremely strong, and they sometimes love their swords more than their own companion. Not to mention this Jian Wushuang has to deal with the burden or shame that the sword-casting Vila suffered at the end of Sect Master Wang Tian in the last generation. Shi Shi's father, Shi Guan, then took another sip of his drink, placed a piece of fruit in his mouth. Then there is this Sun Jiaolong. I will not mention the snakes of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty, but this guy killed his own blood brother in order to acquire power. Daughter, do you think that such a person will truly protect and even sacrifice great things for you? I reckon that he would easily sell you to someone else if it benefits him. Although you would benefit greatly if it turns out it is true that Sun Jiaolong is the owner of the Human Destiny Sword. However, there has been no way to confirm this news. And many people are starting to believe that the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty has released this news as a form of a scheme. The room then became quiet for a brief moment before Shi Shi said, "What don't you say anything about Wang Wei?" Shi Guan looked at his daughter deeply. "Daughter, you should be perfectly aware that sacred son Wang Wei has no interest in you. Although he would be the perfect candidate, it's unfortunate." Shi Shi paused for a while, then she bit her lower lips. "Father, what if I first seduce Li Jun, then slowly find ways to get to Wang Wei? I mean, according to the information we have gathered on him, he seemed to be as lascivious as Lin Fan." However, Shi Guan shook his head after this plan. "Don't look at Li Jun looking like an imbecile that uses the thing in his pants to think instead of his head. As a person closest to Wang Wei, he is a very intelligent person and is also a person of great will. According to our information, his records were only second in the pagoda trials. Although we do not know exactly what these trials were, just the fact that they were able to cultivate Wang Wei into a young emperor showed their effectiveness. Do you think that a person that has the second best record on these trials will be a person of weak will that can be easily manipulated? Not to mention that Li Jun has swore his undying and unwavering loyalty to his big brother, Wang Wei. According to our association's analysis of him, he would not hesitate to kill anyone that stand in the way of Wang Wei's path of emperor, even his current companion, Yan Liling." Shi Shi was silent after hearing this. She knew that her father was correct, but she just could not accept it. Well, in general terms, Shi Shi suffered from the same disease that many women have. They want what they could not have. Is there no better solution than Lin Fan? As a matter of fact, Shi Shi does not have any real problem with Lin Fan. He was one of the few people that stood up for her when Wang Wei said these hurtful words. He seemed polite and romantic, well, at least to Shi Shi. However, here comes the problem. This Lin Fan has a large harem that came from the lower realm with him. And after coming to the Myriad Emperor world, the number kept increasing. Although this kind of practice is common in this world, Shi Shi does not really like. She would prefer that the person that she chooses is only dedicated to her and she will not have to share her man with a bunch of other women. The other options are either Feng Heng from the Tai Profound Gate or Di Tian from the Di family. However, neither of them showed up, meaning that neither of them are actually interested in you. And personally, I do not trust the character of either of those two. I always felt that something was wrong with the two of them. Shi Guan noticed the frown on his daughter's face, so he walked to her and pat her shoulder. "Lin Fan is the perfect choice. With your beauty and skill, it will be very easy for you to become the favorite of his harem and have him listen to you. However, remember what I have taught you, never try to actually control him. Heaven chosens like Lin Fan, although they are easily influenced due to their lascivious nature, but that is only in the early stage of cultivation. As they grow more powerful and experience more things, his will and mental state will be greatly elevated. As such, he will then notice your manipulative nature and begin to be disgusted with you. All you have to do is make sure that you are the most beloved member of his harem, and Lin Fan will decide on his own volition to do absolutely anything for you." After pondering for a few seconds, Shi Shi nodded her head. "He'll listen to you then, father." Although she was not truly happy with the final choice, she could actually really understand the reasons behind it. The Associate of Chamber of Commerce, which led by her father in this generation, wanted to form a marriage alliance with a powerful emperor lineage during this generation's glorious age. Their first choice was in fact the Dao opening sect. However, that plan fell through due to Wang Wei's lack of interest in Shi Shi. So, the second best option is of course the Emperor Enlightening Academy, which is considered the second most powerful faction of the Myriad Emperor world. After sighing for a few seconds, Shi Shi removed the negative thoughts from her head. Since she made her choice, she will live with it and do the things that she is supposed to do. After seeing his daughter regain her bearing, Shi Guan nodded in satisfaction before handing her a piece of paper. "What is this?" asked Shishir in confusion. This is the expected improvement that Lin Fan will go through after the Heaven Chosen's worthy trial. Shishir read the entire parchment and she was quite surprised. According to what is written here, although Lin Fan is currently considered one of the weakest geniuses among the heavenly physique list, he also has the most room for improvement. And the Academy has created a detailed plan for his improvement, and Lin Fan has lived up to the strict standards that the Academy has placed on him. Worthy of the absolute chaos physique, muttered Shishir under her breath after reading the information on this paper. Father, how did you get such information? This should be the highest level of secrets of the Academy? Well, let's just say that the Academy is more than welcome in our alliance. After all, they would not want the Tao opening sect to become even more powerful than they already are. Shishir nodded while at the same time reinforcing her belief that his choice was correct. One day Lin Fan will prove to Wang Wei that his choice today was completely wrong. Meanwhile, somewhere in the northern Black Tortoise continent, many higher-ups of the demon race received news of what happened at the True Dragon Inn. As such, a meeting similar to Shishir and Shiguan was taking place in a secret location of the demon race. Chapter 209. Northern Black Tortoise Continent. In a secret location, all the chiefs of powerful demon race tribes were having a secret meeting. If anyone were to be aware of such a meeting, then they would be quite shocked. For once, all the chiefs attending were the leaders of demon tribes with imperial bloodline, meaning that they had cultivated great emperors throughout their history. Of course, this was not the real reason that other people would be surprised. The real reason being that all of these different tribes can actually exist peacefully with each other. The image that the demon race tribes projected to the outside world was the fact that they were constantly infighting between one another. As such, the idea that all demon tribes have deep and irreconcilable differences have been ingrained in the mind of all the other races of the myriad emperor world. However, it seemed that things were not as simple as seen on the surface. The infighting was nothing but a facade that the demon race used in order to reduce their level of threat to the human race. Back to the meeting. The reason that this meeting took place was because the upper echelons of the demon race received news of what happened in the True Dragon Inn. After receiving the news, none of these chiefs of different tribes acted out of anger or impetuousness. Unlike the young demon race cultivators, the upper echelons knew perfectly well the situation that the demon race was facing. Well, things went even worse than we expected, said the chief of the Golden Rock tribe. I did not expect that humans would react so intensely after such a little probe, replied the chief of the Battle Ape Saint tribe. In just one day we lost more than 5 saints, added the chief of the Power Ant tribe. The most sad thing is the fact that we cannot openly retaliate, otherwise the consequences would be even more dire, said the chief of the Peacock tribe, who was among the few women in this room. There is no need to complain to one another, suddenly said the chief of the Black Tiger tribe. We have learned from our ancestors that the situation of our demon race will not change until we cultivate an eternal emperor of our own. And now, this generation, we finally have a chance. Yes, Project Innate Atavism has finally come to fruition after countless years of studying the secrets of bloodline, responded the chief of the Golden Lion tribe. She was a beautiful woman with black hair and golden eyes, but had a scar on her left eye. Her tribe, along with the Black Tiger, Golden Rock, and Battle Ape Saint tribes are the ones with the most power among all the demon tribes. They each cultivated 3 great emperors. Unfortunately for these demon tribes, many of their emperors were either killed or exiled by the Human Preservation Array, after they tried to challenge the status quo of humans in the world. As a result of this, many of the backgrounds of the demon race have been missing. Whether it was emperor scriptures, emperor artifacts or arrays, many of them were either destroyed by humans in an attempt to keep the demon race weak, or these great emperors never had the chance to leave these things behind. The truth of the matter is that the lives of the demon race are actually quite dire. Although the human emperor did not want to exterminate them, unfortunately, the same thing could not be said for other great emperors that came after him. Especially when it comes to sects like the Herd-Raising Valley. All they want is to enslave all the demon race and raise them in captivity, or exterminate them completely. As a result of this, many great emperors of the human race or even the spirit race have tried to eliminate all the demon tribes. There are 2 reasons that the demon race can continue to exist through this day, albeit a bit miserable. The first being that they have followed in humans' footstep and created a demon preservation array in the northern continent using the entire chi luck or destiny of the demon race. Every great emperors cultivated by the demon race would further strengthen this array just like humans did for their own preservation array. Another reason is that many great emperors of the demon race will attack the human preservation aura, after proving the Tao in an attempt to weaken the power of humans over the entire Myriad Emperor world. Unfortunately, they would either be killed by that array, or were exiled and prevented from ever returning back to the Myriad Emperor world. What made things even worse for the demon race was the fact that due to the fact that humans hold 90% of chi luck of the entire Myriad Emperor world, Heavenly Tao has acknowledged them as the master of the world and is on their side when it comes to any dispute between other races. Now, all we have to do is to ensure that he is not discovered by the humans until the time that the Heaven will battle arrives, added the Golden Lion Chiefess after taking a brief pause to reminisce about the current situation of their races. The only reason that humans can truly dominate the world is because they have cultivated eternal emperors like Emperor Qiyuan, the Sword Empress, the Absolute Beginning Emperor, and Empress Wu, said one of the chief. As long as he becomes an eternal emperor, then there is hope for our demon race. Hope to create an entire era that belongs solely to us. The room became quiet as all of the chiefs started to imagine the bright future that awaits them. They imagined that they would not have to live in this barren and frozen continent with a low level of spiritual energy. They imagined that their kinds would no longer be treated as transportation or livestocks. They imagined that they could walk in any of the different continents with their eyes raised and deep pride on their faces. They imagined that they would not have to live in fear that one day, the human race has finally decided that they will unite together to exterminate their entire race. There is no need to daydream, suddenly said the chief of the Black Tiger tribe. As long as our plans come to fruition, all of our dreams will become goals that can be accomplished. Do we need to worry about the humans suspecting something based on how the people sent to the academy acted? Suddenly asked one particular chief. Not really. We have always ensured that our heaven-chosens acted rude, cruelly, and with disdain towards others humans, just to give outsiders the perception that the entire demon race cannot tell their actual situation in the world and is slowly weakening with each passing generation, added the chief of the Nether Crow tribe. That way the human race can lower their guard against us, as long as they think that we are slowly losing our grasp of reality. The room then became quiet for a while after those words were spoken. Then someone asked, Golden Lion Chiefess, why did you call this meeting? It could not have been just to discuss the behaviors of our younglings at the academy? Of course not, replied the Golden Lion Chiefess. I've called this meeting in order to present all of you with a proposal. What proposal? I think we should invite the Golden Crow tribe to participate in Project Innate Atavism. The room instantly became quiet again as all the other chiefs looked at her in shock. Many people thought that she might be joking at first, but changed their minds after seeing the serious look on her face. Why would you want to interact with these traitors? Let alone let them participate in such important plan that could change the fundamental situation of our race? Suddenly screamed one of the chiefs. Many people agreed with the person who screamed. Normally, these chiefs will show a certain level of respect for tribes like the Golden Lion, however, not this time. Not when it comes to the Golden Crow tribe. To the majority of tribes in the demon race, the Golden Crow is nothing but traitors. They abandoned the northern continent and lived on the sun. They do not have to worry about their clan members being hunted down by humans to become mount or food. Moreover, they never actually contributed anything to the demon race, even the demon preservation array. All they cared about was saving their own tribes. And that is not even the worst part. What the other demon tribes hate the most about the Golden Crow tribes is the fact that they have abandoned the bloodline cultivating system for the origin path system cultivated by humans. And this was not a recent thing, but both great emperors of their tribes proved the Tao through the origin path system. The Golden Lion Chiefess looked at the reaction of all her race and she was not surprised. She sighed before saying, because we do not have much of a choice. Chapter 209.1 What do you mean that we do not have a choice? Asked one of the demon race tribe chiefs. Do you guys think that talent is all it takes to cultivate an eternal emperor? Do you think that just because he succeeded in his atavism that he will instantly become an eternal emperor? Asked the Golden Lion Chiefess. The room then became quiet as everybody began to ponder the chiefess' words. An eternal emperor is the highest echelon among all the great emperors that ever walks from the myriad emperor world. Through countless eras, trillions of years, and a myriad of generations, thousands upon thousands of great emperors, the number of eternal emperors could only be counted in both hands. As a matter of fact, there can only be one eternal emperor at the end or beginning of an era, and that is not even a guaranteed thing. The only exception being the ancient emperor era, in which there were 3 of them. 2 of which came from the Tao opening sect, Qiyuan Emperor and the Sword Empress, and the last one being the Human Emperor. Then there was the Absolute Beginning Emperor in the Incense era, Empress Wu in the Devil era, and one more in the Middle Emperor era. As for the current new emperor era, there has been no eternal emperor, hence one of the reasons that people believe that one will appear during this glorious age. Additionally, many people believe that a new era will begin with the crowning of this eternal emperor. As a matter of fact, only a very rare few individuals actually know 100% what an eternal emperor is and how to achieve this realm. What most people know is the fact that eternal emperors are more powerful than great emperors and can easily defeat or slaughter them. After people finished pondering the Golden Lion Chiefess words, one of them asked, "What does this have to do with the Golden Crow tribe?" In order to train him properly, he needs to go through trial and tribulations, compete with people of similar level as him in order to properly grow in both will, spirit, vision, and Tao heart. We have to train him to reach the levels of people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Ji Song and even go beyond them. And during this entire process he cannot be discovered by the human race. Everybody in the room nodded in agreement. Then the chief of the Power Ant tribe said, "We already knew all of this. Isn't this the reason we decided to send him out of our world's community and into another heavenward world? Once he gets there, he can compete with heaven chosens of his level while hiding his identity. When the time for the heavenward battle of the myriad emperor world arrived, we can recall him back." All the chiefs nodded as this was the original plan that they had made in order to train their own heaven chosens. With this method they can hit two birds with one stone by training their heaven chosens and hiding him at the same time. "Well," said the Golden Lion Chiefess while looking at the Golden Rock Chief and the Black Tiger Chief. "After going back and reviewing this plan, we realized that it is not feasible. At least not on our own." "Why not?" asked one person. "Do you guys think it is easy to travel from one world community to another? Even a supreme realm true monarchs might spend their entire lifespan traveling from one world community to another. Only a great emperor and a few origin artifacts have that ability, and they are in the hands of the truly powerful emperor lineages. Not to mention the price to activate these artifacts, and the fact that we have to do such a thing in complete stealth," replied the chief of the Black Tiger tribe. "So what are you guys saying?" asked one person. "Our demon race does not have an artifact that can travel to other world communities. Well, to be precise, it was either stolen or destroyed by the human race and the spirit race," answered the chief of the Golden Rock tribe. "So, you guys are saying that the Golden Crow tribe has one of these artifacts? To be precise, they have a broken one. However, as long as enough price is paid, it should function without any problem," replied the Golden Lion Chiefess. All the chiefs started thinking about this problem. Even if they needed the help of the Golden Crow tribe, it does not change the fact that they do not like them. "Wait," suddenly asked the Peacock tribe chiefess. "Didn't the Golden Crow tribe wake up their emperor offsprings? Forget about helping us. How do we make sure that they would not betray us?" "Because we will threaten them with an Emperor Tao war if they refuse to help us, let alone betray us," answered the Golden Lion Chiefess calmly. Then all the other members who were not privy to this information before the meeting gasped out loud. An Emperor Tao war involves two emperor lineages fighting each other to the point that one is completely destroyed. Then they would have to wake up all their immortal venerables and Tao ancestors in order to fight, using all their emperor artifacts and formations. In short, they would have to wager their tribe's foundation against the Golden Crow tribe. Now, one would think that with all these different tribes banding together, it should be an easy war. However, all the chiefs in the room knew that this was not the case. The majority of royal demon tribes have been greatly weakened throughout the years, thus rendering their foundations very weak. Meanwhile, the Golden Crow have managed to stay out of the majority of disputes in the myriad emperor world. Their only competitors been the Samadhi True Fire sect. However, they have had a peace treaty for many years that was until the Yang family showed up that they started fighting again. So, an Emperor Tao war would not be an easy one to decide between these two groups. "Will the human race allow such a war to take place?" suddenly asked one chief. For these people, the idea of starting an Emperor Tao war did not faze them. The Demon Royal Court, which was the name of this alliance of all the powerful tribes of the demon race, have paid too much just to give up right at the moment when they see hope. So, if they have to start such a large-scale war in order to accomplish their goals, so be it. The humans will not care as long as it does not affect them. On the contrary, they will gladly watch any kind of infighting between us," said the Golden Rock Chief coldly. "Not necessarily. The devil cultivators in the west would be more than happy to intervene, not to mention the herd-raising valley," added the Battle Saint Ape Chief. "Guys, I think all of you are missing the point. We are not really going to war with the Golden Crow tribe, just threatening them with it, right?" asked the Peacock Chiefess while looking at the Golden Lion Chiefess, the Golden Rock Chief and the Black Tiger Chief. "You are partially right," answered the Black Tiger Chief. If the situation escalated beyond our predictions, then we should all be mentally prepared to start a real Emperor Dao war. The room then became somber as all the people started thinking about the possible ramifications of their actions. Then someone said, "Let's decide this like we always did, by votes. Each tribe's chief has 1 voting rights, while the 4 head chiefs have 2 voting rights." Following which, a voting process took place. The 4 head chiefs referring to the Golden Lion tribe, the Golden Rock tribe, the Black Tiger tribe and the Battle Saint Ape tribe voted in favor of asking the Golden Crow tribe for help. As a matter of fact, the majority of these tribes also voted in favor with a few exceptions that have either a very deep hatred for the Golden tribe or for selfish reasons, did not want to participate in an Emperor Dao war. Since the majority decided, then a decision was made regarding this matter. However, one person had something to add to this situation. Wouldn't it be better to ask the Golden Crow tribe to have a marriage alliance with us through the Emperor offspring? Well, his bloodline is not inferior to hers when it comes to nobility, so it would be a perfect match. And if they had descendants, I cannot imagine how powerful and noble such a bloodline would be, responded one of the chiefs. We can make this proposition to them, but you guys should not have any high hopes, replied the Golden Lion chiefess. Why not? Well, the Emperor offspring is a supreme realm true monarch, so no one can force her to do anything she does not want to do. Well, we can leave the decision to her. Chapter 209.2 Dao Opening Sect, Tianwei Peak. Sect Master Wan Tian also received the information about the events that took place during the meeting at the True Dragon Inn. After reading the information, he muttered to himself, "Worthy to be my son, he should have this kind of domineering spirit." Then he continued to review all the information that was sent to him through talismans. "Shadow," said Wang Tian after finishing reading. "Yes, Sect Master. Go gather all the information about this Wu Hong. Do not leave any stone unturned. As you wish." Heaven Bliss Domain, Emperor Enlightening Academy. A meeting of the headmaster and all the teachers was taken place in order to discuss not only the events at the True Dragon Inn, but also to prepare for the Heaven Chosen selection trial. The Association of Chamber of Commerce has just sent news that they have chosen Lin Fan for Shishi's Dao companion, said Headmaster Bai Han in order to start the meeting. "So quickly?" asked one teacher. "Yes. After all, they also wanted to further secure our existing alliance. Adding to that the information that we secretly gave them, it was only the best result for both parties," explained Bai Han calmly. "Now let us discuss the events of the meeting. Supreme Teacher Qiujin, you were there, so what do you think?" The eyes of all the people in the room turned to Qiujin, who was in fact the Dao protector and teacher of Lin Fan. He has been with him ever since the lower realm and was also present during the meeting. After taking a brief moment to organize his thoughts, Qiujin then explained his analysis on Wang Wei. He is different from the rest of them. His way of thinking, his vision or the way that he sees the world is both grand and far-reaching. Not to mention his unwavering confidence. From what I saw in that meeting, he has already started thinking about what he will do after becoming emperor. And it is possible that he has already made plans for that. "Isn't that just being arrogant?" asked one teacher with a frown on her face. Qiujin looked at the person who asked the question before answering calmly. The line between the two is always blurred and based on the success of a person. If the sacred son manages to prove the Tao in this generation, then he is a confident person. If he fails, then he is arrogant. Either way, it does not change the fact that this kind of thinking does give him an advantage over other heaven chosens, especially when comparing to Feiner, who suffers from low self-esteem due to his background from the lower realm. Everybody nodded in agreement with him. Then Headmaster Bai Han asked, "What about his strength? Did your talent detect anything?" One of the reasons that Qiujin was chosen as Lin Fan's teacher was because of his innate talent. His talent allows him to scan the strength of a person, then derive possible directions for development. With this talent, it is possible for Qiujin to develop the best training plan for anybody. He could turn an ordinary person into a genius through strict training plans. He could allow any person with a heavenly physique to develop their special body to their full potential and beyond. Of course, this talent is not 100% foolproof. A perfect example of that is the fact that the Academy had to redraw their training plans for Lin Fan when they realized that their current one was not nearly enough to have an advantage in this glorious age. Unfortunately, there was this weird power that prevented me from discovering anything from him, replied Qiujin. What weird power? It was similar to the one he used to test the people that entered the inn. According to theory, he should have acquired it after breaking the 13th barrier of the body refining realm. Did we ever find any information about such a thing in our records? Asked one teacher. However, all the other people just shook their heads. Meanwhile, Headmaster Bai Han had a frown on his face as he started to think. He remembered a conversation that he had with his father long ago about such a topic. According to his father, this kind of thing was somewhat of a semi-taboo and secret of the world. Bai Han remembered that his father had a look of regret on his face, which was a very rare thing given his status and strength. "Well, did you discover any news at all?" asked Headmaster Bai Han after reining in his thoughts. "Well, I did," replied Chiu-Jin. "For once, his fleshly body is scary. I do not know how far he pushed it, but it is very terrifying. For his fleshly body to reach such a level, he must have suffered through countless pain and suffering. All of you can imagine what kind of will is needed to become a body refiner, let alone reach such height. A person that can be this cruel to himself." Although Chiu-Jin did not say anything, the other teachers understood his implied meaning. "Another thing that I did discover or verified was the fact that his soul is indeed very unique. Although I could not use my divine sense to scan a Du Yanquan's presence, I still felt some kind of dread solely based on what I sense normally. His soul hides many secrets." The room instantly became quiet. If even a Supreme Realm True Monarch says that Sacred Son Wang Wei's soul brings him dread, then what level is the secret behind his soul? Great Emperor? Beyond it? Is it really to that extent? Asked one teacher with a little tremble in his voice. "Yes," nodded Chiu-Jin. "Luckily for us, from what I have observed, he seemed to not know how to use that power. Well, he might not even be aware of what exactly it is." Many people sighed in relief after hearing this. As long as Wang Wei does not know how to use such a power, then they still have a chance. "Anything else?" asked Bai Han. "Yes, Headmaster. We need to find a way to deal with his young emperor's pseudo-domain." Bai Han nodded after hearing. Before the Saint Realm, before acquiring their own domain, young emperors have a large advantage in battle against other people. Not to mention that young emperors can merge their pseudo-domains and their real domains after entering the Saint Realm. That is actually an easy solution. All we have to do is to create an origin artifact that has the aura of a great emperor embedded in it. That way the aura can offset some of the powers of the pseudo-domain, replied Bai Han after hearing this question. This kind of method has long been studied throughout the years. Although there have been few young emperors, the number is still quite significant if you take into account the long history of the myriad emperor world. This kind of method is not 100% effective, but it can level the playing field to some extent during a battle. Now that we are done talking about Sacred Son Wang Wei, let's discuss the Heaven-Chosen selection trial. Did everybody show up? No, sir. It seemed that both Lu Meishio of the Herd-Raising Valley and Zhen Biu of the Five-Element Palace are not present and showed no sign of coming, responded one teacher. Bai Han had a frown on his face after hearing that. He was not surprised that the number 6 5-element balance physique, Zhen Biu, was not coming. She is a very pure Taoist cultivator. From the information that the Academy gathered about her, she is the type of cultivator that solely focuses on enlightening the Tao. She does not participate in fights, dramas, or contradictions. She only cultivates. Many people believe that she will only show up during the time that heaven will shows up in order to fight for it. As for Lu Meishio, Bai Han could not find the reason for her absence. Is there any more information about Lu Meishio? He asked. None except for the fact that she seemed to be acting weird ever since she lost in her trial against Wang Wei. Many people believe that she may have suffered a mental setback after that. Headmaster Bai Han had a feeling that things were not as simple as seen on the surface. However, he did not dwell on this matter too much as Lu Meishio was not important enough to truly affect the world stage. Although the myriad beast body is very special, the conditions it needs to reach a certain level is too harsh. Forget about the two of them. Is everything else prepared? Asked Bai Han. Yes, Headmaster. In that case, the trial will begin a week later. All the teachers nodded and left to do the final preparations. They do not wish for anything wrong to happen. After all, not only is the Academy's reputation on the line, even their chi luck can be affected if something were to go wrong. Chapter 210. A few days have passed since the meeting at the True Dragon Inn. Wang Wei spent most of the time visiting the main city of the Academy and attending different lectures from different professors. He greatly enjoyed the courses regarding alchemy, array, talisman, and weapon refinement. Of course, during those few days he also spent a lot of time talking with Wu Hong. After the end of the meeting, they exchanged communication talismans and have spent days talking to each other non-stop. However, 2 days before the start of the Heaven-Chosen selection trial, something happened. Wang Wei was visiting the city when he decided to visit a special place on a whim. This place was where the Heavenly Tao Protection Book was located or displayed for people to see. The book was located on an open plaza where people could see it. There was a formation that acted like a see-through glass protecting the book. As for the book itself, it was a very thick golden book that kept flipping on its own. Each time a page was flipped, Wang Wei saw a list with 30 names on them ranked from highest to lowest. On the last 2 pages, Wang Wei saw all his family's name on the book. His grandfather and father were both ranked first on their own pages. His grandfather Yu Zhuang ranked 9th while his grandmother ranked 13th. The 2 of them were on the same page as his grandfather Wang Chang. As for his mother Yu Yin, she was ranked 5th on the same list as Wang Wei's father. He even saw that great elder Yan Mei of the Punishing Hall was ranked 6th, right after his mother. After the book flipped through all the previous records since the Middle Emperor era, it turned to a blank page with no names on them, just the ranking. Wang Wei knew that this was the page that this generation of candidates would place their names in. And he was very confident in placing his name on the first spot, just like his father and grandfather before him did. After acquiring that spot, Wang Wei will gain access to the 3,000 Dao tablets and comprehend a cultivation scripture that is perfect for his fate puppeteer physique. While Wang Wei was staring at the Heavenly Dao Protection book, he suddenly frowned quite deeply. An intense warning of danger once again overcame him, warning him of an incoming danger. Wang Wei then looked around to see if something was wrong, but he could not find anything. More importantly, what kind of danger would come to him with true monarch Yanqin around him? After pondering for a second, he thought to himself, could it be that the reason that I feel a sense of danger is because of the idea of putting my name on that book? As soon as those thoughts entered Wang Wei's mind, his intuition once again activated and the warning intensified. So he knew that he was right. However, here came the problem. He did not know what was wrong with that list. Could it be a plot of the academy? Knowing that he would not find the answer here, Wang Wei decided to leave here and return to his residence. After entering his own room, he said, "Supreme Elder, please use your power to isolate the entire room." "Yes, young master," replied Yanqin. Then, a mysterious power enveloped the entire room that Wang Wei was in, essentially separating this room from outside spying eyes and ears. Immediately following this, Wang Wei took out a bunch of formation flags and set up an array, a communication array to be precise. Countless circles with strange runes at the center appeared in front of Wang Wei. Then, under his arrangement, they formed a pattern by combining together. Once the setup was completed, he activated the formation. "Why, is something wrong?" said a holographic image of Wang Wei's father, Wang Tian. "As a matter of fact, yes. I just had a premonition of grave danger, and it came from putting my name on the Heavenly Dao Protection book. Do you have any information on the book?" Wang Tian had a frown on his face after hearing this. He knew how accurate his son's intuition was, so he did not doubt his words. From what we know, the book was refined personally by Emperor Kong himself, and only the Academy knows how he did it, and it is also one of their Emperor artifacts and luck-condensing artifacts, suppressing the chi luck of the entire Academy. Every time a heaven-chosen selection trial takes place, a little chi luck of these geniuses is taken in exchange for the protection of Heavenly Dao. My name and your grandfather's were in that book. Even your great-grandfather was in that book. As a matter of fact, for countless generations, our Wang clan had many people placing their names on that book and nothing ever happened to them. At least there was no direct correlation between the ones that had an accident and the book. Wang Wei's frown became deeper after hearing this, and he crossed his hand in front of him. "Well, do you have any idea on the reason for this happening?" Wang Tian shook his head. "Wait for a few minutes." He then disappeared from the range of the formation. A few minutes later, Sect Master Wang Tian came back with all the upper echelons of the sect and his father, Wang Chang. Even the other true monarchs were listening to the conversation through their divine senses. After explaining the overall situation, everybody had a pensive look on their faces as they tried to figure out the possible reason for such a situation. The first to give a possible theory was Great Elder Yan Mei. The Heavenly Dao Protection book is directly connected to Heavenly Dao itself. Given the conflict that you had with it after you broke through the 13th layer barrier, it is not impossible that it does not like you. "Although what you said makes sense," replied Li Jun's father, Li Jiang. "However, Heavenly Dao has rules and regulations. Even if it does not like the young master, it cannot hurt and harm him for no reason." After he survived the divine punishment thunder, his slate was wiped clean and it should not attack him again unless provoked. "Young master, did you do something to anger Heavenly Dao again in the past few years?" "How?" replied Wang Wei, who was a little caught by surprise by the question. He thought about it deeply to make sure. "I don't think so. Besides cultivating and traveling, I have done nothing out of the ordinary." Everyone nodded, however they still could not think of a solution. Could this have to do with the 9-emperor curse of our sect? Suddenly asked one person. This was indeed a possibility, however Wang Chang shut down this theory. It is possible but not likely. Wire's true will ability has basically nullified the curse on him. And every time he increased the power of his true will, the power of the curse kept decreasing. Now, everything seemed to go back to zero again. Well, said Great Elder Yen Mei. It does not truly matter the reason behind such an anomaly as long as the young master does not place his name on the book. The real issue now is what are you going to do, young master? Without participating in the trial and getting your name on that book, you will not gain access to the 3,000 Dao tablets and create a scripture that is best suited for yourself. Although with your comprehension, the sect's resources and the merit you still have left over from the Chi Luck trial, you could still create a technique of your own, but I can guarantee you it will not be the same. You have seen your father's Absolute Sword Cut Sutra. Without his understanding of these tablets, no matter how heaven-defying his talent in the sword was, he would never be able to create a sutra of that level. She is right, Wire. Added Wang Tian and even Wang Chang. The only reason that these people were able to create such powerful scriptures was due to their enlightening of these tablets. Wang Wei had a pondering look on his face after hearing Great Elder Yen Mei's words. He also understood the significance of these tablets to him and his future path, so he must get access to him. Not to mention that if his other competitors got access to these tablets and he did not, this might negate all the advantage he had over them in the past century. Especially when it comes to that guy Di Tian. In the past few days, Wang Wei has been reviewing any information about him. Although the information was very little to the point of being abnormal, Wang Wei had a feeling that this guy would be his greatest obstacle towards the path of Emperor. Chapter 211. Wang Wei had a thoughtful look on his face after hearing the question regarding his future actions. Although he had a plan, he did not know whether it would work until he tried it. Then he discussed it with the other people of the clan in order to polish it and fix the details. After a few hours, the plan was finalized and only Sect Master Wang Tian and his son were left talking to each other through the communication formation. Anything else, Wire? Asked Wang Tian in confusion. What information did you gather on Wu Hong? Asked Wang Wei calmly. However, his words made the room quiet and the atmosphere quite awkward. Wire, you have to understand the hope that the sect has placed on you. So, we have to take anything related to you with the utmost care, especially when it comes to your future Dao companion. Father, you do not need to worry about anything as I am not a child that uses his emotions to think or act rashly. I am only asking because I also want to know about her and her motives. Wang Tian sighed a relief after hearing this. He truly feared that his actions would cause contradiction between him and his sons. When it comes to matters of the heart, he feared that his usually rational son would start to act out of emotions. And given his son's headstrong personality, if he decided to place this Wu Hong's well-being above everything, above his family and sect, then there is nothing that he could do. And this possibility is not as far-fetched as one would like to believe. During his generation, Wang Tian had many clashes with his father over his current wife. Due to the fact that they were from different factions and their competitors, it was very difficult for them to get together. If it was not that Dao oath that they both took and promised their families that they would fight each other fairly during the Heavenwell battle, and not let the result affect their relationships, then they might never have received the blessing of their factions to be together. Well, in the end, the oath was proven to be futile as neither one of them had the chance to fight for the Heavenwell anyway. According to the information that we received, she was born from an ordinary mortal family. Soon after that, both her parents died and she was raised by the neighbors. When she turned 15, she seemed to have discovered the inheritance of Empress Wu and started on the path of cultivation. But things are not as simple on the surface as they seemed, added Wang Wei. Yes, nodded Wang Tian. One look at her you can tell that she is the picture image of Empress Wu. The only difference being the temperament. So, we first theorized that she was the direct descendant of the Empress, however the idea was soon ruled out after seeing one of her battles. To be precise, the only recording of her fighting. At the supernatural realm, she easily suppressed a half-step void-shattered realm cultivator. The odd thing about that battle was not her strength, but the fact her cultivation of the Empress Wu Sealing Sutra was too smooth. It was not just a matter of perfect fit with the technique, more like it was made by her personally. Wang Tian stopped in order to allow his son to digest these words, and he did so. After a few seconds, Wang Wei asked, "So, you believe she is the reincarnation of Empress Wu?" "That is the current working theory. After all, the Empress mysteriously disappeared at the peak of her career and no one knows why. The real question is, why would an eternal emperor like Empress Wu need to reincarnate? Muttered Wang Wei to himself. However, from the little information he gathered from Wu Hong the past few days, he guessed that things were not as simple as his father stated. After reining in his thoughts, Wang Wei noticed that his father had an hesitative look on his face. If you have something else to say, you can just tell me. To be honest, if she really is the reincarnation of Empress Wu, then her strength is probably even more powerful and terrifying than both you and Di Tian despite her low-key appearance. And if the two of you decide to become Dao companion, then you will also have to make the same Dao oath that me and your mother made when it comes to the Heavenwell battle. Wang Wei nodded after hearing this, but he did not take his father's words seriously. During his talk with Wu Hong in the past few days, he had a strange feeling that her motive was just to meet and help him. He was also worried about the fact that they might have to fight for Heavenwell in the future, so Wang Wei talked to her about it in a roundabout way. However, the feeling he got from her was that she did not care about the Heavenwell. To be precise, she disdained it like it was a common item found everywhere in the streets. Although he did not have a definite answer regarding whether they will be competitors in the future, Wang Wei was not currently worried about this situation. After all, they have just met a few days ago. Although they seem to have a very mysterious and strange affinity to one another, as rational people, they would not act rashly when it comes to really becoming Dao companion. In this world, Dao companion and wife were not essentially the same thing. As a polygamous society, cultivators in the myriad emperor world can have as many wives as they want, but they can only have one Dao companion. As the name implies, a Dao companion is a person that accompanies another person through their mutual pursuit of the Dao. As such, this person has to have your absolute trust, a trust that goes beyond life and death. Many cultivators do not fear death, but fear losing their Dao or path forwards. So, their Dao companion has to be responsible to protect them their own Dao, and they also have to reciprocate the act. So, not every cultivator is willing to place such a level of trust on someone else. As a matter of fact, when the early concept of Dao companion was first introduced in this world, there were many acts of betrayal between Dao companions. However, later on, Great Emperor Harmony from the Yin Moon Palace created a ceremony where both Dao companions will share their lives with one another. That way they can support one another and even die if their other half is gone. After reining in his thoughts, Wang Wei asked, "Father, why do I have the feeling that you did not come to this conclusion just based on the information that the shadow gathered?" Sect Master Wang Tian's heart skipped a beat after hearing that question despite the fact that his face did not change at all. He forgot that his son had very keen senses and it was rare for some things to go by him unnoticed. So, with a wry smile, he said, "After reading the information, I was curious about her, so I entered the academy and went to see her personally." Asked Wang Wei with a smile on his face. "Well, with my intuition of a swordsman, I discovered how powerful she actually was. You have your work cut out for you, son." "And?" Wang Wei continued to ask with a slight mocking smile on his face. Wang Tian coughed slightly, a taint of pink flashed from his cheek before disappearing. "Fine, you win. She discovered me the moment I came close to her despite the fact that I used my own domain to hide myself. However, instead of revealing me, she ignored me and pretended that I did not exist until I was forced to come out of hiding. The whole situation was quite embarrassing." Wang Tian was indeed embarrassed. As a Saint Realm true person and the most powerful heaven chosens of his generation, he was discovered by a supernatural realm brat. Even if she is believed to be the reincarnation of an eternal emperor, it was still an embarrassment. "So what do you think of her?" asked Wang Wei while gloating at his father's ploy. "Well, she seemed very mysterious and I could not see through her. Furthermore, I could not shirk the feeling that she knew me and your mother very well." Wang Wei's eyes squinted after hearing this. "So, it is not just me who feels this way. Could she be a time traveler and future me and her are related in some way? If that is true, why did she need to go back in time? And what does Empress Wu have to do with this whole thing? It seems that I have to look for signs of her time traveling." After spending a few more minutes talking to his father, Wang Wei stopped operating the communicating array. "Supreme Elder." "Yes, young master. Please go set up a meeting with the higher-ups of the academy for me." "No problem." Chapter 212. After setting up the meeting with the academy, Wang Wei started thinking about the things that happened to him recently, and he was not happy. He has noticed that strange things keep happening around him and he could not control any of it. Whether it was having heart demon tribulation, twice of the things related to this book, strange and uncontrollable events keep happening around him, and the lack of information has annoyed him greatly. He felt that something beyond his comprehension and understanding is happening, and although he is related to it, he cannot do anything about it. Wang Wei does not believe that he is a control freak. Throughout his short century of living, many things have happened that were outside of prediction or controlled. His divine punishment thunder being one of the major ones. However, during those events, he could think calmly and devise the necessary plans to ensure not only his survival, but also benefit from the situation. However, recent events have made him completely clueless and he did not like that. After thinking about these things, he then took out a talisman from his space ring. It was the one that the old beggar gave him. He had a feeling that that old beggar had an inkling of what was going on with him. However, he did not activate the token. He felt that it was not time yet. The next day, Wang Wei woke up earlier, was led by Supreme Elder Yan Qin to meet with the upper echelons of the academy. He entered a small room where he saw a few teachers sitting cross-legged on futons with an old man with long white hair and beard. He recognized this sage-like old man as the headmaster of the academy, Bai Han. The old headmaster was actually his father's greatest enemy during their generation. Even his name was in the second place on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. After entering the room, Wang Wei saw a futon in the middle of the room with a small wooden table in front of it. The futon was facing all the other teachers and was positioned at a lower level than them. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Wei felt countless powerful aura trying to intimidate him. As a matter of fact, even Yan Qin was suppressed by a few other true monarchs. However, none of them cared about such a thing. Yan Qin was used to this kind of behavior as the rivalry of the Tao Opening sect and the Emperor Enlightening sect has been going on for an entire era. The last great emperor of the sect was during the Devil era, while the last one for the academy was at the beginning of the new emperor era. Since then, these two sects have been competing with another for countless millennia. As for Wang Wei, he did care about these people's aura. As a person who has faced the wrath of Heavenly Tao directly and won, he did not care about a few saints' aura. So, he took his seat in the middle and started tasting the food that they served. As for Yan Qin, he merged into the void and left the negotiation to the young sect master. "Sacred son Wang Wei, what brings you to meet us today?" asked Bai Han with a gentle smile on his face. He has the look of a doting grandpa talking to his descendants. Of course Wang Wei will not be affected by his demeanor. Forget the little stunt that these people just did to him. He did not believe that anyone who could sit at such a powerful position would be a harmless grandfather. "Well, headmaster, I have run into a little problem, and I would like your help to solve it." "Is that so? Did you not like the reception of our academy? If there was something that we could do to remedy the situation, please say." "No, your reception was more than satisfactory. I do not think that my sect could do any better. The trouble I am having is the fact that I do not wish to place my name on the Heavenly Tao Book, and I was wondering if it is possible to see the Tao tablets without doing so." Many people frowned after hearing this. A meeting took place last night after the academy heard the request of the Tao Opening sect. Many people tried to come up with a reason for such a sudden meeting, but they did not expect that the answer would be this. "Do you think that our academy would ruin our reputations in order to plot against you?" suddenly asked one teacher. "Of course not. I believe in the academy's reputation. After all, both my father, mother and grandparents had their name on the book." "Then, are you afraid to compete with the other geniuses?" asked the same teacher with a sneer in his voice. "The answer is still no," replied Wang Wei calmly. "If the academy wishes, I am more than happy to fight in the trial, but I will not place my name on that book. All I ask for is to be able to see the Tao tablets without doing so." "Sacred son," said Bai Han, preventing the previous teacher from speaking any further. "Excuse us for asking, but we need to have some kind of explanation for your sudden action before we can consider your proposition." "Old fox, still trying to get some information from me while not giving me any promises," secretly thought Wang Wei while sipping his tea. "Well, as you know, after my encounter with Divine Punishment Thunder, me and Heavenly Tao do not have the best of relationships. So, I would prefer not to place my safety in its hands." The teachers nodded after hearing this. Although they guessed that the real situation was probably more complex than stated, they could still understand the reason behind it. That is given that this sacred son was telling the truth. As for Bai Han, he had a frown on his face as he secretly thought to himself, "Wait. This Wang Wei has a terrible relationship with Heavenly Tao, and he seemed to want to cultivate the Tao of fate. Could he be an outlaw? I remember my old man mentioning something about this, but it was so long ago and I was not really paying attention. However, if this Wang Wei is an outlaw, his level of threat has greatly reduced unless—" "Sacred son," said Bai Han, who secretly activated a talisman without anyone noticing, even the true monarchs in the room. "Unfortunately, we cannot accept your conditions." According to the Academy rules, all the top 30 Heaven Chosens must place their names on the Heavenly Tao book before seeing the Tao tablets. Wang Wei was not surprised after hearing this. After all, the boss involved the Academy's Chi luck. However, he was not about to give up so easily. That's fine as well. How about a trade then? Replied Wang Wei, still with a calm look on his face. Please elaborate, replied Bai Han, still with a gentle smile on his voice. I will use the resources of the Tao opening sect in exchange for a token to enter the secret realm where the tablets are. If I remember correctly, the Academy has a few spots for the legacy disciples. According to the information Wang Wei has, the Academy is divided into 4 categories: outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, legacy disciples, and true disciples. The legacy disciples are similar to the contemporary sacred son of the Tao opening sect, while the true disciple is the same as a sacred son, and Lin Fan currently holds that position. I'm afraid that the answer would still be negative. Are you sure about this, Headmaster? As the sacred son of this generation, I have the utmost support of the sect. And you guys can literally ask for anything besides Emperor artifacts. However, Emperor-level herbs or talismans are not off limits. And even the rare innate treasures that have survived from the Void Era, my sect is willing to hand over for this opportunity. Although your academy is the second most powerful faction of the world, it does not change the fact that your history only goes as far as the Middle Emperor Era, so I doubt you guys have any innate treasures. The room became quiet after the teachers heard Wang Wei's words. Many of them involuntarily swallowed their saliva, and greed could be seen emanating from these people's eyes. As for the headmaster, although his heart skipped a beat, he quickly calmed himself down. Then, with the same gentle smile, he answered, "Thank you for the offer, but the answer is still the same." Is that so? Headmaster, can you easily make such a heavy and important decision without consulting the other teachers? Asked Wang Wei calmly. Little Fox, are you trying to use this opportunity to create discord among the teachers of the academy? Secretly thought Bai Han despite his gentle smile still on his face. As a matter of fact, I can. Yes, we support the headmaster. The headmaster has such right and power. Those teachers are not stupid and they quickly recovered from their greed. Instantly, they knew what Wang Wei was trying to do. That's unfortunate, said Wang Wei with a little sorrow on his face. However, no one could tell whether he was telling the truth or not. Since our negotiations have proven futile, then there is nothing more to talk about. Thank you for the tea. After saying that, he cupped his hand together and saluted everyone in the room, then he left calmly. After Wang Wei left the meeting room, he used his divine sense to talk to true monarch Yan Chen. How did our backup plans go? I'm sorry, young master, it was also a failure. Chapter 213. Inside the meeting of the upper echelons of the academy. After waiting for Wang Wei to leave, they started their conversations about the events that just took place. Headmaster, why did you not accept this deal? From what we know about Wang Wei, he most likely was telling the truth, said one teacher. Yes, the Tao opening sect finally found a chance to break the 9 Emperor curse, so they would not easily let go of such an opportunity. Bai Han was calm during the entire process, but he secretly sighed inside. These people let greed clutter their visions. Let me ask all of you, said Bai slowly. If Wang Wei does not have the opportunity to enter the secret realm of the Tao tablets, who would benefit the most? The other teachers were first puzzled by the sudden question. They began to think calmly about the question. They still believe in the strategic vision of the headmaster. As a born sage, wisdom was his main ability or gift. One teacher's eyes suddenly lighted up and she said, "It's the other Heaven Chosens." Without being able to see the tablets, the other Heaven Chosens will finally have an advantage over him and be able to either make up the gap with him and even surpass him. That is correct, replied Bai Han. You guys need to see things from a long-term perspective. Even if we were to agree with this proposition, what do you think would happen if one day, this Wang Wei manages to prove the Tao and become emperor? The room became quiet as most of the teachers had an ugly look on their faces. They were not stupid, since the headmaster already laid out everything in front of them. He could just ask us to return or take back all the resources he previously gave us. Or maybe even worse, replied one teacher. That is correct. By refusing his offer, we have effectively weakened his strength, while strengthening our chances of cultivating a great emperor. As for things like emperor materials or innate treasures, as long as Lin Fan can prove the Tao and become an eternal emperor, everything is possible for the academy. All the teachers then started to praise the headmaster for his strategic vision and abilities. As for Bai Han, he sighed as he thought to himself, Wang Wei has proven to be even more formidable than previously estimated. Given how calmly he walked out of this meeting, I do not think that he will give up so easily. Lin Fan is my last chance and I cannot afford to lose this opportunity. Sighed. I should not be so stubborn and listen to my father. Meanwhile, Wang Wei rushed back to his own manor after exiting the meeting room. Supreme Elder, what do you mean that our plan failed? Asked Wang Wei with a frown on his face. Well, last night, the sect used its power to bribe a few of the legacy disciples in order to acquire their token that grants them access to 3,000 Dao tablets. While all of them resisted betraying the academy and refused to hand their tokens for any price, we used the young master's plan to arrest their families and threaten them. So, you should have had the token in your hand last night, right? So what went wrong? Asked Wang Wei. The only reason that Wang Wei went to attend today's meeting was just to acquire a legal way to enter the secret realm. After all, what he did could be considered very sensitive, thus leading to war between the two most powerful factions of this world. Although Wang Wei knew that the sect would back him up without hesitation if he started a war, he did not want to result in such a measure yet, unless it was truly necessary. Well, during the meeting, I received secret information that the academy just revoked the status of legacy disciples of all the people who accepted our exchange. And all the other ones were also warned. I wanted to rush to check the situation, but I could not leave you alone, and the other true monarchs of the academy were watching my actions very closely. Tisk, that old fox by Han must have noticed something during the meeting. The ancients were right. There are many heroes in the world and none of them should be underestimated, replied Wang Wei with a sour mood. Young master, what should we do next? Do we start preparing for war? Not yet. However, it seems that I have to resort to my old business of fishing. Hopefully, things will go as planned and we do not have to resort to drastic means. After a brief chat with the Supreme Elder, Wang Wei called both Yan Liling and Li Jun for a meeting. Big brother, why did you call us right before the beginning of the trial? Asked Li Jun with a confused look on his face. He had a feeling that something important happened. Well, due to recent events, I will not take part in this trial. Big brother, is there something wrong? Wang Wei nodded before explaining the situation. Now that both of them had anti-divination origin artifacts on them, he could tell them some secrets as he trusted them. Now that I am not participating in the trial, I need you guys to get one of the 30 spots no matter what. Big brother, do you want us to get the spot for you? No problem, you can count on me, replied Li Jun with a smile. Big brother, you do not need to worry. According to the rules of the trial, 4 spots are dedicated to the champions of profession. Whether it was alchemy, talisman, array, refinement, as long as a cultivator is the final winner in their competition category, he or she can automatically get a spot. With my talent in alchemy, I should be able to win easily, added Yan Liling. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction before saying, although I have another plan in place, but if things do not turn out how I expected, then you guys are my last hope. He then looked at Yan Liling and held both his hands outward. 2 flames appeared in each of his hands. One was black while the other was white. Heavenly Destruction Flame and Cleansing Purifying Flame, gasped Yan Liling in shock. These 2 flames were powerful flames that existed between heaven and earth. She remembered that Wang Wei had to experience these 2 flames as a form of heavenly tribulations. Now he seemed able to control them. Yes. Can any of these flames help you with your alchemy? The Heavenly Destruction Flame is only used for destruction, but the Cleansing Purifying Flame is different. It can not only purify sins from the soul and body, it can also purify materials for pill concocting, thus increasing the grade and quality of any pill. However, is there a problem? Asked Wang Wei. Well, the alchemy competition is 3 days from now, so it is impossible for me to refine such a powerful flame in such a short period of time. Wang Wei sighed out loud before saying, you are right. How could I forget something so simple? Yan Liling lowered her eyebrow. She has never seen her big brother so frustrated before, to the point of losing his demeanor. She could guess that it was because a lot of things happened in a short period of time, given him little time to truly calm down and think. No matter the reason, she did not like it. She did not like seeing him like that. After biting her lower lips for a brief moment, Yan Liling said, there may be a way. Wow. By using the same method that Big Brother used to temper his body during his heavenly tribulations. What do you mean by that? Asked Li Jun with a deep frown on his face. Instead of me just refining the fire, I will fuse it with my soul. Using a process of constant destruction and regeneration, I can rapidly fuse with the flame in just 1 day. Li Jun's frown became deeper after hearing this. This sounds like a terrible idea. Without having Big Brother's regenerative powers, your soul would be completely purified instantly. Liling Lijun is right. Additionally, you already said that with your talent, it is guaranteed that you will win. So, there is no need to go so far. However, Yen Liling shook her head. It's just like you said in the True Dragon meeting, only people that can be cruel to themselves can reach the top of the cultivation world. If I succeed in doing so, not only will my strength increase dramatically, my ability as an alchemist will reach a very high level. As for the problem of healing, there are pills that can keep my soul alive, and with a little help from Great Uncle Yenshin I should be fine. Wang Wei looked deep into her eyes, and nodded after seeing her firm determination. Following which, a terrible shrill could be heard coming from Wang Wei's room, and it lasted the whole night. Luckily, there were formations that prevented the sound from coming out of the room. The next day, Wang Wei and his team headed to the location of the trial. As for Yen Liling, although she looked paler than a ghost that was actually scared of itself, she also had a look of confidence on her face. The odd thing was that Li Jun also looked pale. The trial took place in a very vast venue. There was a stage in the middle while a large stand surrounded it. Of course the trial would not take place there, but in a separate world created by the Academy. As for Wang Wei, he was sitting in the VIP section, which was in fact a booth that was floating in the air. And he was not the only one. There were many other booths floating in the air. Most of them looked like very well-decorated wooden houses with different ink brush drawings. Wu Hong was sitting next to Wang Wei after she was invited by him. After all the participants arrived on the stage, Headmaster Bai Han appeared somewhere in the sky to commence the trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the Academy has some very good news to announce. Taking into account that this generation is a glorious age, we have decided to remove the 4 quotas given to the champions of the professional trial. Chapter 214. Bai Han looked at the shocked and excited look of the participants and continued to explain. For this generation's trial, we have decided to focus on strength and power above everything else. So all the teachers have voted that the last 4 spots that were previously guaranteed to these champions would be added to 4 other Heaven Chosens instead. Although we are sorry for the 4 champions of this year's professional competition, the Academy will do its best to repay all of you. Many people became excited after hearing this, as this new rule increased the chance of them acquiring a spot. As for the alchemist and array master, they were all shocked and angered. They were always considered the most respected professions of this world. Everywhere they went, people always received them with the utmost respects. Rules were always modified to be in their favors, but now, the ones that were the most surprised by this new change in rules were the alchemists, as they hold the most power in this world. With the ability to create pills that can save people's lives, increase cultivation level, and even increase talents, they have received the utmost respect and adoration in society. However, now, the Emperor Enlightening Academy is telling them that their expertise was not needed in this generation, only strength and power is valued by them. So, they became angry out of shame, but they did not know what to do. It's not like they could challenge the Academy. Meanwhile, back in the floating booth that Wang Wei was in, he instantly pulverized the cup of tea that was in his hand after hearing what Bai Han said, then he looked deeply at the headmaster. Even so far away, Bai Han felt a powerful gaze locking on his position. It was like a desolate beast was staring at its prey, and he could guess who that gaze belonged to, but he ignored it. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm himself down, as he took a talisman from his space ring as he received a communication invite. Big brother, what should I do now? The voice at the end of the talisman was actually Yen Liling. Wang Wei's mind quickly moved at a rapid speed as he thought of a possible plan, then he said, I need you to make a public scene, then fly away and return to your residence. That's it? That's it. After cutting off the communication, Yen Liling took a while for a brief moment to gather her thoughts, then she snorted out loud. However, this was not just a regular snort but one where she used her origin essence with. So, all the millions of people in the arena and the ones that were watching from formations heard her. To be precise, the majority of cultivators in the world heard her. More importantly, Yen Liling's snort actually interrupted Bai Han's speech, bringing everyone's attention to the person who interrupted the headmaster of the Enlightening Emperor Academy from speaking. When everyone's gaze was on Yen Liling, she did not show any panic or change of expression, well, at least not on the surface. She secretly regulated her breath before saying, Since the Academy does not respect us professionals, then that means we are not welcome here, so I'll take my leave. Her voice was as loud if not louder than her previous snort. After expressing her opinions, Yen Liling flew away in front of countless cultivators watching her. She did not look back for even a moment. All the people were first baffled by her actions, but soon all the professionals' eyes lit up and they followed her. One by one they flew away and left the venue. All the cultivators attending the event watched as all the alchemists, talisman makers, array masters and refiners flew away one by one. Of course not all of them left. The ones who stayed were the ones from a low background and needed the resources of this event to further their study. Meanwhile, Bai Hai tried very hard to control his facial expression as he knew that he was in public. However, the bulging vein on his forehead that was constantly throbbing proved that he was not as calm as he looked. He realized that he might have made a mistake to target the Dao opening sect by changing the rules, and he had a feeling that things were not going to end so easily. And he was right. After Yan Liling and all the other professionals left, Wang Wei looked at Bai Han that was floating in the air with a sneer on his mouth. Then he took out another talisman and contacted someone. Father, I need you to use all the power of the shadow and spread a rumor throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world that the Enlightening Academy does not respect and value professionals, that they secretly look down on them. After that, try to use this event to unite the Alchemy Association, the Talisman Association and all the other professional association in the southern continent to boycott the Academy and cut off their resources. Also, you can also try to contact the herd-raising valley. They have always complained about the fact that beast taming was not a more respectable profession. Tell them that this might be their chance to raise their positions in front of the world. No problem, replied Wang Tian with an obvious joyous mood in his voice. After cutting off the communication, Wang Wei looked at the people of the academy that had an ugly look on their faces, then he sneered before muttering to himself, "The only reason your academy can hold the heaven-chosen selection trial, every generation is because of that damn book, the tablets, and your reputation. Although I cannot do anything to the previous two, I can still ruin your reputation." After muttering these words, he took a deep and long breath, then removed the gloomy look on his face before putting a bright and sunny smile. He looked at the quiet Wu Hong next to him. "I apologize for my previous behavior. As you can see, I let my emotions get the base of me. There is no need to act so formal around me, that's not like you. However, aren't you afraid that your actions will start a war?" replied Wu Hong with her usual calm demeanor. "To be precise, I'm trying to prevent a war from happening," replied Wang Wei calmly. "What do you mean?" Ever since the Emperor Enlightening Academy cultivated their 8 great emperors, the Dao opening sect has been pondering whether to start an Emperor Dao war. Many of the sleeping Dao ancestors and immortal venerables are in favor of starting a fight, and just need the perfect time and excuse. With me showing them hope of breaking the 9 Emperor curse in the recent events, it is the perfect opportunity to start a war to the death. Wu Hong nodded as she understood the reason behind such a decision. With only one less emperor before reaching their level, the Dao opening sect will not let anyone easily challenge their status. Having 9 emperors is not just a symbol of being the most powerful sect of the world, but also brings a great deal of chi luck to the sect. This is the reason that every generation, a powerful genius will be born in the Dao opening sect. It is a manifestation of their sect's luck or destiny. "That's very noble of you and all," replied Wu Hong. "But should you be telling me these kinds of secrets of your sect?" Wang Wei looked her straight in the eyes after hearing her question. "Look me in the eyes and tell me you did not already know such a thing." Wu Hong did not flinch or budge due to his intent gaze, nor did she evade it. "I did not know. Although I know many secrets that no one should know, but it does not mean that I am all-knowing." After gazing deep into her black eyes for a few seconds, Wang Wei nodded as he believed her. In the past few days he also learned a few things about Wu Hong. For example, she does not seem to lie to him. When he asked her something of the sensitive nature, she would either not respond, or answer him in a vague or cryptic manner like the mumble of the prophets from his past life, even this life. However, she does not seem to lie to him. Of course this could be her having the ability to even trick his powerful senses after all. Her mystery has proven that she may have such capability. Nevertheless, Wang Wei decided to trust her. Since he has decided to one day make her his Dao companion, he needs to have a certain level of faith, a certain level of trust. After all, love requires a certain level of blind trust. And if he is proven to be wrong about her, then Wang Wei will consider the experience a learning one. He will acknowledge that he judged the wrong person and try to learn by experience, or maybe just shut his heart for the rest of his life. While he was lost in his thought, a powerful voice rang throughout the entire arena. "Wang Wei, you coward!" Chapter 215. Wang Wei removed his gaze from Wu Hong and looked at the person who called him out in front of trillions of people. As it turns out, it was Ji Song's doing. Well, this should be expected, thought Wang Wei to himself. The heaven-chosen selection trial, was a very important event attended or watched by countless people. For example, there were approximately 15 billion people participating in the trial, and a few of them actually came from the lower realm. More importantly, most of the cultivators in the world are currently watching this event. That alone is a few trillions people. This is one of the reasons that many people actually wanted to participate in the trial: the opportunity for fame and glory, the opportunity to be worshipped by billions of people, the opportunity to display might and prowess to the world, to increase reputation. In the cultivating world, reputation is not just about being famous or having a certain credibility. Reputation can transform into influence. Influence will then transform into aura. Aura that can be used either in battle or to intimidate the opponent. Aura that can increase chances of breaking through a cultivation bottleneck. More importantly, reputation can increase a person's chi luck or destiny. Upon feeling Wan Wei's gaze on him, Ji Song, who was now 3 meters tall and standing in the Aran, said, "I have waited for more than 5 decades to have a rematch with you, and now you are not participating in the tournament? Are you scared to fight me again?" His voice was loud and echoed throughout the large stadium that easily housed a few billion people, not to mention the viewers. Wang Wei looked at him for a brief moment before saying out loud just like him, "Who are you again?" Ji Song's face instantly became ugly before roaring, "What do you mean by this?" "Oh, sorry about that, I didn't mean to be rude, but I have a disease where I can never remember someone that has been utterly decimated by me more than once," replied Wang Wei with a very nonchalant look on his face. Meanwhile, many of the audience members gasped after hearing this, then they began to pay more attention. This is the reason that they decided to attend this kind of tournament, to watch these heaven chosens tear each other apart both physically and mentally. "Enough with your mockery," replied Ji Song. "Are you going to participate in this tournament and fight me? I am more interested in why you are so interested in fighting me. Isn't it normal for people at our level to want to fight powerful opponents? Let alone me, and you already have a vendetta?" "Most scenarios would be true," replied Wang Wei calmly. "But why do I feel like these are not your real motives? Your insistence on fighting is almost like you're trying to prove something to yourself." "Of course I am. I am trying to prove that a few failures does not represent anything on the path of Emperor. As a true heaven chosen, I can always rise up again." After a brief moment of silence, Wang Wei suddenly said, "I am becoming your heart demon, aren't I?" Although Ji Song's face remained the same, his heart secretly skipped a beat as Wang Wei was right. After his second defeat during the Chi Luck trial, it took a while to recuperate both physically and mentally. And even then he did not fully recover. He soon realized that Wang Wei was slowly becoming his heat demon, and if he did not defeat him or find another way to get rid of it, he would never be able to break through the primordial spirit realm. "Are you going to fight with me or not?" said Ji Song, completely ignoring the question. "Why should I?" replied Wang Wei. "Why should I help my enemy get over his own problem?" Ji Song furrowed his brow as he thought for a brief moment, then a smirk appeared in his mouth. "With your militant blood, you are not the kind of person that easily refuses a challenge for such a petty reason. Based on your previous actions and words, I can analyze that you are back to your old business. Bait your enemy into doing the things you want, then hook them. I do not have time to waste with you, so state what you want this time in exchange for my challenge." Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing Ji Song's words, then he smiled slightly. He realized that it is true when they say that only your enemy knows you better than yourself. "What I want is your spot to enter the secret realm of the Tao tablet in exchange for a battle after the tournament." This time, however, Wang Wei used his divine sense to communicate with Ji Song, preventing anyone from hearing their discussions. Ji Song had a frown on his face as he was quite surprised by this deal. He thought that Wang Wei would demand something entirely different, like his cultivation techniques or something similar. He was prepared to negotiate strongly in order to prevent himself from being taken advantage of. After pandering for a while, he replied through divine sense, "No problem, but if I win this battle, I want your blood essence." Wang Wei gave a look as he could guess what he was thinking. Ji Song probably wanted to use this opportunity to avenge what he did to him back in the Spirit Road trial, then also use his blood essence to increase his strength. "Deal," replied Wang Wei out loud. He was more than confident of his strength. Ji Song nodded, then closed his eyes to concentrate on the next tournament. Wang Wei was not his only enemy. Although the members of the audience did not know the exact conditions for their deals, they were just excited at the prospect of these two titans fighting. As for the people of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, some of them probably guessed the deal that Ji Song made and they turned ugly. They have done so much to prevent him from gaining access to the Tao tablets, and now he might still have a chance. Things will not end so easily, secretly thought Headmaster Bai Han. Then he wanted to continue the opening ceremony. However, another person came to interrupt again. This time it was the young sword sage of the sword-casting villa Jian Wushuang. Sacred son Wang Wei, since you will not participate in this tournament, I will also like to take this opportunity to invite you to a challenge. Oh, from what I remember, me and you do not have any kind of grudge or vendetta, replied Wang Wei, a little surprised. You and I may not, but our sect does. You should be aware of what happened in the last generation between your father and my casting sword villa? Wang Wei then understood the reason behind Jian Wushuang's sudden challenge. In the last generation, his father was called by all cultivators as the most powerful swordsman and earned the title of Absolute Cut Sword God. Many people, especially sword cultivators, would not allow anyone to have such a title. The title of Sword God is the second highest title that a cultivator of Sword Dao can receive, second only to Sword Emperor. On top of that, not all great emperors who used a sword can claim the title of Sword Emperor. They have to prove the Dao with the sword in order to get that title. Additionally, the Sword God title was not given to just anyone. Some sword emperors did not have that title during their rise. As long as an emperor proved the Dao with the sword, he could earn the title of Sword Emperor. But the Sword God has to be the best and most powerful sword cultivator of countless generations of sword cultivators that came before. They have to reach the peak of swordsmanship and go beyond it, and they have to prove that their Sword Dao is the best of all the sword cultivators in the world. So, people did not like when the title of Sword God was placed on Wang Tian. In order to prove these people wrong, Wang Tian left the sect to travel the world and challenge all the sword cultivators. He was unstoppable. No matter who challenged him, he would use his supreme Dao of absolute cut and defeat them. In the end, the sword-casting Ville, who is considered the holy place of sword cultivators in the myriad emperor word, stepped in to stop Wang Tian. But they also failed even more miserably. Wang Tian traveled to the eastern Azure Dragon continent and fought with all the people of the villa and defeated them all on the way of the sword. That included Jian Wushuang's master, Jian Yi, who is the current leader of the sword-casting villa. What most people do not know was that after your father defeated my master in the way of the sword, he even challenged some of the sleeping ancestors and won. Although they were way more powerful than him in terms of cultivation, when it comes to how pure his sword will and Dao was, no one was his match. So, today I am issuing a challenge in order to restore their honor. Chapter 216. Wang Wei was a little surprised that Jian Wushuang would expose such secrets out loud in front of so many people. Usually, most sects would hide their embarrassment or dirty secrets to the world. But after thinking about it for a while, he could guess the reason. Most sword cultivators are usually straightforward in their personality. They do not care about outsider perception of them. All they care about is the pursuit of the Sword Dao and their honor. Although a major defeat at another swordsman can be considered dishonorable, it does not really matter if that person truly earned their respect, just like Wang Wei's father did. After a brief pause of contemplation, Wang Wei then said, "Young sword sage Jian Wushuang, I am afraid that I cannot accept your challenge." Jian Wushuang frowned after hearing this, then he continued, "Sacred son, if you need to place a bet with conditions like Crown Prince Ji Song, I am more than happy to oblige." However, Wang Wei just shook his head before answering, "This is not about any conditions or bet. If you want to challenge me to a duel, I will be more than happy to battle with you. However, if you want to challenge me in the way of the sword, I am afraid I have to disappoint you as I am not a swordsman." Jian Wushuang's frown did ease after hearing this, as he could understand Wang Wei's meaning. Since he wanted to clear the shame from the last generation and get the sect's face back when it comes to the way of the sword, it does not make sense to win over a non-swordsman. Jian Wushuang's victory over Wang Wei would just be a victory of one heaven chosen to another, not the sword-casting villa's Dao of Sword over the Dao opening sect's Dao of Sword. While Jian Wushuang was thinking, one of his senior brothers in the Divine Body realm suddenly stepped up and screamed, "If you are scared to fight, then say so. Do not use any excuse." The entire arena once again went into shock as everyone quieted down and waited for something to happen, and they did not have to wait long. Wang Wei's gaze turned to the person who just spoke. Then a powerful and terrifying aura enveloped the arena. This aura was like an ancient desolate beast or primordial god that roamed the world in ancient times. This primordial being used to hunt dragons and phoenixes for both his breakfast and dinner. He used the stars as his snack and heaven and earth as his dessert. He was a predator at the top of the food chain. After that aura enveloped that senior brother, he coughed up a big mouthful of blood, then he fell to the ground and passed out. If it was not Jian Wushuang who used his sword intent to protect him, this guy would have died on the spot. Jian Wushuang looked at his senior brother on the ground and sighed. He knew that many of the disciples of the sword-casting villa were indoctrinated to treat the Tao opening sect as their enemy in this generation. This was a way to motivate them to train properly in order to regain the sect's face from what happened in the last generation. So, many of them have developed deep hatred for the people of the Tao opening sect, and Jian Wushuang was aware of this. Nevertheless, he always warned them to treat Wang Wei with the proper respect, as he was a truly powerful heaven chosen and deserved such a thing. Fearing that something similar might happen back in the True Dragon Inn, he warned his fellow disciples to be on their best behavior. However, this particular one always tried to contradict him and refused to listen to him. This was the reason he did not bring him to the True Dragon Inn meeting. After using his divine sense to check that this person was all right, Jian Wushuang ignored him before asking, "Sacred son, how do you suppose we deal with our contradictions?" "Simple," replied Wang Wei. "Wait until you reach the same realm as my father, then go challenge him. That way he cannot use the excuse that you are a member of the younger generation to refuse your challenge." If anyone could see Wang Wei's face right now, they would see a gleeful smirk and a sneer. Of course, the reason for that was that he did not want to deal with the trouble that his father caused. He knew that his father had probably offended a lot of people in his generation. His actions were telling these people that do not come with me with your problems, but go directly to the source. Wu Hong chuckled after seeing the face that Wang Wei was making, reminding him that he was not alone in the room. Although he was a little embarrassed that the girl he was trying to court saw this particular nasty side of him, his face was thick enough to ignore such a thing and pretend that nothing actually happened. Meanwhile, back in the sect, Wang Tian had veins popping up his forehead as his mouth kept twitching. He cannot believe that his son sold him out like that. He remembered that in his generation he had to deal with some of his father's enemies that tried to go after him for revenge. Wang Tian sighed after watching what his son did. What made more angry was not his actions, but the fact that he did not think of such a method during his time. It would have saved him a lot of trouble. He then looked at his wife, who was laughing herself out to the point of being uncontrollable. "What are you laughing at?" said Wang Tian. "His message is for your enemies as well. Unlike you, most if not all my enemies have already taken a vacation to Samsara, so I have nothing to worry about," replied Yu Yen after taking a great deal of effort to calm herself down. Back to the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Jian Wushuang nodded to Wang Wei to acknowledge his idea, then did not say anything else besides telling another of his fellow disciples to take care of the person that was injured. Meanwhile, most of the audiences were still shocked by that powerful aura that emanated from Wang Wei's body. That aura actually came from his fleshly body. After all, the purpose of the ancient desolate body refining scripture is to imitate the ancient primordial god that is sleeping in the blood earth forbidden land. Headmaster Baihan, who saw that there were no further disruption, continued the entrance ceremony, thus waking everyone from the dread most of them felt from Wang Wei's aura. Inside his booth, Wang Wei suddenly coughed a big mouthful of blood all over the table in front of him. He looked at the blood and frowned, then he went to clean up the trace on the corner of his mouth. However, Wu Hong was ahead of him and took out a silk piece of rag and wiped it for him. "You need to ease up on the gravity training," she said while helping him clean up. The reason she said these words was because in order to train his internal organs, Wang Wei had a powerful gravity array placed on his clothes, thus always being in a state of cultivation. This has started ever since his battle with Han Li. I can't help it. Recently, I realized that I have been a little too arrogant and started to take things easy on myself, replied Wang Wei. Is it because of Di Tian? Wang Wei was silent for a while, then he answered, yes. After meeting him, I have a feeling that if I do not push myself beyond my limits and get more powerful as soon as possible, then I will be in serious danger even before the heaven will battle. It is good to push yourself, but you also have to know when to stop. Don't worry, I have a very powerful regenerative ability. I do not need to warn you that if you push yourself too much, then your healing ability will start absorbing your lifespan to make up for it. Wang Wei knew about this, but his plan was to use an abundance of resources that provide life force to continue his training. After Wu Hong said these words, she placed her hand on Wang Wei's back, then countless runes appeared from her hand and entered his body. Immediately afterwards he felt all his pain were gone. He felt refreshed and rejuvenated. After taking a deep moment to feel the changes in his body, he realized what Wu Hong had done. She had sealed away all his pain and injuries, then removed them. Worthy of Empress Wu Sealing Sutra, a technique said to be able to seal everything between heaven and earth, secretly thought Wang Wei. Then his eyes lit up and he said, maybe you can help me with my current problem. Chapter 217. "Nan? Help? How can I help you?" asked Wu Hong. "I have been trying to find a way to create a way to refine divine punishment thunder, but it has proven to be quite difficult. And maybe your ability can help me," replied Wang Wei. "Divine punishment thunder? That thing is at the level of Tao Law and you want to refine it?" asked Wu Hong in doubt. "Tao Law? What is that?" asked Wang Wei with a look of confusion on his face. "Ask your father," replied Wu Hong. "So many secrets," muttered Wang Wei to himself. "Anyway, I think instead of creating a method to refine it which would take me a lot of time, it is better if you could seal the thunder inside my body, then allow some power of it to slowly release in order to temper my body." Wu Hong pondered for a brief moment, then replied back, "I can do that, but you'll have to make sure that this power is not released to your organs until you finish tempering them." Wang Wei nodded as he also agreed with her. His organs were still in the process of being tempered and were very fragile, so they would not be able to withstand such a tremendous amount of power such as divine punishment thunder. After making this plan, both Wang Wei and Wu Hong secretly left, deciding to not further waste their time with the trial/tournament. Meanwhile, inside the D family booth that was also floating in the air around the stadium, Di Tian was holding a crescent-shaped broken jade pendant in his hand. He looked at it with love, remembrance, and sadness. Then, a firm determination could be seen in his eyes. While being distracted by the jade, someone knocked on the door. With a wave of his thought, the pendant disappeared from his hand, then he said with a harsh and cold voice, "Come in." Soon, a beautiful lady entered the room. She had long black hair, had a blue hanfu and no makeup on. Her natural lip was petite, but also red and luscious, making any man fascinated with and woman very envious. This girl's name was Di Jia and she was Di Tian's shadow. After entering the room, Di Tian took a talisman from her, but he did not even give a single glance. It was as if to him, it did not matter how beautiful a woman was, they were all skeletons with flesh. Di Jia sighed after seeing this, but she was used to it after so many years. She has long accepted her fate. As for Di Tian, he read the information he just received, which was about Wang Wei. Through this new information, he learned that Wang Wei had planned to participate in the tournament for a long time, but suddenly changed his mind 2 days ago. In the information he received, he even knew that the reason that Wang Wei changed his mind was because of his feelings towards the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. Instinctive fear or rejection of Heavenly Tao, plus his cultivation of the Tao of Fate, secretly thought Di Tian. Could he be an outlaw? If that is the case, my plan can be slightly modified and I will not have to worry about him so much. However, after reviewing the information and modify his plan, he looked in the direction of the Tao opening sex booth, sneered before muttering, "No one can stop me this time. No matter what, I will be the one proving the Tao in this generation." After that, he finally looked at Di Jia and asked, "Any information about this Wu Hong?" "No, young master," replied Di Jia hurriedly. "Except for the rumor that she was either the descendant of Empress Wu or her reincarnation, no news can be found." Di Tian frowned as he started to think. Even the sleepers could not find any information about her. "I did not feel any power of reincarnation from her, so unless her power is so great that she can even hide from me, this theory is unlikely. This woman might become an uncontrollable variable and I do not like that. My first instinct is to get rid of her, but I have a feeling that things might be more complicated than seen on the surface, so let's observe for a while." After waking up from his thoughts, Di Tian waved to dismiss Di Jia and focused on watching the tournament. Although he did not place any of these people in his eyes except for Wang Wei that he considered a minor nuisance, he will still watch them in order to better learn about their powers and abilities. He did not like variables outside his calculations. While all of these secret spying, schemes, and calculations were going on, the heaven-chosen selection trial had already started. To be precise, the preliminary round started. The preliminary rounds or elimination round is simply a slaughter fest. All the 10 billion participants will be teleported to a world belonging to the Emperor Enlightening Academy. In this world, there are a few cities scattered around, and the participants have to defend against Slaughter Devil Beast. These beasts are somewhat similar to demonic beasts but more feasts. For once, they did not originate from the Myriad Emperor world, but from the 9 Devil God world which once invaded this world and created the Devil Era. These beasts have no emotions, no fears, and no intelligence. All they know is endless slaughter. In the first round of the elimination round, the participants have to survive rounds after rounds of attack against hordes of these beasts. The number of them was essentially endless as the Academy just used that world to breed them. When the number of participants dropped from 10 billion to 500 million, then the second round began. In the second round, the participants are allowed to kill each other. The second will not stop until there are only 100,000 participants, then the third round. In the third round, all the Heaven Chosens who were on the list released by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion can begin to participate. Due to the fact that they were considered seeded players, they did not have to go through the first 2 rounds unless they wanted to. In this case, no one chose to do so, thus after entering the secret world, all the seeded players went to their residences and started cultivating. The trial will actually take a few years, so they did not want to waste time. Inside the booth of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, Bai Han was having a conversation with many teachers. "So, are there any new people to look out for during this tournament?" asked one teacher. "Yes, there are. First there is the number 7, Boundless Void Physique from the Worshipping Tao Academy." Some of the teachers were surprised. The one said, "It seemed that the guys in the Worshipping Tao Academy hid their cards really well. They probably wanted to use this opportunity to build the momentum for their Heaven Chosens, and also blindside us. Well, as an academy with 5 great emperors, they can be considered our greatest competitor when it comes to the other academies." The teachers nodded, then someone continued to explain. The number 8, 9 Physique showed. She is from the lower realm and is also participating in the elimination realm. The number 8 physique was actually a weird one, as there are 2 parts to this physique. If a man is born with it, it will turn into 9 yang physique, which is based on the principle of extreme yang. If a woman has it, then it will be the 9 yin physique, based on the principle of extreme yin. Then there is the very rare occasion when someone is born with a balance of yin and yang, thus also born with both the 9 yin and 9 yang physique. A mutation would occur where such a physique is said to be even more powerful than the yin-yang eyes, and reach the level of the top 3 physiques. The teacher who previously spoke continued to explain the participants of this trial. As a matter of fact, number 8, 9 and 10 physiques are all from the lower realm. The number 9 physique is called the Origin Spirit Physique. The owner of such a body has a very high affinity with spiritual energy between heaven and earth, thus having a very rapid speed of cultivation. Furthermore, they will not have any bottlenecks in cultivation until they reach the void-shattered realm. No to mention their near unlimited amount of origin essence in their divine sea. The 10th heavenly physique is called Star Monarch Physique, which grants them the ability to cultivate the power of the stars. The teachers did not underestimate any of these people because of their background. Given the fact that these people were actually born with such powerful physiques in the lower realm, then they are probably the child of destiny of their world. As long as they are given the chance or opportunity to rise, they will immediately take it. And that opportunity was exactly this trial. "So, none of you will mention the damn Mo family descendant?" suddenly said a teacher with gritted teeth. The room then became silent, as all the teachers including Headmaster Bai Han had a somber look on his face. Chapter 218. While all the teachers were quiet and somber, their eyes could not remove from one particular participant that actually took part in the elimination round. It was a beautiful woman with red hair and eyes. However, unlike Su Ya's red hair that was lighter than a rose, her redness was darker than blood. And it was not just her hair. She even wore a red hanfu and had a bloody aura surrounding her. In this aura, anyone could see the scream of all the people she had killed, and there were many of them, too many to count. Although she had a beautiful face, there was a permanent evil smirk on the corner of her mouth, which made her both very attractive and scare at the same time. This participant was called Mo Xingyun, and she was the descendant of the Mo family. After a brief silence in the academy's booth, one teacher then responded, "According to the rules, she has every right to participate in the tournament." The person who previously spoke against me, Xingyun, then said back, "It is obvious that she has awakened the heaven-devouring physiques. Aren't any of you worried that she will follow in her ancestors' footsteps?" The room once again became silent, and this time many people actually had an ugly look on their faces as they remembered something unpleasant. One teacher then said after a brief hesitation, "This generation, there is a high chance that an eternal emperor will be born, and if she manages to be the final winner, then the Mo family will have 2 eternal emperors in their lineage, just like the Tao opening sect." "Shut up," screamed one teacher. "In the last era, there was only one eternal emperor, and it was the founder of our academy, Emperor Kong." This time the mood of most of the teachers was disturbed after hearing this, as this involved the biggest secrets of the academy. In the last era, there were 2 eternal emperors, which was the first such a thing to happen in the myriad emperor world since the ancient emperor era. One of them was Emperor Kong, while the other was from the Mo family. And he was called the Heaven Devourer Emperor. The Heaven Devourer Emperor was a nightmare for all living beings in this world. As a devil cultivator who only cared about pursuing power and strength, adding on top of that being an eternal emperor at the highest echelon among great emperors, he was a disaster to the world. After proving the Tao, he did not preach to the world or make any contribution. As a matter of fact, he did not try to help his clan or conquer the world. Instead, he did only one thing: try to swallow the world. To be precise, swallow the source of the world. As a person who cultivated the Tao of Devour, he followed the path of swallowing everything between heaven and earth. And the source of the world was the highest form of energy existing in the endless void. It is the thing that determines the grade of a world. For example, after swallowing most of the world source of the myriad emperor world, the entire world entered the age of Tao End. This age took place between the Middle Emperor era and the New Emperor era. For more than 100 generations, a couple hundred million of years, there was no heaven will, hence to no immortality in this world. During that period of time, the highest level of cultivation that cultivators can reach was actually the supreme realm. And even then, that was extremely difficult as only a few talented ones could do so. Since there was no heaven will, there was no great emperor. Since there was no great emperor, there was no immortal venerable or Tao ancestor. During that age of despair, many cultivators tried to find an alternate way to immortality, but they all failed. In the end, many of them were forced to leave for another world community in an attempt to fight for the heaven will battle there. However, no one ever returned even as a great emperor. Other people sealed themselves in bloodstones in order to wake up in another generation when the heaven will appeared again. At that time, many people did not know whether the world would ever recover and whether the heaven will would appear again. As for the heaven devourer emperor, the only reason that he did not completely destroy the world was because of the intervention of heavenly Tao. At first, it used divine punishment thunder, but it was no use to a powerful eternal emperor. Then both the human preservation array and the demon preservation array were activated by both heavenly Tao and all the sleeping immortal venerable and Tao ancestors. But it was also no use. Many other methods were used to no avail. In the end, heavenly Tao asked all the emperor lineages in the world permission to use their emperor formations and artifacts. By combining them together, heavenly Tao was able to exile the heaven-devouring emperor from the endless void. This guy was so powerful that he could only be exiled somewhere where he could not come back. Although most people did not know where he was exiled to, they were lucky that he never returned. As for the reason that the Emperor Enlightening Academy has such animosity against his descendants was because they suffered the most during that experience. For once, the Heaven Devourer Emperor was actually a member of the Academy despite being a member of the Mo family. Due to some complications, he was not appreciated by the family in his early years, so he joined the Academy in his early years. Although later on he was reconciled with the Mo family after becoming powerful, many people still believe that he was a member of the Academy. At one point he was even considered a candidate to be the headmaster. However, the heaven-devouring emperor was a true devil cultivator, so he did not care about the fact that the Academy took him in when he was at his lowest. He knew that with his background, the chances of him becoming the headmaster was very slim. On the other hand, all he needed was to be powerful in order to become the patriarch of the Mo family, hence getting access to all their resources. So he left without much hesitation. However, it was not proven how cold-hearted this guy was until he proved the Tao and became an emperor. At that time, the de facto leader of the entire world and the resistance against him was the Academy instead of the Tao opening sect. At that time, the era was still called the Academy Enlightening Era, and there were many rumors that the Tao opening was cursed and would not produce any emperors ever again in their lifetimes. Adding to that, the patriarch of that time, which was from the Yen family, was a very cautious woman, so she decided to be very low-key. A wise decision that actually preserved the strength of the sect. As for the Academy, during their battle against the Heaven Devourer Emperor, they suffered such a great loss that their foundations were almost destroyed. As a matter of fact, the Academy was almost destroyed at the hand of the Emperor. Luckily for them, they managed to exile him with the aid of Heavenly Tao, and were rewarded a great deal of chi luck that allowed them to survive the age of Tao End and recuperate during the early stage of the new Emperor era. In the aftermath of what occurred, the Academy in many places in the world, many people refused to acknowledge the Heaven Devourer Emperor's status as an eternal emperor even though their acknowledgement meant nothing. The position of eternal emperor is not something that a bunch of mortals can decide. In the eyes of great emperors, even a supreme realm true monarch is nothing but a mortal that can live for a few million years. They themselves did not have the right to decide whether a person was an eternal emperor, let alone these weak cultivators that will eventually die with the passage of time. Heck, even Heavenly Tao cannot decide such a thing. After a teacher scolded the person that said the previous words, Headmaster Baihan finally spoke. You guys know that this topic is a taboo in the academy, so do not mention it again. As for Mo Xingyun, even if she has the heaven devour physique, without the proper scriptures she is not much of a threat as her ancestor. Not to mention that this generation is full of heaven-defying genius. All the teachers nodded after sighing melancholy to themselves, then they did not say another words. As a matter of fact, the true secret of the academy was not what the heaven-devourer emperor did to them. No, the whole world already knew of this history. The true secret revolved around the fact that there were two eternal emperors in the last era. As a matter of fact, Emperor Kong was not a true eternal but a false one. The reason that he is considered a false eternal emperor was because he was so close to reaching that level, that echelon, but he did not succeed, at least not on his own. Due to all his contributions he made to the myriad emperor world, he was given a little help or boost to reach the level of an eternal emperor by heavenly Tao through merits. A few eternal emperors refused to accept Emperor Kong as their own, while the others did not really care. As for other great emperors, they did not dare to say anything in front of him as his strength was a real eternal emperor. As for the academy, only the truly trusted teachers were privy to this information, and they were sworn to so many oaths and binding contracts never to reveal such a secret, otherwise a fate worse than death awaits them. And of course, Headmaster Bai Han is the person who has the most knowledge regarding this topic, as he is Emperor Kong's own son, making him an emperor offspring. Chapter 219. Headmaster Bai Han was born in the Middle Emperor era and his father was Emperor Kong. So, his real name is Kong Han and he witnessed the creation of the academy. However, all his life he lived in the shadow of his father. Many people started comparing him with his father. No matter what he achieved, it was either not good enough or people attributed it to the fact that he was Emperor Kong's son. So, his relationship with his father was not good to begin with. Nevertheless, it was still expected by everybody for Bai Han to be the next great emperor of the academy after his father washed away his karma for him. However, things escalated when his mother died, and his father did nothing to either prevent it or bring her back. To this day, Bai Han still remembers the indifferent look his father had on his face when he said to him, "You do not need to make a fuss about everything. She is not dead but just entered samsara." Bai Han cursed at his father for being cruel and indifferent, before leaving home forever and never spoke to him ever again. He took his mother's last name and only returned to the academy once his father left. As a matter of fact, Emperor Kong was not being cold or indifferent. As a great emperor, he is a higher dimensional life form and sees things differently from mortal cultivators. All of them see death as the end of the road, while he sees it as another beginning. He could literally see his wife enter samsara and he could even go see her new reincarnation if he wanted to. He could awaken her memories from her last life. At the same time, he also knew that without becoming a great emperor, Tao ancestor or immortal venerable, she would never escape the shackles of constant reincarnation. As for the reason that Emperor Kong did not help his wife achieve the cultivation realm of the latter two, it was because she wanted to have another chance to become an emperor after reincarnation, so he arranged for her to be born in another heavenly world. Unfortunately, due to lack of communication, his son misunderstood him and ran away from home. After wandering around the world for many years, he returned to the Emperor Enlightening Academy as he felt that it was the home that his mother helped create. Bai Han desperately needed to become a great emperor in order to revive his mother. However, since he did not let his father wash away his karma, he could not compete in the next heavenly battle. So, he sealed himself in bloodstone for countless years before he was awakening in the last generation. However, he could not get past the mental barrier that he was the son of Emperor Kong. So, he used a secret technique to have a woman carry him. He abandoned his body, his powerful bloodline, and his cultivation and turned into a baby. Essentially, he was reborn anew with all his memories. This was the reason that he could talk as soon as he was born, and the academy believed him to be a born sage. And Bai Han lived to these expectations. With him being personally tutored by an eternal emperor, he could easily guide other people in their cultivation. With knowledge of ancient time and a vision from once being a supreme realm true monarchs, he rapidly grew among the ranks of the academy until he became the headmaster. Unfortunately for Bai Han, he was very unlucky. First, he met a heaven-defying genius like Wang Tian and lost to him. Even his previous cultivation and profound knowledge could not help him. Then he learned that not only would there not be a heaven will in his generation, but even the supreme path was cut off in order to make way for the next generation. Bai Han spent many hours lamenting on how terrible and unfair heaven was to him. And he also often regretted not accepting his father's help and let him wash away his karma. By then he should have already proven the Tao and resurrected his mother. After all that happened to him, Han considered whether to seal himself again, but he did not want to. Being sealed is not a fun experience that anyone can withstand, especially the people that have to live through countless generations. There are two types of seal. One for people who are about to die and want to lend their strength to their sect or faction one last time in the future. These people are completely sealed, and once they wake up, they know that they will not survive long. As for the people who want to wake up in another generation in order to wash away their karma, they have to keep a silver of their consciousness alive in order to experience the baptism of time in order to properly wash away their karma. And the process is a form of torture. They have to spend what feels like eons in a dark, empty, and silent place with only their thoughts and nothing else. The process is similar to the second trial in the pagoda, but instead of spending only 100 years, these people have to spend millions upon millions of years. The majority of them go crazy in the process, some awake ahead of time and allow their lifespan to naturally and die. Only a few can actually wait till the process is over. Han did not want to go through that process again. His Tao heart was not enough for him to suffer through that lonely process for a second time. This is the reason that he is so focused on properly cultivating Lin Fan. He hoped that once Lin Fan became a great emperor, he could wash away his karma for him, and compete for the next generation's heaven will battle. While the teachers of the academy were having their little disagreement, the elimination round of the tournament had already begun. Mo Xingyun was teleported to a random location inside the secret realm. Around her were a few slaughtered devil beasts lying on the floor. Although these beasts were dead, there was no blood or wound on them. They looked like dried mummies that were sucked dry of all their blood and internal organs. Well, that is exactly what happened to them. She looked in the distance while secretly thinking to herself, without the gluttony-swallowing scripture, my heaven-devour physique will never reach the level of the ancestor. However, I have an advantage over him, and that is that I was born in a very prosperous era. All the top 10 heavenly physiques showed up all at once. The number of times this kind of thing happened in the history of the myriad emperor world can be counted in one hand, not to mention that even new physiques appear. If I can swallow all of them, then my power can reach a level even beyond my ancestor in his youth, prove the Tao and become an eternal emperor. However, these guys at the top are not so easy to mess with, so let's begin with the bottom 3 physiques. With the Mo family backing me, it should not be much of a problem if I swallow these guys from the lower realm. However, the one from the Worshipping Tao Academy might be a slight problem. TSK, when did I as a devil cultivator actually care about other sects' response? I'll just openly swallow these guys. They cannot blame me if they are so weak. Furthermore, as long as I have a spot in the top 30 of this tournament, I will be problem-free until the primordial spirit realm. After thinking about this, Mo Xingyun then rushed in a certain direction, tracking her prey. She will not give them the opportunity to rise in this tournament. Meanwhile, in another direction far from Mo Xingyun, a young cultivator from a holy land was slowly heading in one particular direction. If anyone were to observe him closely, they would find out that he had a numb look in his eyes. It was like he was a puppet being controlled by someone, like he had no will of his own. Inside this poor man's sea of consciousness, a vague shadow was suppressing his soul and controlling his body. The shadow looked in the direction that the body was headed as it muttered to itself, I have finally found the owner of the heaven-devour physique. With her help, my plans can finally come to fruition. I have been waiting too long for this day. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.